colleagues, welcome to the Regional Dialogue on Ocean-Based Climate Action. Those joining us at the UN Conference Center in Bangkok and colleagues joining us online are here to contribute to this regional dialogue and help shape the regional action in ocean-based climate action. I would like to invite all participants, whether online or in the room, to mute their phones or microphones online. So with this, I am honored to invite Ms. Armida Salciales-Javana, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, to deliver her welcome remarks. Armida, thank you.
Thank you very much, Manuel. A very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to recognize the presence, especially Mr. Victor Gustav Manopo, DG from Indonesia, who is attending online. Honorable Sakyusa Tubuna, Assistant Minister, Office of Prime Minister Fiji, which I understand is connecting online, hopefully, live online, as well as Mr. Ahmed Muad, Deputy Minister, Minister of Climate Change, Environment and Energy, the Maldives, who also, I understand, is connecting online. And of course, my colleague here from UNED, Marlene Nielsen, as well as Excellencies, distinguished participants, colleagues and friends. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to this regional dialogue on ocean-based climate action, setting a new milestone to expand regional cooperation to bridge gaps in achieving our shared climate ambition. We are now experiencing more prolonged extreme heat, intensified rainfall and droughts, and increased seawater intrusions. This requires us to identify and seize every opportunity for action as well as collaboration. In this regard, I would like to express our deepest appreciation and gratitude to the governments of Indonesia, Fiji, and Maldives for initiating Resolution 79/2 on regional cooperation to accelerate climate action on ocean in Asia and the Pacific, which was adopted last year at the 79th session of the Commission, as well as, of course, co-hosting this regional dialogue as the first step, as the follow-up, a concrete follow-up to mobilize regional action. This initiative is certainly very timely, as SDG in Asia Pacific is quite not on track, in terms of progress, and especially if we see SDG 14 on life below water and SDG 13 on climate action are the two SDGs with the least amount of progress. And furthermore, if we see SDG 13 climate action, actually overall our region is regressing. Hence, it is opportune that we step up our efforts to accelerate actions to protect the ocean, as well as leveraging the abundant resources and capacities in the ocean to tackle climate change is certainly an effective strategy to accelerate our action. Provides an excellent opportunity to identify concrete actions to be integrated into draft initiative proposed by the co-hosts. You will be, I think, during this full day today, morning as well as afternoon sessions, you will have the opportunity to review developments on, for example, several already for tracks. You will have the opportunity to review developments on blue carbon ecosystems, the decarbonization of shipping and the maritime sector, ocean-based renewable energy, as well as ocean climate resilience. I invite you to participate in these interactive sessions and to propose actionable solutions that can support our region to mitigate climate change while simultaneously protecting our ocean. I reiterate our readiness to support member states to strengthen technical capacities to materialize and deliver on this initiative. Look forward to hearing your recommendations to enhance and concretely implement this initiative. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very successful dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Armida. This dialogue is being co-hosted by 3 member states of ESCAP, Indonesia, Fiji, and the Maldives, which initiated ESCAP Resolution 79/2 on ocean-based climate action adopted last year. So with this, I am pleased to invite Mr. Victor Gustav Manopo, Director General of Marine Spatial and Ocean Management of the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, First Excellencies, Armida Salsia Al-Shabana, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Honorable Sakyusa Tubuna, Assistant Minister of Office of the Prime Minister Fiji, Mr. Ahmed Muad, Deputy Minister, Minister of Climate Change, Environment and Energy Maldives, Ms. Marlene Nielsen, Deputy Director, UNEP Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, Mr. Sang Bin Nam, Director, Environment and Development Division, ESCAP. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to participate in this strategic meeting as we come together to discuss collective action in addressing the pressing global issue of climate change. Climate change presents a profound existential threat for Asia and the Pacific, a home for 70% of the global population susceptible to sea level rise. Indonesia, which has an offshore area 3 times that size of its land, could play an important role to accelerate the implementation of SDGs 13 and 14 by including ocean-based climate action to its mitigation action. Together with Fiji and Maldives, Indonesia shares a common interest to identify challenges and opportunities for regional cooperation to tackle climate change while also improving the lives of coastal people sustainably. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Indonesia has recently legalized our new National Long-Term Development Plan 2025 to 2045 with a vision to achieve a united, sovereign, developed, and sustainable unitary state of the Republic of Indonesia. To achieve that vision, we recognize the blue economy is a part of Indonesia's economic transformation policy by utilizing the marine and coastal natural resources sustainably. We also integrate the national climate resilience policy that focuses on 4 main sectors, including marine and coastal sectors. To ensure sustainable development of the marine and fishery sectors, Indonesia has implemented 5 blue economy policies. First, increasing marine conservation area to 30% by 2045. Second is promoting responsible fishing through quota-based capture fisheries. The third, promoting innovation towards sustainable marine, coastal, and inland aquaculture. Fourth, ensuring the sustainability of the fish resources and marine ecosystem through surveillance and control on coastal areas and small islands. And lastly, initiating program involving fishermen in reducing plastic waste. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, during Indonesia G20 presidency, ocean-based climate action was agreed and reflected in the Bali Declaration. Also, as the chair of ASEAN, Indonesia committed to the implementation of the ASEAN Blue Economy Framework. In 2023, Indonesia hosted the first high-level meeting on archipelagic and island state forum and endorsed innovative solutions on sustainable blue economy in the Leaders' Declaration. Moreover, in collaboration with the UN, Indonesia signed the National Blue Agenda Action Partnership to support the achievement of SDGs and support Indonesia 2045's maritime vision. And last year, together with Fiji and Maldives, Indonesia co-sponsored the UN ESCAP resolution 79/2 to accelerate ocean-based action to combat climate change. These efforts reflect Indonesia's ongoing commitment to addressing the pressing global issue of climate change. Distinguished guys, ladies and gentlemen, there are 4 topics of interest that we are going to elaborate today. Of course, protecting and enhancing blue carbon ecosystem, decarbonizing shipping and maritime connectivity, accelerating the deployment of ocean-based renewable energy, and enhancing ocean climate resilience. Addressing ocean-based climate action requires a multifaceted approach that integrates science, policy, community engagement, and political will. Joint collaborative efforts are needed at all levels and by all parties. We encourage ESCAP members and associate members to play a vital role in mitigating greenhouse gas emissions and increasing resilience to climate change. As we navigate this complex landscape, let us be guided by the shared commitment to preserve our ocean and ensure a sustainable future for generations to come. Discussion on the draft regional initiative on ocean-based climate action will serve as a stepping stone in guiding the region to become well mitigated and well adapted to climate change. May everyone have a fruitful and productive discussion for today. I thank you.
Terima kasih, Mr. Manopo, for those remarks. Yeah, so with this, we will now proceed to welcome Honorable Sakyusa Tubuna, who is the Assistant Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister in Fiji, who is joining us online. Bula Binaka, Your Excellency, you may proceed.
Thank you, Ms. Amida Alizabajan, the Secretary General of ESCAP, Victor Manopo, the Director General for Marine and Spatial and Ocean Management, Republic of Indonesia, Honorable Delegate from the Maldives, esteemed colleagues, participants, distinguished guests. The ocean is the planet's lifeblood and also our home, our heritage and essence of our identity. Fiji and other island nations are on the front lines of the climate crisis. But this is not just a Pacific problem. It is a global challenge requiring a global response. Fiji is pleased and honored to join other champions of ocean protection, the governments of Indonesia, the governments of the Maldives, in advancing solidarity among nations. As the first country to ratify the Paris Agreement and the co-host of the first UN Ocean Conference in 2017, alongside Sweden, Fiji has helped elevate the importance of ocean conservation on the global stage and advance the implementation of Sustainable Development Goal 14, life below water. During its presidency of COP23, Fiji launched the Ocean Pathway Partnership to ensure the ocean's role in climatic change mitigation and adaptation is recognized and integrated into global climate policy. The proposed regional initiative on oceans-based climate action is intended to accelerate unprecedented cooperation, strengthening partnership within our region is crucial. In the Pacific, the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent provides a framework for our collective action, allowing us to pool resources, share best practices, and advocate for our shared interests globally. The partners can engage from a position of strength, unity, and solidarity on matters of collective interest, whilst ensuring that regional efforts complement national interests. The dialogue today must result in partnership that brings together the governments, the private sector, civil society, and local communities from beyond the Pacific. Investments in sustainable ocean-based industries must be mobilized while ensuring that these activities remain environmentally responsible and social inclusive. Fiji remains committed to advocating ocean health's place in climate action, together with other nations. Fiji is also committed to leading by example. We are investing in the protection and restoration of our mangroves, seagrasses, and coral reefs. We are promoting sustainable fisheries to ensure our fish stocks remain healthy and support food security and livelihoods. We are also exploring renewable ocean energy such as wave and tidal power to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. We have also committed to establishing and expanding marine protected areas, MPAs, to conserve marine biodiversity and protect a critical ecosystem. The government aims to designate 30% of its exclusive economic zone as protected by 2030 among numerous other initiatives. The development of a sustainable blue economy that balances economic growth with environmental protection is an important anchor for this work. But we cannot do it alone. We need the international community support to scale up these efforts and invest in innovative solutions that deliver both climate and ocean benefits. Today, I call upon all of you to join in supporting the launch of and collaboration on the regional initiative for ocean-based climatic action. In closing, I am reminded of the Fijian proverb, Nandobata and Ambasikakina Naborsautu. Unity generates prosperity. Let us help each other in this great endeavor for our ocean, our climate, and the future for our shared planet. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Assistant Minister Tubuna. And now we would like to invite Mr. Ahmed Morda, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Climate Change, Energy and Environment of the Government of the Maldives, who's also joining us online. You may take the floor now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I'm here before you representing the Maldives, a small island developing state, a nation that is both blessed and challenged by the vast ocean that surrounds us. By mere circumstance, our lives, culture, and economy are intricately tied to the health of our marine environment. As we face growing threat of climate change, it is imperative that we take bold and decisive action to protect our oceans, harness their potential for climate solutions. Our blue carbon ecosystems, including mangroves, seagrasses, and wetlands, are vital carbon sinks that play a crucial role in mitigating climate change. These ecosystems not only sequester carbon at rates far exceeding those of terrestrial forests, but also provide essential services such as coastal protection, flood mitigation, biodiversity support, and fisheries enhancement. We must prioritize the protection and restoration of these ecosystems through sustainable management practices, community engagement, and international cooperation. By doing so, we can enhance their capacity to absorb carbon and safeguard our coastal communities from the impacts of climate change. Marine transportation is the lifeline of our island nation. It is the main source of connectivity and exchange of people and services. It also connects us to the global economy. However, it needs significant improvements in terms of adopting low-emission technologies, investing in innovative technologies, such as exploring the potential of harnessing alternative and environment-friendly sources of energy remains a priority while we advance our climate actions. Additionally, enhancing marine connectivity through sustainable port infrastructure and logistics can also reduce emissions and promote economic resilience. By leading the way in green shipping, we can demonstrate that economic growth and environmental stewardship go hand in hand. The ocean holds immense potential for renewable energy generation, from offshore wind farms to tidal wave energy. These technologies can provide a sustainable and reliable source of power for our island nation. But transitioning to these options requires significant resources, support, technologies that extend beyond our capacities. By accelerating the deployment of ocean-based renewable energy, we can reduce our emissions and dependency on fossil fuels, create green jobs, and enhance energy security. It is really essential that we invest in research and development, build capacity, and foster partnerships to unlock the full potential of these technologies. Together, we can harness the power of the ocean to drive our transition to a low-carbon future. As a small island nation on the front lines of climate change, rising sea levels, increased and intensified extreme events, and ocean acidification pose significant threats to our communities and ecosystems. Enhancing our ocean climate resilience is therefore a top priority. This involves implementing adaptive measures such as building resilient infrastructure, restoring natural coastal defenses, and developing early warning systems. It also requires integrating climate considerations into our national policies and planning process. By strengthening our resilience, we can protect our people, preserve our natural heritage, and ensure a sustainable future for generations to come. As I conclude, I want to emphasize the vital role of our oceans as our source of life, sustenance, and inspiration for us all. It is our duty to protect it, harness its potential for climate action. By protecting our ocean resources, we can turn the tide on climate change. Let us work together as a global community to safeguard our oceans and build a resilient and sustainable future for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morta. We have now heard distinguished delegates from all three member states that co-hosting this event and also leading this initiative. I would now like to introduce a colleague from the UNEP Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, who are a strategic partner not only in this event, but also advancing our regional decade program to support the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. Ms. Marlene Nelson, Deputy Director of UNEP Regional Office. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ms. Armida Salisa Alisha Shabana, Undersecretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP. Mr. Victor Gustave Manopo, Director General of Marine Spatial and Ocean Management, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Indonesia. Honorable Tubana, Assistant Minister, Office of the Prime Minister of Fiji. Mr. Ahmed Moad, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Climate Change, Environment, Energy of the Maldives. Excellencies, esteemed participants, dear colleagues, dear friends, good morning. I am deeply honored to join you at this regional dialogue. It is an absolute privilege to represent the United Nations Environment Programme, also known as UNEP, at this crucial gathering. UNEP's commitment to addressing climate change includes a strong focus on oceans. These dialogues foster regional cooperation innovative solutions, and sustainability. In this regard, UNEP welcomes the leadership of member states like Indonesia, Fiji, and the Maldives in pushing the oceans agenda forward. The health of our oceans is closely linked to the future of climate action, particularly in Asia and the Pacific. In this region, home of some of the most diverse marine biodiversity, also faces pressing challenges such as marine plastic pollution and the growing impacts of climate change on coastal communities and the ecosystems. The need for collaborative and decisive action is urgent. As has been mentioned by previous speakers, in May 2023, ESCAP adopted a pivotal resolution emphasizing regional cooperation to accelerate ocean-based climate action. This aligns with broader and global UN resolutions on climate change and sustainable development, and with delivering with the Sustainable Development Goals 13 and 14, which focus on climate action and ocean action. While the challenges are significant, they are surmountable with collective effort. As has been previously highlighted, climate change is profoundly affecting our oceans. Rising sea levels, oceans warming, extreme weather events threaten the coastal and marine biodiversity and vulnerable coastal communities across the region. But the good news is, nature can be our greatest ally in combating the climate crisis. Investing in good management of ocean and coastal habitats presents valuable benefits for climate change adaptation and resilience, as well as reducing the release of carbon stores. Protecting and restoring mangroves, coral reefs, and other critical ecosystems is essential. For instance, mangroves, which sequesters 2 to 4 times more carbon per area than terrestrial forests, are vital in both protecting coastal communities and mitigating climate change impacts. We need to employ every tool available to reach net zero. Nature-based climate solutions are going to play a critical role in getting there. This is why elevating ambition in ocean action in the next generation of national determined contributions, also known as NDCs, is so important. For many Asia-Pacific nations, marine resources are essential for food security, livelihoods, and economic stability. In line with this, a sustainable blue economy offers a pathway for equitable prosperity and climate resilience while ensuring environmental health. This can be accomplished through enhancing environmental sustainable fisheries, tourism, and mining, as well as the conservation and restoration of coastal marine ecosystems. The Asia-Pacific region has a rich history of multilateral cooperation. It is through these established channels that we can amplify our efforts in ocean-based climate action. Regional bodies can lead in strengthening cooperation on issues such as marine protected areas, sustainable tourism, and renewable energy from the ocean. In closing, I'd like to thank ESCAP, Indonesia, Fiji, and the Maldives for organizing this dialogue. Through regional cooperation, innovation, and sustainable practices, we can ensure that our oceans future generations. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. We will now have 2 special addresses of very important envoys who were unable to participate live but have sent a pre-recorded intervention. So we will now hear from Ambassador Peter Thompson, the Special Envoy of the UN Secretary General for the Ocean. May I ask our facilitators to play the recording, please?
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings to all who are viewing this video message, and sincere thanks to colleagues at ESCAP for the invitation to join this regional dialogue on ocean-based climate action. I very much would have liked to have joined you all in Bangkok for this important meeting, but When you meet, I'll be on my way to New York to participate in the annual high-level week of the UN General Assembly. It gives me great pleasure to commend member states in the region, in particular Indonesia, Fiji, and Maldives, for co-sponsoring ESCAP Resolution 79/2, to give it its full title, Regional Cooperation to Accelerate Climate Action on the Ocean in Asia and the Pacific for Sustainable Development. I especially applaud your development of the initiative for regional cooperation on this subject. I've read the draft of the initiative and congratulate you for arriving on your priorities of protecting and enhancing of blue carbon ecosystems, of decarbonizing shipping and marine connectivity, of accelerating the deployment of ocean-based renewable energy, and of enhancing ocean climate resilience. If I may say so, these choices of priority are both inspirational and eminently practical. I'm also encouraged to read that the initiative aims to promote regional cooperation both amongst ESCAP members and amongst multilateral and international organizations, regional seas programs, research institutions, civil society organizations, local communities, and the private sector. Without doubt, the achievement of the priorities you have settled upon will require the cross-sectoral inclusion called for in the initiative. Distinguished delegates, you know the mantra, no healthy planet without a healthy ocean, and the ocean's health is currently measurably in decline. Our job in our time, ruled as we should all be by the principle of intergenerational justice, is to stop and reverse that decline. We know that accelerating ocean warming is already having wide-ranging impacts on vital ecosystems. Thus, the important task we all have is to bring forward the green transition. Even if we're behind the curve on implementing the provisions of the Paris Climate Agreement, we can take heart from the impending ratification of the High Seas Treaty, as well as from the high aspirations of the Global Biodiversity Framework. Many of us are seized by the framework's call for 30% of the planet to be protected by 2030, and I urge you all to think about how we can fast-track the achievement of 30 by 30. Mitigation of and adaptation measures to meet the challenges of sea level rise are going to be elevated in the United Nations General Assembly this month. We know that sea level rise is a dire threat to low-lying coastal communities everywhere, with particularly extreme implications for atoll nations. So we must act fast. In a nutshell, stop burning fossil fuels. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to conclude this message with the observation that continuation of close collaboration between UN agencies and development partners in the region will be absolutely critical to the success of the initiative for regional cooperation on ocean-based climate action. It's a hugely important initiative for the region, as it is for the world at large. Thus, I'm honored to be able to commit myself today to supporting it in any way I can. When it comes to the ocean, the voice of Asia Pacific is second to none. Thus, as we travel along the road to the third UN Ocean Conference in Nice in France in June next year, I look forward to hearing regularly about our great region's preparations for the conference and avail myself to be of assistance wherever I can. I wish you all a productive dialogue today, and I thank you for your attention.
We appreciate this message from Ambassador Thompson, who's very supportive of the work that we do at ESCAP and of ESCAP member states. So I would now like to introduce Dr. Philemon Manoni, who is the Pacific Ocean Commissioner and also sent us a video recording.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, and I thank you for the invitation to join you here today in this regional dialogue on ocean-based climate action. I should also congratulate the co-hosts, Indonesia, Fiji, and the Maldives, for initiating a regional initiative for drafting the regional initiative on ocean-based climate action. Allow me also to share with you briefly that during the 53rd Pacific Islands Forum, hosted in Tonga only a few weeks ago, the Pacific leaders confirmed their commitment to building a transformative and resilient Pacific in line with the objectives and ambitions of the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent, where in this case, climate change and disasters and the ocean and natural environment have a fundamental role. Critical yet very complicated challenges to the Pacific, which also require a collective voice to be heard at regional and at the global fora. For Pacific leaders endorsed a coordinated approach towards preparations for the third UN Oceans Conference, scheduled to be convened in Nice, France, next year. In this case, leaders tasked the Office of the Pacific Ocean Commissioner to coordinate the preparatory work closely with regional organizations in the Pacific, the crop agencies, and of course with members of the Pacific Oceans Alliance to support these efforts. The Pacific has long been expressing these grave concerns of climate change, such as sea level rise. Nevertheless, we need solidarity from larger nations, developing and developed countries, partners to support, to step up in their mitigation efforts to support our countries to accelerate tangible actions to reach Sustainable Development Goals 13 and 14. One of the issues that we deal with is that of access to finance. If there is anything that we need to do is to sort this problem out. I also call on you to support the Pacific Island Leaders Declaration on Maritime Zones of 2021. This is critical to support development aspirations of the peoples of the Pacific. It engenders certainty. It allows for Pacific Island countries to delimit their zones and to enjoy the privileges, jurisdictions, opportunities, and also to carry out the duties and obligations assigned to us in these zones under the Law of the Sea Convention. But ladies and gentlemen, the topics you will be discussing in the interactive dialogue today are fundamental, which significantly affects the future of the Pacific. And it rests on fellow nations in Asia and development partners to make a significant change, be it in blue carbon ecosystems, decarbonizing the maritime sector, ocean-based renewable energy, and ocean climate resilience. We look to you, our partners. This is a time of great importance, of great consequence. It is a time where we need to take meaningful action for ourselves and for the future generations of not only the Pacific, but globally. My office, the Office of the Pacific Ocean Commissioner, is fully committed in its role in promoting regional cooperation, robust coordination, and sustainable management of the Pacific Ocean and the resources therein to support the priorities set out through the Pacific Islands Forum in support of economic development and nation-building aspirations. We fully support and advocate for regional priorities outlined in key frameworks, such as the Blue Pacific Strategy and aligning regional efforts with international agreements such as the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular Goal 14, and the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. We look forward to working closely together with all partners, stakeholders in this regard. But in closing, I look forward to the opportunity to help shape this initiative and to joining the regional community in its implementation. We also look forward to keenly collaborate with partners in the future, with all of you here today, as well as those who are zooming in from beyond. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words. Vinaka Sulang Kamaltada.
Thank you, Dr. Manoni. We appreciate his support, and although he wasn't able to attend in person, he did send a delegation of his office to support these dialogues. So with this, I would now like to hand over the floor to Director Simon Nam of the Environment and Development Division to share some procedural considerations for this meeting. Dr. Nam.
Thank you, Manuel. Now we are pleased to inform you that on behalf of 3 hosting countries, Mr. Fuad Adriansyah, Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of Indonesia to Thailand, will serve as the chair of the dialogue. On the role of a chair in this dialogue will be to conduct the discussion in this plenary and report the result of this dialogue, including regional initiative on ocean-based climate action, to the Committee on Environmental Development at its 8th session, which will be convened on 16-18 October 2024. Mr. Adriansyah, may we invite you to assume to conduct the meeting. Please come to the podium. So he will.
Her Excellency Bu Armida Salsia Ali Shahbana, Under Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Bapak Victor Gustav Manopo, Director General of Marine Spatial and Ocean Management, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of Indonesia, Honorable Sakwisa Tubuna, Assistant Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister of Fiji, Mr. Ahmed Muad, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Climate Change, Environment and Energy of Maldives, Ms. Marlene Nielsen, Deputy Director, UNEP Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, Excellencies, distinguished participants, dear colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to serve as chair of the Regional Dialogue on Ocean-Based Climate Action. As been mentioned by all speakers at the opening, this dialogue is built upon our commitment as stipulated in Resolution 179/2 on regional cooperation to accelerate climate action on oceans in Asia and the Pacific for sustainable development. And this dialogue is very important as our commitment to accelerate ocean-based actions to combat climate change. We hope that this dialogue will result in actionable regional initiatives that leverage ocean-based solutions to address climate change. I seek further active participation and discussion from all participants of today's dialogue. Before we start to our discussion, at this point, we will take a short break to take a photo session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we will now proceed to take 2 photos. In the first photo, I would like to invite our head table Excellencies, to stand along with our panelists. And then after that first photo, then we will invite everyone in the audience to join us for a big group photo. So may we proceed with the first photo, please? Yes. Thank you. I would now like to invite all participants to take a group photo, including panelists and the distinguished delegates in our head table. So please, may you please stand up and join the group photo here? Yes. Yeah, all participants are invited. Yeah. Yes. Yes, from the side. Okay. Okay, good. Good, so may I invite our photographers to take the 180 angle? Okay, good. May I ask participants from the sides to come closer to the center, otherwise you will be outside though. Visual field for photographers, yeah. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, good. Okay, so, thank you. I would now like to invite all panelists to proceed to the head table for the next segment. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, so the chairs in the middle, and they will bring the nameplates, right?
distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, this session is intended to provide an introduction to the regional initiative on ocean-based climate action and scope the challenges, opportunities, and potential actions that can be taken through regional cooperation. I would now like to invite Ms. Anastasia Rita Tiziana Dwi Kuswardani, Head of Center of Marine and Fisheries Socioeconomic, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of Indonesia. Ms. Kuswardani will present the proposed regional initiative on behalf of Indonesia, Fiji, and the Maldives. Please, Ibu.
From here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. My talk this morning would be designed to act as a springboard for today's discussion on the regional initiative of ocean-based climate action. Let me start with the background of today's dialogue. Next, please. I think all excellencies and also the chair also mentioned about why we are here now. During the 17th session of the Commission in April 2023, ESCAP member states took notes on the need to take urgent actions to enhance international collaboration for the conservation and sustainable use of the oceans, seas, and marine resources. The 79th session also agreed to accelerate ocean-based action to combat climate change by adopting Resolution 79-2, regional cooperation to accelerate climate action on oceans in Asia and the Pacific, and requested ESCAP to convene a dialogue on ocean-based climate action before the 2025 United Nations Oceans Conference. Next, please. The dialogue will discuss on promote regional cooperation of ESCAP members and among stakeholders, including, but not limited to, multilateral and international organizations, regional sea programs, research institutions, civil society organizations, local communities, and the private sector. And the main objective of the regional OBCA cooperation is to develop an initiative to accelerate the implementation of SDGs 13 and 14 by promoting capacity building, innovation and technology development and transfer, promoting the importance of systems thinking and science-based decision-making and policy development and implementation, strengthening cooperation, technical assistance and resource mobilization, and promoting international cooperative measures. Next slide, please. As you see on the timeline, we already have several activities, and we are now at number 4 on the timeline of OBCA dialogue. And the expected final results of the dialogue will be presented at the UN Ocean Conference in June 2025 as a regional initiative on ocean-based climate action. So we still have 2 more meetings before June 2025, and perhaps there is some small meeting during the preparation. Next slide, please. During the preparation of the OBCA initiative, Indonesia, Fiji, and Maldives shared a common interest in identifying challenges and opportunities for regional cooperation to tackle climate change while also improving the lives of coastal peoples sustainably as an initiative. The initiative, as a voluntary cooperation initiative, is proposed to focus on 4 areas of ocean-based climate action in the Asia-Pacific region. The first one is protecting and enhancing blue carbon ecosystem. The second one, decarbonizing shipping and marine connectivity. The third one, accelerating the deployment of ocean-based renewable energy. And the last one, enhancing ocean climate resilience. Next, please. So we already identified the potential joint actions for a theme or topic, and the potential joint action would be discussed at today's meeting at the breakout session. And for each session, we highlighted the keywords in each action. So for the protecting and enhancing blue carbon ecosystems, we already highlighted the halting loss of mangrove and tidal flats, investment in blue carbon credits, mitigating local drivers of mangrove and coral reef loss, and also scientific assessment of blue carbon. And we also highlighted the green technology to reduce the marine debris, and also about the marine conservation areas, and strengthening the human resources and raising public awareness. And the last one, developing and adapting ocean accounting to monitor blue carbon ecosystem services. This is for the protecting and enhancing blue carbon ecosystems. Next slide, please. For the decarbonizing shipping and marine connectivity, we highlighted the keywords for this topic or theme. There is a transitions to zero emission shipping, green shipping corridors, low carbon land and sea connectivity, regulation and targets for the use of low greenhouse gas emission fuels, low greenhouse gas emission port management, decarbonizing domestic shipping in small island development stage. And we also want to foster knowledge and sharing and collaboration. And we also highlighted the conducive policy environment, and the last one, greening and decarbonization of the shipping value chain. Next slide, please. For the topic C, we also highlighted the potential joint action on accelerating the deployment of ocean-based renewable energy. How the ocean-based renewable energy, how to increasing the utilization, and then promoting cooperation across shared and transboundary waters, and development of national policies and practices, and how to conducting research to identify the new sites for the ocean-based renewable energy, and how to enhancing marine spatial planning and environmental impact assessment, facilitating peer learning of best practices, and we also encouraging for investment in research, technology development, and demonstration project. Next slide, please. This is the last one for the last topic for the potential joint action would be on ocean climate resilience. We highlighted the coastal and urban planning and zoning because I think we have the same concern on the impact of the sea level rise. We also need to strengthening the cooperation and policy and implementation, and how to enhancing oceans science and data, how to building the capacity and resilience of coastal communities, developing climate resilient infrastructure, and how to developing and sharing nature-based solutions. And we want also to promoting a systemic approach to integrate early warning system. And I think the ocean climate resilient need also to strengthening the satellite-based surveillance and how to manage the conservation areas. The next slide, please. For the priorities and implementation, for our priorities, we need to identify the potential priority action, enablers, and stakeholders in its thematic area to facilitate action and cooperation of governments, international organizations, private sector, etc., during the meeting today in the breakout session. So we hope the discussion would be, the presentation and the discussion during the breakout session should elaborate and support the initiative. And for the implementation, need to be considered how the complementarity and partnership with global and regional initiatives, and how the role of ESCAP and UN organization to connecting analysis with the policies. And for the member state, we can sharing the experience and technical expertise. And for the financing, we need to seeking the multiple financing sources and innovative ways. And the last one, how to monitoring the joint actions. It maybe can be with the biennial review to share the experience. I think that's my talk today, this morning, and the time I give back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Kuswardani. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to help set the scene on ocean-based climate action in the region and to provide initial commentary on regional action related to the technical elements included in the initiative. With us, we have 5 experts and 3 with us here and 2 by online. And I would like to now invite a panel of experts. The first speaker will be Dr. Daniel Murdiarso, Principal Scientist from the Center for International Forestry Research, C4. Please, Pak Daniel, I sincerely thank you if all panelists can keep your intervention to less than 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My perhaps first comment on this interesting dialogue and very challenging for the region is based on the previous intervention or speech by the Ambassador Peter Thompson with his very strong voice, "Stop burning the fossil." So I'm a professor also at the university, Bogor University. Before that, in my previous life, I was also a chief negotiator for climate change, national focal point for UNFCCC for Indonesia. So I've been in almost 30 COPs now. And what I noticed in the past along this dialogue is that fossil burning is very much understated while we are talking about mitigating. And adaptation has been very much left behind. So only in COP21 in Paris, the adaptation aspect of climate change has been piggyback and is going back to back, hand in hand with mitigation measures since COP21. So countries now are obliged to report what they are doing in terms of mitigating climate change or reducing emission, as well as the action to do the adaptation in the nationally determined contribution. So this is a good and positive kind of progress in terms of bundling mitigation and adaptation. I would like to underline this in the upcoming initiative by ESCAP for the region, that it is very important for the ocean-based activities to think about that and incorporate adaptation aspect in the effort of mitigating climate change. I've been working a lot in the coastal zone and mainly in blue carbon mangrove. Yes, it is very much carbon there stored 2, 4, 5 times higher in terms of sequestration compared with the terrestrial forest, but it will saturate. So in general, we can say that nature will never be the solution of climate change. It has to be solved by reducing emission. Stop there. And the current load of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is about almost 60 billion tons CO2, and almost 90% is from fossil. If we are thinking about using terrestrial ecosystem, land sector, coastal zone, ocean, the contribution will be very, very minimum. So it is very important to think about, well, this is buying the time to reach that objectives, but while doing that, let's enhance the capacity, the resilience of coastal zone as well as people who live there. So let's put the human face in this initiative so that we do not miss the boat while sitting in the coast or the harbor. People should be in the center of this initiative. Lastly, when we are talking about collaboration with 4 different sub-themes that we are going to discuss today, it is very important to think about what is the cross-cutting issues among these 4 items we have. And again, I would propose to think about bundling mitigation and adaptation, that's number 1, and put in all these activities human face so that we do not miss the boat, which is going to emit all the time when we are transporting things across the globe, through including the region in the Asia Pacific. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Daniel, for your insight on regional action, cross-cutting issues on protecting and enhancing blue carbon ecosystem. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Anne Francisco, Country Manager, Philippines Global Wind Energy Council. She will share her views on accelerating offshore renewable energy transition. Please.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished guests. And maybe allow me, out of that 5 minutes, just 30 seconds to introduce the Global Wind Energy Council and what we do. GWEC is a nonprofit trade association that acts as the authoritative voice for global wind energy industry. We have 1,500 companies under our membership, including manufacturers, developers, component suppliers, supply chain firms, research institutes, electricity providers, finance, and insurance company. What we do is mostly focus on advocacy and policy intervention, ensuring that we communicate the benefits of wind power to stakeholders. We revel in collaboration, sharing best practices, and ensuring that we do capacity building across emerging wind markets and other key stakeholders. So that's just a quick introduction on what we do. For the commentary, at the moment, there are concrete efforts already to advance ocean-based climate action globally, and these have taken several forms. We know and we have seen high-level interventions and panels specific to sustainable ocean economies. These are being formed. Just held in 2022, we know that the Global UN Ocean Conference highlighted the importance of sustainably managing oceans to combat climate change. Countries are also expanding the marine protected areas to safeguard ecosystems that store carbon, such as seagrass and mangroves. These efforts integrate climate considerations into the use and protection of marine resources, ensuring sustainable development of ocean-based RE. In my country, the Philippines, whilst we are moving rapidly to realize offshore wind deployment, the government already started on a long journey to ensure that we have a marine spatial tool in place to map out the marine users, identify and score risks related to the deployment of this new technology. And while we do this, we also communicate, we collaborate, we synergize with the developers of offshore wind. We include the environmental groups, civil society organizations to find the pathways to a sustainable development. We also recognize the need to foster research and innovation in ocean energy technologies, ensuring they become commercially viable and scalable and deployable to achieve net zero targets. Focusing on ocean-based RE, like offshore wind and wave and tidal energy projects, these have immense potential to play a pivotal role in the global energy mix, particularly in addressing climate change and reducing reliance on fossil fuels. There are massive opportunities specific to offshore wind, for example. It has scalability and capacity for large-scale energy production. It could supply up to 10% of the world's electricity by 2050, and this info coming from a Global Wind Energy Council reports, definitely contributing to the decarbonization goals. Wave and tidal energy will provide energy security for coastal and island nations. OBREs have the advantage of not competing with land use, making them attractive for countries with limited land area but abundant marine resources. Development of these projects offers significant economic opportunities, creating jobs in construction, manufacturing, maintenance, and research. It contributes to reducing greenhouse gas emissions by replacing fossil fuel generated electricity, which helps combat global warming. Additionally, integrating marine spatial planning and conducting environmental impact assessments ensure that these projects minimize impacts on marine ecosystems. We have sort of highlighted the opportunities, but these are not without challenges. Deployment of offshore wind and wave and tidal energy, these would have high initial capital investments. There are technical hurdles. Definitely regulatory complexities are seen, and the issue on infrastructure such as ports and grid integration are apparent. I also want to highlight that regional cooperation in energy sector offers immense opportunities to scale up ocean-based REs. Through shared investments, knowledge exchange, and capacity building, joint research and innovation, it also faces significant challenges related to policy fragmentation, diverging national interests, funding disparities, and environmental concerns. Successful collaboration will require strong political will, harmonized regulations, and careful balancing of environmental, social, and economic priorities. I want to end by highlighting what transpired in the recent COP28. The global stock date outcome called on parties to COP to contribute to tripling RE globally by 2030. This would be required to achieve the deep, rapid, and sustained reductions in GHG emissions in line with the 1.5-degree Celsius pathway modeled by IEA and IRENA. 132 countries signed up to the voluntary sideline pledge, which outlines what are the key enablers to ensure that we meet this goal. To conclude, ocean-based climate action initiatives represent a transformative step towards a more resilient and sustainable energy landscape, aligning with the UN's vision for a greener future. Together, we have the opportunity to drive meaningful change, ensuring that no one is left behind in the transition to clean energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anne Francisco, for your valuable insight. Next, I would like to invite Professor Paul Tae-Woo Lee, Director, Maritime Logistics and Free Trade Island Research Center, Ocean College, Zhejiang University. We invite your insight on priority actions for decarbonizing maritime connectivity. Please, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This morning, Madam Anastasia pointed out green shipping corridor. So I would like to focus on that point. As you know, well, GSC was launched at the COP26 in Glasgow in the UK in 2021. But we have already seen many countries declared and announced GSC corridors around the world. But we haven't seen very clear-cut implementation except a couple of routes. For example, between Singapore and the Rotterdam port. For example, Maersk is the first mover in the world. The company made a prototype of 2,100 container fuel ships burning methanol. So the ship was built in South Korea and then navigated from Korea to Singapore and to Copenhagen, burning methanol. And that is the first case. But what shall we do in Asia? There are two key challenges when we try to implement the GSC. One is higher shipbuilding cost and the higher green fuel cost compared to fossil oil burning ships. What shall we do? In Asia, some countries are very good, have good big companies enough to build such ships. But what about the small island in Pacific countries and other developing and middle-income countries in Asia? Therefore, I tried to promote some prototype model to overcome such two key challenges using the praxis approach. Praxis approach, we are using theory and the business practice and the knowledge and the lessons. So Asia is a very strong 9 stakeholders out of 10 GSC stakeholders. Out of top 10 container port in the world, 9 container harbor ports are located in Asia. 3 shipbuilders, South Korea, Japan, and China, now is building more than 80% of zero-emission ships in Asia. Also, Asia is a manufacturing center. We have a lot of cargoes. Also, in Asia, most of the central government is a very strong leadership with a positive interventionism. So also NK, Japan, and China, South Korea, they are IACS members, Ship Classification Society members, etc. So therefore, how do we combine and collaborate to implement the GSC? One of the prototypes that can be made through the contract of appraisement. For example, in Asia, there are 3 big major countries importing raw materials from iron ore and LNG or crude oil from Australia, Indonesia, and the Middle East. So therefore, we have cargo export, and the shipbuilders, they are all located in Asia. Therefore, we could make one prototype idea to implement the GSC. Also in the Pacific area, all the time we need to think about. Developing country, we have no money, but most countries are complaining, we have no money, so that's why we can't do that. But what about the non-pecuniary idea? Pecuniary idea and the non-pecuniary idea, if we applied pricing mechanism in association with the non-pecuniary system, we could implement. For example, in the Pacific Island, Shipping Commission has the authority to allow some shipping companies how many ships you can deploy into the region. So in that case, the Shipping Commission, without using any money, they can give a favor to newcomer or existing carriers who willingly to deploy small size zero emission ship. That is one of the non-pecuniary idea. Without the shipping commission, the Pacific Island needs huge capital money, and then they can decarbonize at the sea. That is my prepare. This because of 5 minutes time, I can't tell you more detail. That after this event, I'm going to address this idea more in detail in my speech. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Professor Paul, for your insight, priority action for decarbonizing maritime connectivity, shipping, etc. And next speaker will be on the screen, Ms. Melody Offendin, Senior Environmental Specialist, Ocean and Coastal Resilience Lead, CCRE, Asian Development Bank. Thank you for joining us online, and please, you have the screen.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, magandang umaga, sabay diton sa Maori Kia Orana. I'm honored to speak about the Asian Development Bank's commitment to address climate change with a special focus on the vital role of our oceans. We stand at the crossroads of environmental sustainability and economic development, and ADB's ambition and actions to address climate change are more crucial than ever. A bold vision has been set to support the transition to a low carbon and climate resilient future. Through our Climate Change Action Plan 2023 to 2030, ADB aims to operationalize its commitment to the Paris Agreement by scaling up climate finance and catalyzing high-quality climate action. This plan is not just a roadmap, but a call to action for all of our stakeholders to join forces in combating climate change. In 2023, ADB committed a record $10 billion in climate finance to help its developing member countries reduce greenhouse gas emissions and adapt the impacts of a warming planet. This financial support is pivotal in driving innovative solutions and fostering resilience in the most vulnerable of communities. ADB's commitment to combating climate change includes supporting coastal communities. The oceans are crucial for livelihood, food security, and well-being of billions in the Asia-Pacific region, with millions of those living by the coast. Our action plan for healthy oceans and sustainable blue economies pledges to enhance ocean health and foster sustainable blue communities. And a critical tool in this mission is the Ocean Resilience and Coastal Adaptation Fund, or ORCA Fund, which provides upstream support, strengthens enabling conditions, and builds capacity where needed. And all of this is anchored in technological innovation and innovative financing mechanisms to develop scalable and replicable approaches and projects for our developing member countries. ADB's contribution to ocean-based climate action has made sustainable investments in sustainable marine economies, focusing on pollution control, ecosystem management, and sustainable infrastructure. The use of blue bonds, for example, and the integration of digital technologies in resource management have positioned ADB to lead and pioneer new models of sustainable development. In addition to supporting our DMCs through projects and programs, policy-based loans and grants also play a pivotal role in ensuring updated and upgraded policies are in place that are relevant to the current challenges that each DMC faces in tackling issues such as marine debris, fisheries management, and building resilience of coastal areas. Moreover, and in addition, ADB's ambition extends beyond financial commitments. By ensuring that 75% of our operations support climate change mitigation and adaptation by 2030, we align ourselves with global commitments such as the SDGs, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, and UNFCCC's Implementation Plan and COP28 objectives. This alignment allows us to integrate ocean-based climate actions into national and regional strategies. And regional cooperation is at the heart of ADB's DNA. Regional cooperation is essential in achieving these goals, and ADB supports regional dialogues and frameworks that bolster ocean resilience and climate action. Climate change and the oceans are shared global issues, but each developing member country faces unique conditions that hinder progress. The challenges of fragile and conflict-affected states differ from big ocean states, and these two differ significantly from those of mega coastal cities. Adopting differentiated approaches that meet each country where they are at is essential for effective ocean-based climate action. We do recognize the urgent need for greater investment, cross-sectoral collaboration, enhanced partner coordination, and innovative financial mechanisms to address these threats to ocean ecosystems. Regional cooperation and collaboration has the potential to scale up successful models, foster innovation, and enhance the capacity of our DMCs to implement these climate actions. And we play a crucial role in creating and expanding knowledge-sharing platforms and regional cooperation frameworks. We know that building alliances is essential to amplifying the impact of ocean-based climate action. And as development partners, we need to collaborate to accelerate the implementation of these regional initiatives. ADB is prepared to support this through continued investments, technical assistance, and partnerships. By ensuring our projects and programs prioritize environmental sustainability and incorporate nature-based solutions early in the design phase, we can make significant progress in coastal and ocean-based climate actions across our sector investments. Through ongoing dialogues with our DMCs, we can further develop knowledge and understanding of these critical issues, creating a stronger demand for economic growth embedded in environmental sustainability. The vision is a resilient and sustainable Asia-Pacific, where healthy oceans contribute to climate mitigation, adaptation, and economic prosperity for future generations. Now we need to turn our ambition into actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Offenden from ADB, for your insight on regional cooperation and the potential for building ocean climate resilience. And the last expert also joining us online, Dr. Kilaparti Ramakrishna, Director of Marine Policy Center and Senior Advisor to the President on Ocean and Climate Policy, is now invited to share your insight on a global perspective on ocean-based climate action. Please, Dr. Kilaparti.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to have been invited, and I would like to first of all begin by saying the worthy initiative offered by Indonesia in the G20 presidency and then by India in connecting ocean as a major topic of priority for the G20 countries. And the initiative that is launched now by Indonesia, Maldives, and Fiji is a continuation of that. I would like to begin my remarks first by saying that when the Climate Summit in Glasgow adopted a decision on launching an ocean climate change dialogue, that was in COP26. That was the first time that there is a clear and categorical recognition of the role that ocean plays in climate solutions. And I had the opportunity to facilitate discussion amongst all of the member states at the very first formal dialogue at the subsidiary bodies session in Bonn. And what became clear in the discussion was how little the member states knew how to account for what the ocean offers them in terms of what they could put into their national development priorities, or nationally the NDCs, and what they could put into the national adaptation plans. ESCAP taking this initiative with is just the right solution to help member states and amongst the regional commissions that are there, I think ESCAP is ideally suited to take on this initiative and to contribute not only to the member states' ability to factor in this and benefit from the enormous knowledge that is already accumulated around this topic. We have been at it only for a few years now, but already it is clear how much we know and how much we need to know to be effectively incorporating ocean as a solution. But I do want to repeat, reflect on a little bit of what Ambassador Peter Thompson said, and also my good friend Daniel Murdiarso said about the first order of priorities, of course, reducing or stopping the burning of the fossil fuels. Nobody would dispute this. I certainly would not dispute that. But we have been at it for 30 some years, and we are nowhere near reducing emissions, let alone keeping the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius. So we need to find other solutions. What my institution, the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, has done, by the way, this institution is the largest independent oceanographic institutions in the world. We have teamed up with the Scripps Institution on the west coast of the United States and with a number of other institutions around the world, including many governments, including China, India, Brazil, number of Pacific Island countries through Pacific Island Forum, and of course, countries like United States, Germany, France, Portugal, UK, all of them coming together to say that ocean has a say, has a stake in how the climate negotiations are being conducted, and then they would like to reflect on that. So we have had this pavilion in the Blue Zone, starting with Sharm el Sheikh and continued with Dubai, and we will have one in Baku. And what this pavilion offers is exactly the kind of thing that ESCAP is trying to do through this regional action plan, and then say how to put that into the language of the Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Climate Agreement. So that's one point I want to make. And the second point, one that is stressed very well, is the importance of learning more about the oceans through ocean observations. And my institution is one of the premier institutions in the world. We're very proud of the fact that the National Science Foundation awarded us a 5-year, $250 million grant just to continue with this ocean observations. And what our plan in Baku is to take that plan and then look at all the other countries that are doing similar things on ocean observations to learn what is missing and what is needed, and to facilitate the decision making by the developing countries. The very last point I want to mention, vitally crucial, referred to by many of the experts, is the partnership, the dialogue at various levels, local to regional to national to global. It sounds difficult, but it is vitally needed. We just concluded a very important workshop in Woods Hole on building resilience to sea level rise. And we have had people from the local community leaders like shops and restaurants to people specializing in these matters in the International Court of Justice to International Tribunal of the Sea to United Nations General Assembly. And so this is, again, sounds difficult, but it can be done. And I think what ESCAP is trying to do right now is make the first steps on that. And what I would like to do in conclusion is to say that we stand ready as an institution that is primarily focused on the ocean matters to work with ESCAP in terms of finding solutions that would help the member countries. And I would also invite those of you that are coming to Baku to come and see us at the Ocean Pavilion, which would be in the Blue Zone. I want to thank you again for the opportunity afforded me, and I stand ready to answer any questions as they may arise. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kilapati, for your 3 key points I noted. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellency, dear colleagues, friends, as you can see from the program, we will be able to engage in detailed discussion on each of the 4 main themes of the initiative in the next sessions. At this point, I invite general commentary and question from the floor, if any. I see none. And then, do you want to add something? Professor Daniel want to add some points? Please, Professor Daniel.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make use of the remaining time with us. Just to look at across the table here how important it is to look at the prospect of the region in contributing the issues of climate change and how to use ocean-based activities and those kind of strategies to combat as well as adapt with the changing climate. I think the bottom line of the initiative that we are going to design together now is this very word of collaboration. It's very easy to say, but oftentimes we spend a lot of time to start understanding ourselves. So I do not think from the data point of view, from scientific point of view, we will start from scratch. There are a lot of resources in terms of information data available elsewhere for the region. So let's not reinvent the wheel in terms of information and things like that so that we can catch up. The time is really running out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Daniel. If any other comment? Okay, I see. Please, please introduce yourself and then deliver your comment. You have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Binzhuo Li. So I'm from UN Division for Ocean Affairs and Law of the Sea. So I just want to briefly mention that we also having the participants here today. The participants here in Bangkok joining the workshop for the Northeast and Southeast Asia on the BBNJ agreement, so which was mentioned by the Special Envoy in his statement. So the name is, you might be familiar or not, so it's the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and accessible use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. It's a very long name, so but it's known as BBNJ agreement. So I think we have, this week we have to talking about basically the agreement will provide for example, establishment of area-based management tools, including marine protected areas in the areas beyond national jurisdiction, which covers half of, 2/3 of the ocean, so which is like half of the planet. And it also actually heavily refer to climate action, like climate change essentially. So talk about, considering of cumulative effects in terms of the environmental impact assessment, also promote in terms of capacity building and transferring technology with certain focuses relating to climate change. So I do wonder if the panelists could provide some insight in terms of what actions could be taken in this region in terms of taking the opportunities provided by that agreement to support ocean-based action. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe some panelists want to respond, or as I mentioned before, that we will be able to engage in detailed discussion on each 4 main themes that we'll conduct after these sessions. And I think it's better if we discuss on this, on that very technical matters. Okay, if there is no other comment, I would like to invite the Secretariat to explain the next step as we move to the interactive dialogues. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We take note of your recommendation to mainstream the issues of the BBNJ agreement into the 4 interactive dialogues that will be offered later throughout the day. So we'll keep that in mind. I would like to suggest a big round of applause to all our panelists, the online and on-site. Thank you. You have certainly triggered our appetite to dig into these discussions later today. So participants online are invited to join the interactive sessions as well. I would just like to provide some housekeeping observations. So you may proceed to join two interactive dialogues in this morning session, one on protecting and enhancing blue carbon ecosystems in meeting room F, and dialogue B on decarbonizing the shipping and maritime connectivity in meeting room G. After the dialogues, on-site participants are kindly invited to join our lunch buffet, which is going to be offered in the reception hall on the ground floor. We will resume at 1:30 immediately after lunch, proceeding to another selection of interactive dialogues, Dialogue C on accelerating the deployment of ocean-based renewable energy in meeting room G, and enhancing ocean and climate resilience in meeting room F. So please join the sessions that you find most interest. For those joining via Zoom, we will now open the Zoom rooms where you will be able to join online your preferred dialogue or discussion. You can see that on your screens. If you identify the icon, please feel free to join. If you have any technical difficulties joining these breakout sessions, please text in the chat box and our technical facilitators will be able to migrate you manually to your preferred session. Now, the interactive dialogues will run from 1:30 to 3 p.m., and then we will all meet again at 3:30 in this closing plenary session in this conference room as well. Now, may I ask our technical facilitators to open the breakout rooms for our Zoom participants, and the participants in the UNCC will shortly be able to move on. Mr. Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Secretariat. We will now take a short coffee break until 11 o'clock. After the break, please move directly and quickly to the either meeting room on the first floor on the level below. And see you. I thank you.
So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the interactive dialogue on protecting and enhancing blue carbon ecosystems. Okay, I think we should get started. I know that people are still settling down and coming in, but let's start. Yeah, we have a good time constraint. I would like to just provide a very short overview of what we're here to talk about, right? You heard this morning about the fact that we are working towards developing a draft initiative. And you also heard that protecting and enhancing blue carbon ecosystems is one of the 4 priority areas for the region with respect to the need to enhance ocean-based climate action. As we know, there is a tremendous demand for services from nature, right? Both from the point of view of mitigation, but also the point of view of adaptation. There are we know that there is a demand for nature-based credits. Yeah, this is certainly a thing, but there is a multiplicity of ecosystem services that really needs financing and attention also, right? Incorporating blue carbon internationally determined contributions, it's a critical challenge when we look at things from the mitigation perspective, but also looking at how to introduce blue carbon ecosystems into adaptation strategies is also important. I'm not going to spend a lot of time to go into detail, but we know that when we talk about blue carbon ecosystems, we're looking at mangroves, coral reefs, tidal flats, seagrasses, and essentially any coastal ecosystem is blue carbon ecosystems, right? And in this region, we know that mangroves are in particular under particular stress, and coral reefs as well, right? And we also know that these ecosystems rely on each other for their health, right? So we're looking at the need to take a holistic approach in terms of the investment measures and protective measures that are needed. Our work in ESCAP has called for notional targets for restoration and enhancing of these blue carbon ecosystems, and calls for strengthening investment, improving policymaker capacity, and there's a strong call for regional expert networks to support blue carbon integration into climate policies. And our, as you heard this morning, the draft initiative proposes several actions in these directions as well. I think it might be useful before we get into hearing from the experts to just look at this slide again at the regional actions which have been proposed. So let me try to pull them up. Okay, so you see that there are several actions proposed under the draft initiative, and the first one is halting the loss of mangroves and tidal flats, right? It also talks about increasing investments in blue carbon credits, mitigating local drivers of mangrove and coral reef loss, right? And of course, all other blue carbon ecosystems, harmonizing guidelines across the region around scientific assessment, building a green technology-based approach to reducing debris, so pollution, plastic, and other, expanding marine conservation areas and strengthening human resources and raising public awareness, including through monitoring conservation areas, right? The last point on this list, and there are a few other actions relating to supporting enabling environments and regional approaches, is developing and adopting ocean accounting, right? So just take a quick look at these, put them in your heads, and then at this point, I will hand over to our moderator for today, who is Mr. Yanto Rochmayanto, who's the expert researcher at the National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia, to take us through the presentations. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tommy. I'm very pleased to be here. Also, thanks to the Secretariat for the invitation and also for the opportunity to be a moderator in this very important discussions that is protection and the enhancement of the blue carbon ecosystems. Distinguished delegates and colleagues, we are now in the interactive dialogue a panel discussion on enhancing investment in nature-based solutions. This session will be divided into three segments. The first half an hour, around that, we will discuss about experience and insight from invited countries to identify the priority actions. And the next 30 minutes, we will looking more broadly at governance and institution as well as community empowerment and networks. In the last sections, we will have a commentary and open discussions on priority interventions. Ladies and gentlemen, we start with the first segment. In this first segment, we will have three invited experts, invited speakers. Two will be joined online and one on site here together with us. So the first one, the main question in this segment is, what are the countries doing? What are the challenges and opportunities on the blue carbon ecosystem protection and enhancement based on country experience? The first speakers, Dr. Okano Sohei, is a director of Climate Change Observation Research Strategy Office. Will be joined by video. And the second one, I would like to invite Dr. Novi Susetio Adi. Come to the main table here together with me. Dr. Novi come from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Indonesia. And then the last one is Miss Lisana Sabri, Senior Conservation Officer, Ministry of Climate Change, Energy and Environment from Maldives. Yeah, because of we have a very limited time, I believe that all of the speakers can deliver the presentation in very effective way for maybe 5 until maximum 8 minutes each. The first opportunity, please, for the video of Dr. Sohei. Maybe technical assistant can help to offer with us.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I am Shohei Okano of Ministry of the Environment of Japan. Today I'd like to introduce Japan's recent experience in blue carbon policy. First, Japan's overall GHG emissions and its targets are shown here. Japan's net GHG emission is on a downward trend towards our 2030 target and 2050 net zero goal. However, to achieve the goals, it is necessary for us not only reducing emissions, but also expanding carbon sinks such as blue carbon. Seaweed, as a part of blue carbon, has been consumed as food for a long time. The woman in the picture is roasting her seaweed, maybe for snack for alcohol. The historical record shows that in 8th century, kind of seaweed is used to pay national tax. After 17th century, it became popular among people. About 50 species are consumed as food today. There are a lot of local people who conserve or restore seagrass meadows and seaweed beds. To share our experiences of local action, we published a collection of cases at COP28 in Dubai. This is one example of 45 cases. It is a fisherman-led activity and university students conducting monitoring. And blue carbon in the tidal flood produced 2 tons of carbon credits. Also, the tidal floods are used for elementary school education. If you are interested in the topic, please visit our website on the previous page. In spite of those efforts, the size of area of seagrass and seaweed are decreasing nationwide. Due to environmental changes and the expansion of seagrass eater, such as fish or sea urchin. To stop this decreasing trend and to save multiple benefits brought by blue carbon, Government of Japan conducts various types of measures to support local action. Financial support, formulation of law, or help to operate carbon credit system. We think GHG inventory indirectly support local activities. That is because the inventory gives people not only quantitative measure based on science, but also a confidence that their local action is an important part of global climate action. Let me move to the GHG inventory in detail. Ministry of the Environment estimated removal of carbon dioxide by blue carbon ecosystem, especially seagrass and seaweed. Methodology relating to seagrass is based on existing IPCC guidelines. However, we formed original method and parameter of seaweed beds based on academic research. The amount is 350 kilotons annually in total. That amount is relatively small compared to Japan's total emission, but still significant because it is equivalent to the amount of carbon dioxide emitted from 14,000 typical households. Going deeper to see how do seagrass and seaweed remove and fix carbon in the sea. Recent knowledge shows that there are 4 different processes that seagrass and seaweed fixed carbon. That is storing in sediment, shelf, deep sea, and REOC, refractory dissolved organic carbon. Based on the concept, Japanese scientists, in collaboration with government, developed a model and parameters to calculate carbon sequestration for each processes by 16 types of coastal ecosystem and in 9 sea area regions. This is the equation to calculate total CO2 sequestration. As you can see in the last line, carbon dioxide fixed in the sea is equal to area multiplied by fixed carbon per area. Scientist team led by Ministry of Land Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism estimates the size of area, and the scientist team, supported by Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, derived 3 factors to get fixed carbon per area. Those are examples of academic papers we used. I skip the detail today. Finally, this is our result as time series. In 2022, 350,000 tons per year were fixed as blue carbon. To sum up my presentation, Government of Japan supports local action in collaboration with related ministries, academia, and civil society for the multiple benefits created by blue carbon ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Yeah, get plus for the Japan's experience about the seaweeds and algae, benefit and also challenge, as well as the policy support and action, especially in the carbon accounting on that. Then we move to the second invited speakers. Here with us, Dr. Novi Susetio Adi can deliver his experience from the Indonesia. Time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Could we load up my presentation, please? So I'm Novi Adi from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries Indonesia. I'm a special marine ecologist by trainings and just special analyst by professions. So basically here, I will try to challenge myself to show the issue at the regional level on the status and challenges of blue carbon in Asia Pacific regions, then move to the potential joint actions that we can do. PDF file, the PDF versions, please. Yeah, ESCAP. So it's actually the title is no. The title is Team A Novi Adi. Team A Novi Adi. It's not there, maybe.
This one. Daniel Mudiarso, not him.
Can I connect directly from here? Yeah, you should be able to. Yeah. You have the Zoom link? No. Novi Susetio Adi, Novi SUSETYOADI@gmail.com.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, we are sorry for this technical mistakes. We will keep Pak Novi and we go to the next presentation from Miss Lisana Sabri. She is the Senior Conservation Officer from the Ministry of Climate Change and Energy and also Environment, Maldives. She will be joined online. Miss Lisana, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Could
please,
you share the presentation that I have given?
Yeah, please. Yeah, Miss Liana, the screen is yours.
Thank you so much. So my name is Lisama Sabri. I work for the Biodiversity Conservation section of the Ministry of Climate Change, Environment and Energy. I'll be talking about protecting and enhancing blue carbon ecosystems in the Maldives. Next slide, please. First, I will just go briefly what Maldives is. Maldives is a small country spread across a large ocean area in the Indian Ocean. We are about 1,190 coral islands divided into 26 natural atolls. The islands are very small in size, and we are very low lying, less than 1 meter above sea level. We have, when it comes to coastal and marine biodiversity, I would say we have outstandingly rich coastal and marine biological diversity. We have coral reefs, mangroves, seagrass beds, and so on. And we have several marine species that contribute to our economy and livelihoods. Next slide. When it comes to major challenges, we have climate change, waste management, development pressures. When we look into 5 major drivers of biodiversity loss, such as land and sea use change, sea level, climate change, developmental pressures, and all of those things, we experience this in the Maldives. And this is a big deal for us because Maldives is a country that is very much dependent on our biodiversity. When it comes to our economy, for example, fisheries and tourism sector, they derive direct benefits from our coastal and marine ecosystems, our livelihoods, our way of life. Even the mere existence of our country is dependent on these ecosystems. So it is very important for us to conserve, restore, and manage these ecosystems so that we can have them for future generations. Next slide. But we do have opportunities as well. We now have a decentralized governance arrangement. We have city councils, atoll councils, and island councils. And this really enables us to make sure that the island communities take ownership of their coastal and marine ecosystem, for example, mangrove ecosystems, and they try to protect and manage it themselves. We have national policies for a lot of sectors, such as climate, biodiversity, chemicals, waste, energy, and so on. While these policies are there, I would also say there's room for improvement also, but just to have these policies creates an opportunity for us to go with better conservation planning and also better decision-making process as well. We have private sector engagement, we have public-private partnerships, especially in the tourism sector, which is very much conservation oriented. So it helps us because when it comes to government, sometimes it's not as easy to carry out some of the projects, but through these private sector engagements, we are able to do that. And also in the past few years, we have had civil society development, community-based activities, and NGOs. There are several NGOs who actively work on conservation and environment protection in the Maldives. Next slide. Current status, we have, there's actually a mistake in this slide. It is 93 protected areas at the moment. We have coral reefs, mangrove, seagrass bed. I have highlighted, I have added coral reefs here, even though it's not a blue carbon ecosystem, because coral reefs help in protecting mangrove and seagrass beds because they are all coastal ecosystems and they work together in building the resilience of the islands. So all of this together, they actually help us in becoming more resilient and also in our fight against climate change. We have individual seagrass beds protected as well, but when we protect full islands, we include seagrass beds in the protected area boundaries. And these are all protected areas, but in addition to this we also have other effective area-based conservation measures. We have introduced this to tourism sector, but we are looking into introducing fisheries OECMs and agriculture OECMs and also other sectors such as the infrastructure sector. Next slide. Then looking into practical actions in the Maldives, we currently have 3 atolls as UNESCO biosphere reserves, and these are very successful models when it comes to sustainable financing as well, and then it also benefits communities while also protecting and conserving the blue carbon ecosystems. Again, there's a mistake here. It is 93 protected areas. While there are 93 protected areas, I also want to highlight here that management and effective management of these areas is a huge challenge for the Maldives. We only have 5 areas with effective management plans. So in the future, we are looking into developing more effective areas with management plans and possibly looking into IUCN green listing status for some of these areas. And together with protected areas, we also have protected species regulations. And for some of the areas, for example, the biggest marine protected area in the Maldives is based on whale sharks. So unless we have a species management plan along with the area management plan, we will not be able to achieve the conservation outcomes that we want. So I just wanted to highlight that it is very important to have species management plans as well as area management plans. We do have species guidelines as well, along with the management plans for the species. Next slide. I also wanted to touch upon natural capital accounting. We have started a pilot project under Enderi project for one of the atolls called Lamu Atoll in the Maldives. This project, known as Enhancing National Development Through Environmentally Resilient Islands, will complete the first ever natural capital accounts for the Maldives in this November. So we will have accounts for seagrass, mangroves, and coral reefs for the Maldives. And we are hoping that after these accounts are developed, it will really help us understand what we have when it comes to blue carbon ecosystems, and then it would help better decision making process, because Maldives is a country where a lot of reclamation, dredging, coastal protection measures, coastal modification activities go on. So unless we know what we have and the value of them, we are sometimes not able to convince the decision makers and say we cannot develop this area. So this is something that would be really helpful in the future. Next slide. So looking into our future plans, we want to protect and conserve and restore coastal ecosystems that would bring about ecological well-being, economic well-being, as well as human well-being. Next slide. So here are some of our future plans. We are looking into expanding our network or system of protected areas and other effective area-based conservation measures. There are some atolls in the Maldives that currently do not have any protected areas, and we have plans to do ecological assessments and then identify biodiversity hotspots or key biodiversity areas, and then protect them as legal, and then designate them as legally protected areas. The current government also has a new pledge to designate 3 new atoll-level biosphere reserves. So this will be in addition to the current 3 atoll-level biosphere reserves. Based on the successful model, we are thinking of having 3 new UNESCO biosphere reserves at atoll level in the Maldives. And there's also another pledge by the current government to have at least 1 nature park in each atoll of the Maldives. And nature park is also a category of protected areas. And here the main point is that the nature park allows for the communities to generate economic benefits from the protected areas. There's another pledge to plant 5 million trees in 5 years. I wanted to highlight this because we are also focusing on mangrove ecosystems and restoration of these areas through this project. And also natural capital accounting, we are thinking of expanding to other atolls. We have already secured funding for that. So we will be looking into expanding to maybe 2 more atolls next year, and also try and have maybe a national picture for one of the ecosystems. It could be coral reefs, mangroves, or seagrass bed, to say this to complete the accounts for one whole ecosystem for the whole country. And also I wanted to highlight more this nature fund. We are trying to have a nature fund for the country through a JEF8 project that we are working on, because we see that it is not very easy to mobilize local funding for conservation, but We just got approval for this from our cabinet. So annually, government will be contributing something to this fund. We will be having philanthropic funding and other sorts of funding. So with this nature fund, we will be able to do more conservation activities in the Maldives. Next slide. Just looking into some of the regional actions, we have regional projects. We have one with UN ESCAP as well. We have Bay of Bengal Large Marine Ecosystem Project. We have another project on blue carbon as well, where we are trying to quantify blue carbon in the Maldives for mangroves and seagrass beds. And of course, there's several regional cooperations ongoing, such as through SACEP and all other regional organizations. And we are currently also the chair for the Asia Protected Areas Partnership, and we will be hosting a meeting soon in the Maldives also. Next slide. That's it. Thank you so much.
Applause for the Miss Lisana Sabri for the sharing experience from Maldives about the coral island as a coral island country. Yeah, the Maldives has the challenge and also the opportunity at the same times. I underline the one interesting practical action about the natural capital accounting. Let's discuss more detail later. Then we will go to the next presenter, Pak Dr. Novi.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank you,
you,
Mr. Moderator. Hello, everyone. I'm again. So, yeah, I will go from the next slide, please. Yeah. Can somebody operate this? Thank you. Next, please. Next, I will skip the basic definition of blue carbon and its functions. Next, please. Yeah, and I will briefly go to the status and challenges of blue carbon ecosystem in the Asia Pacific regions. I borrow largely from these publications by ESCAP itself. Next, please. So this is the area extent of blue carbon ecosystem plus coral reef actually in the Asia Pacific regions. So in the Asia Pacific regions, it has almost 7.5 million hectares of mangrove, providing ecosystem service valued at 1.5 trillion US dollar annually. Next, please. And this is for seagrass. Yeah, seagrass is in the Asia Pacific region is more or less a quarter of the world seagrass. Yeah, and it has the impressive blue carbon functions. Yeah, here, and it provides also ecosystem service valued at approximately 432 billion US dollar annually. So mangrove 1 trillion US dollar, and for seagrass 432 billion US dollar annually. So it's something that cannot be overlooked. Okay, next, please. But we have challenges, for those ecosystems in the Asia Pacific regions. Next, please. Yeah, so from 1996 to 2020, there is a loss of 4.3%, of mangrove in these regions. And actually, it is the highest decline of global mangrove, accounting for, it's lost, 63% of the global loss. So it's a huge loss, actually. Okay. Next. And the main causes are, here, aquaculture, conversions for agriculture, and also from natural disaster and direct and indirect coastal development, including settlements. And actually, 2% of mangrove in the Asia Pacific regions loss could lead to emissions equating to 49 millions of cars. That's huge numbers. So this is the main causes of the mangrove loss in the Asia Pacific regions. Next, please. And similar to its seagrasses, the main causes are rather different. proportionally, but the two main causes of degradations are water quality, the degradation of water quality, and coastal development. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, this emission loss of the seagrass in the Asia Pacific regions is equivalent to 1.5% of the annual global carbon emission from deforestation. Huge loss. Next. So opportunities for joint actions. Basically, the next 5 cases from Indonesia, which might be scaled up to the regional level, revolved around these pictures. How to transform from unhealthy or degraded to healthy, so that blue carbon functions could return or could be optimized, basically. Next one, please. The first example from Indonesia, and it relates to regulations. Ms. Hitomi just mentions in the introductions, NDC. This is the evolutions of Indonesian NDC from I, intended NDC, first NDC, updated NDC, enhanced NDC, and will be second NDC. And there will be new sector under our NDC, which was already approved by our national focal point for UNFCCC, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, marine sector. Before there are 5 either sectors: energy, transportation, waste, etc., but no explicitly marine sector. So in the next second NDC, there will be new sector, marine, where blue carbon is part of it. So any regulation related to blue carbon ecosystem are important. So we need regulation. Regulations for halting the loss, regulations for supporting the national rehabilitation actions, we need regulations. So this is just an example under the regulation component for our NDC. Next one, please. Yeah, so yeah, this is conserving and rehabilitating. Yeah, so I borrow again from the ESCAP's publications on the blue carbon ecosystem that a national mangrove restoration target of 1,350 kilometers square by 2030 is proposed for the Asia Pacific region. The number, the number it might be debatable, 1,000, because each national targets might exceed these values, but this is what stated by the report. Yeah, and yeah, there are some benefits of that national restoration target. Yeah, recover. And but again, this is still notional. Yeah, it's not definitive yet, indicative. But according to an Indonesian study by our colleagues, yeah, protecting, example, by avoiding the loss by establishing protected area is much better than planting. So this is basically the potential accumulative carbon emission reductions from different scenario, but the blue and the green one includes both includes restorations. And this one doesn't include restoration, only avoiding the mangrove degradation. So as you can see, yeah, the result is much different. So it's better to protect than to plant. Yeah, it can be in the form of protected areas and others. Next one, please. This is the network. Yeah, we need to establish network, organized network. Next, please. So this is our established network. It's not operational yet, but we are going toward the operational. We are as the national focal point for blue carbon or marine sector under the climate change policy. And here's some area, and then some area have some sub-coordinator. We are the coordinator of the core sub-coordinators, and the sub-coordinator connects to other institutions, university, local government, NGO. This is the conceptual network. Next one. This is the implementation on network. Indonesia stretched from west to east. This is the core. And these black ballot are the sub-coordinators, and those blue ballots are the member of the networks, nodes, NGO, university, local government. Next, this is the form of the activities. So we requested our members to collect blue carbon samples, to do drone mapping, yeah. And then next one, we also conducted a standardized national seagrass mapping, training of trainers with our members of the network. Next, please. Yeah, this is just activities of the training in the fields. Next. And then it's possible to scale up the network at the regional level. Next, please. This is the country's national focal point for blue carbon. Yeah, this is the sub coordinator, for example, or sub course. This is the one country, for example. Next one. And there is a regional coordinator for blue carbon. Yeah, and then this the country national focal point for blue carbon. So it can be scaled up to regional level. Yeah, useful. Yeah, this network is very useful for mapping, monitoring, prioritizing rehabilitation or restoration capacity, any capacity buildings, developing guidelines, data collection and sharing, etc. Next. So optimizing co-benefits. So yeah, we have many eroded coastal in Indonesia. So this is might be green technology. It's made of bamboo, placed in front of the eroded shorelines, and then through times, sediments is retained in the back side of the bamboo fences, and mangrove grows naturally. So it is co-benefits. And the last one is implementing high quality and integrated blue carbon projects. As Professor Dana Mordia also mentions in the plenary sessions, the focus is people. So yeah, we need to conduct, so blue carbon is not just like a mere commodity. Yeah, the conservation and the rehabilitation should contribute to the climate change mitigation and adaptations, empowering local community, and contributing to ecosystem services or environments. And yeah, this is just information about the blue carbon credits. That's it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Novi. Share from the Indonesian perspective about the blue carbon, including the potential of the blue carbon market on that. Yeah, might be because of the limited time. Better I move to the second segment. Yeah. Thank you for the all presenters on this first segment, and now we will invite for the second segment, and you can back to your table. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now go to the next 30 minutes for the second section. The main question are what institutions and capacities need to be strengthened, what kind of support and collaboration are being developed to strengthen networking and empowerment in improving and protecting blue carbon ecosystems. Yeah, we will have 3 invited experts here. Welcome, Prof. Daniel Mudiarso, with my respect, as has been introduced in the previous agenda. Prof. Daniel Mudiarso is a principal scientist in C4 and also professor in IPB University and also president of Indonesia Academy of Science. Yeah, this is the first. The second one is Mr. Manes Lekol from Global Coordinator Biodiversity Credit Alliance. And the last one, Dr. Jung Ho Nam, Senior Research Fellow, Korea Maritime Institute, and will be joined online. Once again, because of the very limited time, I believe that all presenters can deliver the presentation in very effective way, might be on 5 until 8 minutes. The first opportunity, please welcome Prof. Daniel Muldiarso to the deliver the presentation. Oh, yeah.
The opportunity of this injury time to introduce myself and what I'm going to share with you in this first leg of the structure of this dialogue by saying that the work that I'm going to do with regard to what the organizer want me to share with regard to the governance and institutional issues and how to network, as well as to some extent how to develop the potential market as far as blue carbon is concerned. So with that, I would like also to share that our work that has been implemented in various places in the region. We've been running a training workshop how to do the carbon assessment in the 15 countries of Asia Pacific. We've been working on the ground in Vietnam, Sri Lanka, and next year, from October onward, we will be working in Maldives. And suddenly, Indonesia will be the main area where we've been working, not because we are stationed there, but the majority of mangrove blue carbon is located there. So we will benefit from the experience and also troubles that we've been facing to share with colleagues in the region. So what we've been learning there, that's what I'm going to share with you in the next 6 minutes or so. Right. Right. So again, I'm talking about mitigation and adaptation at the same time, as I mentioned in the plenary session, and also the fact that blue carbon is a new term. In many ways, it's not well understood by the local community where we are going to work with and include them in the process. So let's not to make things more difficult for them to understand what we are doing as planners, as government regulator, whatever. The bulk of the issue is their involvement is very crucial for the success of climate change mitigation and adaptation, because they are the ones who are the culprit, if you wish, not the champion. And we have been working with them a lot and see what the agenda they have. And let's put their agenda in this table so that we can be of help in this context. So we will see from Indonesia, but also beyond. Right. On partnership, we've been working a lot of work in Indonesia mainly, but also in other part of ASEAN countries. You can see here how much we've been dealing with carbon, not only from the mitigation perspective, but also the sea level rise, direct measurement and assessment and the potential of coping with sea level rise, while we are working in the field looking at also the way the local community is doing with regard to the resources they have, coastal fishery or aquaculture, offshore, nearshore fishery, etc. So we have been going wall-to-wall kind of action in terms of understanding the issues, not only mitigation, but also adaptation. And everything that we've been doing in the region and globally, we are working in 25 countries, having mangrove intact, are put in our database. So that's why I was saying that let's not do things from scratch. We already have something to start with to move forward. So data is available. And this is picking up in 2016. And now the research on blue carbon is very, very popular everywhere in the region. And people are eager to understand these things. So I think we have the troops, if you wish, if you want to do things related to the people on the ground. Again, this is the wealth of mangrove or blue carbon in the coastal zone. So talking about billion of tons, but Novi mentioned about 3 billion tons of coastal carbon that we have is very much located below the ground. So having known this situation, I think we need to change the way we operate blue carbon related project if the issue is below the ground. So that the threat there really is the aquaculture. So how can we help local community, fishermen, those who are running pond and things like that, without jeopardizing their livelihood? We can improve the livelihood at the same time, also improving the carbon stocking in this particular ecosystem. If you are talking about, degraded aquaculture and up to the pristine protected forest, that's very important to design what to do. So not all mangrove can be done. We can run project in the same way. Everything should be different, will be different. So we did this assessment following the IPCC guidelines. So all the pools are quantified, so we know exactly what to do with this pool with regard to management and involvement of local community. So people talk about NDC. If we are trying to calculate the loss or sequestration of carbon in the coastal zone, mangrove blue carbon, then we need to know what the emission factors are, in addition to the activities from converting mangrove or rehabilitating mangrove or restoring mangrove. So this number, if I can, no, the light is not there, but the issue here is many countries are using the so-called default value in the first column. We provided, especially for Indonesia and ecosystem alike, the so-called country-specific, local-specific, operational-specific emission factor that can be adopted. So this is one thing. And another thing is that countries need to have good data in terms of activities, the area, because in the NDC, one has to report it, the emission factor multiplied by the activity data, which is the area. So if you have an error in either emission factor or the activity data, the mistake of the error will be multiplicative. So make sure we have a better or accurate data in both aspects. The case for Indonesia is very, very clear. As Novi mentioned, is much, much beneficial in terms of mitigating climate change to protect the existing carbon in the intact mangrove. Because if you look at the geomorphic setting, sorry about this technical term, the mangrove are distributed in different setting. Can be a lagoon, riverine, delta, and those kind of situation. And all of them are different in terms of how they accumulate carbon from locally, called autochthonous carbon, and from somewhere else, allochthonous carbon, from riverine, from the sea. They are all different. So it has to be treated differently. You cannot do everything the same everywhere. And for Indonesia, the challenge is really related to the land with mangrove, but not this gazetted for protection or production. And that's the majority, about 80% under that kind of situation, and the potential of restoring is very low. But the potential of involving local community are very high. So this is the message that I would like to underline from these places in Indonesia. Can be categorized as low, medium, and high potential for reducing emission. And we've been putting this information in a map, and it will be extrapolated for the region. And it is an interactive map. You can click to these sites and then follow what's going on there in terms of activities data and also carbon stock. So things are already made available. We've been very fortunate to be supported by a number of development agencies. I also have to mention here the support of USAID, UNEP, and also Packard Foundation and a number of philanthropists supporting us to help people to provide this new data. So one can jump into this web and then navigate it, whatever you need to know through the map, and it's spatially explicit. Right. This is a bit too long, maybe too technical, but in the regional context, we try to outreach ASEAN countries, 10 ASEAN countries, and looking at Myanmar, Cambodia, but also share the information with Sri Lanka, Maldives, Pakistan, India, and also the Pacific, including Fiji, Vanuatu, also New Caledonia involved in these processes as well. So the work that we've been doing has been mainly published. So if you use the data, it is acceptable by the IPCC guideline or the assessor if you are calculating emission and emission factors. Right. So in Vietnam, the challenge is a bit different. We went there in 2011 and we came back 2 months ago, and what we did there is gone. Meaning that in 10 years, the dynamic of coastal zone is so high. And people were trying to introduce species in one particular situation and geomorphic setting, but it fails. Meaning that one has to learn how the nature help themselves in colonizing mudflat and things like that. So not all species satisfy the requirement of the sites. So we have to think about that, and not hydrology can support. Sometimes we do not need to even plant a single seedling. Only by improving the hydrology, the species will be colonizing the sites. That's happened in many places where provision of seedling and seeds are abundant. So it's low cost, but in accordance with the rule of the nature. So the last thing is about institution and the governance of mangrove blue carbon management, and potentially how to reach the market, the finance stream, and things like that. This is additional information about adaptation. Sorry about that. Again, once we measure the mitigation aspect like carbon accumulation, it is very important to include the, while we are in the field and working with people, to learn how sediment has been accreted, has been accumulated. Because it's not only the coastal zone to build the land when the mangrove exists, but also the way carbon is sequestered. So sequestration is not only from the tree, very little. If you calculate, the scientific community said that the so-called net primary production of mangrove is very, very small. But sequestration from sediment is very, very high, depending on the source of sediment. And we did that exactly in a very degraded mangrove, and it can not, well coping with the sea level rise, but carbon storage is improved. But in places where mangrove exists, you can expect that the sediment accretion can cope with the rising sea level. So in order of not magnitude, but almost double. The sea level rise is about 0.45 millimeter a year, and the accretion rate can go up to 2 millimeter a year. So that's quite something. In some places, it's doubling the size of the coping capacity of sea level rise. Now, networking is very important. I think the region is quite wealthy in terms of information and data, and it's time now to move towards engaging with stakeholders, how to do mitigation in a very design and planned manner, so that we know what to do where and with whom we are interacting with. So this is the idea of establishing what we call in our organization the transformative partnership platform. So please visit this site. You can look at how the platform will help stakeholder. I don't have the link here, sorry, but you can go to our website. Planners, project developer, community leaders and also certainly scientific community can work together in this platform. We run dialogue like this from time to time to exchange notes and ideas so that we can do something together in various places. We have 4 pilot sites, and I believe it can be scaled out to many places in the region as well. So in the institutional aspect, we try to test this kind of mode to work with the government of Indonesia and how to help and contribute in the process of regulation development in order to facilitate the market development, especially when we are talking about credits. And we have to be mindful, and government, each country will have their own idea how to do that. So it's not one size that fits for all. We certainly need to have a standardized method. That's one thing that the global market would like to see. The regulation can be different, but the way the carbon itself will be quantified should be standardized. And that's the way we convince and improve the confidence of the global market. So yeah, we have to put people in the middle of the business. Here is the challenge. Sinking low-lying coastal zone is everywhere in the northern coast of Java, for example. And I believe small island countries like Maldives and other Pacific countries will face exactly the same situation, especially in places like this with heavily populated coastal zone. It's quite urgent to do it now. So in a nutshell, I think science is mature enough. I put enough here because people keep on doing things to find new things. But if you invest 10 million US dollar, I don't think it will improve like 10% of it. The improvement is very small, but the understanding is there. Let's use the existing resources to move forward for development, for capacity building, for improving livelihoods and things like that. And we stand ready to help, promoting this, especially with gender equality and things like that, so that we really work with people with their agenda. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Daniel. So I underlined about the advanced assessment on mangrove as a database and providing the new or the improvement of the emission factor on that. We also know about the large carbon storage on the soil organic carbon. And there is an important thing about how to improvement the community and the livelihoods. Well, we go to the next presenters. I would like to invite Mr. Manish. Yeah, please join with us in the main table. Mr. Manish from the Global Coordinator, Biodiversity Credit Alliance. Yeah, time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good morning, colleagues. In the outset, I would like to thank Hitomi and the ESCAP colleagues for extending the invitation to be a part of this interesting conversation here, which is, of course, predominantly around the blue carbon. And I would like to take this opportunity to sway the conversation a little bit towards biodiversity credits as the new tool or a new instrument in the rise. So just to introduce myself, I'm Manish Lakol, the Global Coordinator for the Biodiversity Credit Alliance. And for colleagues, again, I would like to read from the script because I'm more prepared to intervene from the floor. So I think, well, if I don't have the script, then I tend to drift away. So just to stick to time. So for colleagues unfamiliar with the Biodiversity Credit Alliance, or in short, BCA, we are the UN-facilitated international voluntary alliance of diverse stakeholders, really geared towards realizing the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, particularly Target 19C and D, which encourages private sector to invest in biodiversity through mechanisms such as biodiversity credits, all while ensuring the social safeguards. So launched during the CBD COP15 in Montreal in December 2022, the BCA's vision is a transparent, trustworthy, and efficient global market in biodiversity credits, founded on just and equitable principles and driven by innovation. So we are all aware we face a significant financial gap in addressing the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and land degradation, estimated at around $9.5 trillion between 2022 to 2050. And the Global Biodiversity Framework, or in short, the GBF, aims to mobilize at least $200 billion annually by 2030 to help close this gap. So biodiversity credits is one of the tools available to mobilize funds towards biodiversity conservation and ecosystem services. So they support the private sectors in pursuing nature positive goals, which is in addition to the net zero targets, and transforming their supply chains and investing in nature, supported by initiatives like the Task Force for Nature-related Financial Disclosures and the Science-Based Targets Network, like SBTI, or the Science-Based Targets Initiative in the climate space. While biodiversity credits share similarities with carbon credits, particularly those based on nature, they're also presenting unique challenges. For instance, biodiversity is inherently diverse, as the name itself says. It's local and non-fungible, unlike carbon, where 1 ton of carbon is the same across the world, complicating efforts to measure and compare outcomes effectively. Some carbon projects are now valuing the positive biodiversity outcomes that can result from the nature-based projects to create higher valued carbon credits, including in the blue carbon side as well. But biodiversity credits offer opportunities to quantify biodiversity gains from such projects separately and mobilize additional funds as well. So biodiversity credits also present significant opportunities for indigenous peoples and local communities who, in sense of carbon space, have been sidelined as merely beneficiaries, but who are the key stewards of biodiversity. By positioning them as partners, allowing leveraging on traditional knowledge and practices, enhancing effectiveness of biodiversity conservation efforts, and contributing to the resilience of these communities and their ecosystems. So acknowledging this relationship, BCA has established an independent communities advisory panel to engage indigenous peoples and local communities globally in the discussions, build on their knowledge, and help capacitate them in the context of the emerging market. So BCA defines biodiversity credit as, a lot of you may be wondering, so what is a biodiversity credit? And until April this year, or May this year, there was not a common definition of what biodiversity credits is. So according to BCA, biodiversity credit is a certificate representing a measured and evidence-based unit of positive biodiversity outcome that is additional and durable to what would have otherwise occurred. So this definition emerged from rigorous consultations of over 15 months across different stakeholders, including indigenous peoples and local communities. And this definition is now widely used within the biodiversity credits space, creating a common understanding among actors on what biodiversity credit stands for. Learning from the carbon space, we have initiated multi-stakeholder discussions around foundational concepts and key principles necessary to establish integrity guardrails, while of course promoting innovation and scalability. So hosted by UNDP and co-facilitated by the UNEP Finance Initiative, we engage stakeholders in meaningful conversations, collaborating with partners in both the carbon and biodiversity spaces. The high-level principles that we are developing in partnership with the International Advisory Panel on Biodiversity Credits, a UK and France government-led initiative, and the World Economic Forum will be launched in the CBD COP16 in Cali next month. The principles will then help inform an assessment framework and an integrity oversight mechanism at the global level, which will be based on the high-level principles. Similar work is underway to ensure demand-side integrity, particularly through guidance on claims and their relationship with the projects from where the credits are being generated. We're also working on a digital framework based on distributed ledger technology or blockchain, which will be a guidance to the actors in the space to represent the market in the digital realm. There are several other work streams underway, so I won't go on over them, but currently there are over 50 different methodologies that are at different stages of implementation or development, both on terrestrial and marine ecosystems, to quantify the biodiversity gains. However, the predominant focus has been on land-based projects, often due to ease and cost considerations, even though we know our oceans cover approximately 70% of the Earth's surface and represent 95% of the biosphere. But not to give up hope, there is evidence of interest. Just yesterday, we hosted a webinar on marine biodiversity credits in partnership with the Global Fund for Coral Reefs, which attracted over 900 registration and around 400 participants actually joined. The enthusiasm and questions we received highlighted the urgent interest in the area. So to capitalize on this, we announced the formation of a working group focusing specifically on marine biodiversity credits to provide much needed clarity and guidance on additional criteria for integrity of marine biodiversity credits, such as clarity on ownerships or benefit sharing, which are slightly more complicated than in the case of terrestrial ecosystems. Through UNDP's Biodiversity Finance Initiative, we are connecting with governments, both at national and subnational levels, keen on exploring biodiversity credits as instruments within their biodiversity finance plans and more in general. And one example is Indonesia. So we've been in conversation with Bappenas in terms of the biodiversity finance plan and the biodiversity credits as one of the instruments. Our plan is to support jurisdictions in assessing their readiness, considering factors like existing policy, regulatory, and institutional frameworks, and building onto those structures and mechanisms in line with the global standards that BCA develops. This preparation will empower nations to effectively engage with the emerging market, currently valued at around $8 million, which is not really a market, but with a potential to reach $180 billion through some transformational changes by 2050. So in closing, the path ahead is challenging yet promising. So by leveraging nature-based solutions and biodiversity credits, we can mobilize the necessary resources to protect and restore our planet's invaluable biodiversity. So we have noticed that the Asian actors have been less active in these conversations. If you'd like, and well, we've seen from previous speakers that there is so much of natural asset in this region, so much of potential to generate additional financing to conserve biodiversity. So if you'd like to stay abreast the developments, contribute to the ongoing conversations, and really help shape the market early on, please join us in the BCA forum. So I'll share the information through ESCAP colleagues here on the link to join the forum. And I look forward to further conversations. Again, thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Manish from BCA. This is the new opportunities, actually, a new mechanism. This is a good opportunity to mobilizing resources, in supporting blue carbon protection and also improvement. Thank you. The last speakers, the last experts from Korea, I would like to invite Dr. Nam. Will be joined online. Yeah. Mr. Nam, are you there? Yeah, please, the screen is yours.
I'm sorry. So, yes. Okay, thank you so much for inviting me to this very the substantial, very crucial dialogue to enhance the blue carbon and then marine protection. So I'm going to do there is this the time limitation. That is the brief outline of the blue carbon policy in South Korea. We are going back to 1999. That was the first enactment for the Coastal Tidal Wetland Conservation Act. And then now in 2023, last year, the Korean government established the national strategy for the blue carbon promotion. This blue carbon promotion has two main components. One is the protection and the restoration blue carbon ecosystems, and the other one is to enhance coastal resilience from the natural hazard that might be driven by the climate change. And this is the three major strategies. There is carbon sequestration enhancing, and then cooperation with the private sectors, and last one is the international cooperation, the two promoting blue carbon actions and projects. So there are three at the major the MOU to enhance the blue carbon at national level and then so international level. So I'm going to focusing on the two different points at the regional scale for the regional perspective. First one is the MPA and the climate change, and the second one is just the financial and accounting matters. This is the first point on this is MPAS and climate actions. You can see this is the slide. There are so many MPA plans that has the climate action related description, but unfortunately, detailed climate change action plan just only 20%. That is, I would like to call that this is principal prevalence or irony. So I think that as from now on, so we needed to take a close look at regional or site plan for the marine protected areas. These plans has the climate-related actions or not. That is the first point. And the second point is just paper parks and MPA networks. I think that this MPA network is just a global or regional perspective in terms of regional perspective is very, very important. The key work to deal with the climate change issues and then to address the climate change by using the marine ecosystems. So there are so many the protected areas and Maldives and Indonesia and then the other Vietnam, the other countries, they have their own marine protected areas. But I'm not sure that these all, including South Korea, all marine protected areas has the really managed by the to achieve the protection of integrity of the marine biodiversity. That's why we need to take a close look at the paper parks issues. Other one is that there are so many, even though we have so many marine protected areas, but the size or the no take or enforcement or the age is quite different. There is 5 different criteria to evaluate effectiveness of the marine protected areas there. So now I think that this is the 5 criteria could be applied for the marine protected areas to deal with the climate related actions. And this is financial accounting matters. The second point, that is the ETS carbon prices. That is rapidly increasing, but as in South Korea, that is only the $6. There's a quite big gap between the South Korean and the European countries there. I think that is the that is point to the private companies to invest in a blue carbon project because they think that they could not gain the economic benefit from the investment to the blue carbon ecosystem restoration in South Korea, especially. So there is the I think that, but you can see that this is a carbon market the double time, 2 times than the currently in within the 5 years. I think that to establish the legal and institutional mechanism on VCM and to create a champion that to the deal with the financial matters, because the many countries that they own the carbon market. That is the most of them is the compliance carbon market is under the emission trade system. But we need to take a look at also the voluntary carbon market. I think that the voluntary carbon market increase might be quite helpful for the enhance the blue carbon the financial investment. So and then so Maldives should delegate the focus on the natural capital, and I think that this is quite related to the ecosystem accounting. So blue carbon, this is carbon. The price is only just at maximum $100. So that is why I told earlier that so private companies, private sectors do not have any incentives to invest blue carbon ecosystem rehabilitation. That is why so we need to focus on the ecosystem accounting. From the rehabilitation and restoration of the blue carbon ecosystems, we could gain the various benefits from the just the restoration. That is the in South Korea the first national the scale ecosystem service valuation for the tidal wetland. I think that this is based to the invest the blue carbon ecosystem restoration from the private company. That is the economic the benefit from the blue carbon the investment. This is South Korea. The case is about the BC ratio is about 6 times. And also, I would like to address the financial the methods that we need to fuel ESG. ESG has a long history from the CSL, but nowadays the ESG is quite became the standard for the private companies, especially the big companies there. The TNFD, TCFD, I think that TCFD is the standard accounting standard will operated in 2005, and then TNFD accounting system also I hope that are activated in within the 5 years. That is why we need to focus on this is accounting and it's related to ESG. So that there is ESG. I think that quite good incentive to gain the attention from the private companies. There are so many ESG project and activities in the world. I think that we need to establish the ASEAN Blue ESG for dealing with the financial matters for the blue carbons. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Nam, from Korea Maritime Institute, deliver about the Korea blue carbon policy and also the potential on blue carbon markets. Yeah, thank you for all presenters and experts. Although we have a lot of time on this presentation, but we still have one last session on how to explore commons and also key questions. Yeah. Diskusi. Yeah. All right, and then we can go to the. All right, yeah. Yeah, and also we can invite the kickoff from the two Oh, all right, all right. Yeah, all right. Thank you. Yeah, maximum until 10 minutes ahead. Yeah, we will invite to the floor to give a comments and also key question about all the presentation topics and also for the initiative for how to support the draft initiative on the cooperation. Yeah. If any, in the middle. Yeah. Okay, the first one from. Oh yeah, and please indicate your name and also the country.
Yeah, my name is Tiawati. I'm from Bappenas, Indonesia. And actually, I would like to take this opportunity to give feedback on the draft of initiative, particularly for blue carbon. So we believe that optimizing the benefit of blue carbon requires integrated and supportive policy, capable human resource, innovative or sustainable financing, healthy ecosystem, and strong coordination and partnership. And I think the draft already elaborated priority actions, but we propose to also highlight some actions such as inclusion of blue carbon in the national and subnational development and climate plans, and also elaborating the detailed action plans. So we also propose the inclusion of blue carbon in the nationally determined contribution or NDCs. So we propose that every country in the Asia Pacific include BC in their NDCs. But we also recognize that baseline and MRV as the core requirement for NDC are still become challenges. And then we propose sharing best practice for blue carbon management and also innovative and sustainable financings. So in this case, we recommend creating platform for sharing best practices, sharing experience and knowledge related blue carbon ecosystem, including blue carbon valuation and also sustainable financing for blue carbon, and such as carbon credit and also biodiversity credit, or also blue bond and other innovative financings. And the last one, we propose that we also put effort on the seagrass ecosystem management, because as my understanding, mangrove already received much attention, but not for seagrass. So we propose to put effort on seagrass as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Setiawati from Indonesia, suggestion in improving the draft initiative. Thank you. The second comment or key questions? Yeah, please.
So thanks. My name is Ken Shawa. I'm the head of the Economic and Social Analysis Unit of the ILO for Asia and the Pacific. I've enjoyed the presentations, which have been very scientific. I'm only an economist, and have been very eye-opening. I was just wondering whether all these actions that we have, whether it is biodiversity credit markets, whether it is ensuring that we have ensuring everything that we have said here in terms of the actions that you gave. Is there a way that we see how this could help in creating jobs? I mean, we want to make sure that we restore the biodiversity. We're talking about accounting and all this stuff. But is there a way that we can just find a mechanism that these could actually also be job creating? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khan, about the job creation. Yeah, interesting. Maybe the last brief question, if any. Yeah, yeah, please.
We work with all countries in Southeast Asia and South Asia, and
Thank you very much for your presentations. I have a few questions and some ideas. We see across Asia a big interest in this access to the voluntary carbon market for related to mangrove restoration, and there's no shortage of investment. But we see the most headway happening in Indonesia, in Cambodia, and in Thailand to some extent. But there are some key barriers to actually inviting that investment and being able to ensure best practice in terms of ecosystem restoration and protection in mangrove ecosystems, that equity and benefit sharing piece with local communities engagement in a real way for being the stewards of local resources. Is it possible to ask from the Indonesian participants in the room, like, what do you see as the key bottlenecks in actually making this mechanism work fluidly? And if there's anyone from Thailand or Cambodia here as well, I think there's some similarities, but they haven't yet been articulated in a very, very strong way. So that would be interesting. The other one is, why do you think Asia is not engaging in the biodiversity credit discussion? Why? What's your opinion?
Yeah, thank you. Apologies, I have to stop with three questions only because very limited time, and I invite to Prof. Dani Budiarso and also for Mr. Manis or also Mr. Novi to give a response for all the audience.
Okay, I like that term, bottleneck. We used to have an institution, legal institution to debottlenecking things like that, but it's no longer there. My gut feeling as scientists here to look at what's going on, in fact, there are many project document already on the tables for blue carbon, especially mangrove. Two things I need to underline here. One is, countries need to meet their NDC target, and many of them are not very confident in terms of how the market will be played by players, by buyers and investors and things like that. Besides, the regulatory framework is not very firm to follow. So from both sides, it's a lot of uncertainties. But knowing the commitment, so NDC is no longer contribution, it's a commitment, it's a must. So you can feel how nervous government are in terms of meeting this target, and land sector will be the main sort of champion to achieve that. And Indonesia certainly declare that in 2030 will be net sink from land sector. So with that kind of in mind, this kind of thing need to be factored in order to play around in the investment or finance stream sector. Secondly, I think the methodology quite varies from one accredited or creditor or certifier to the others, and things need to be harmonized. And as I show in my last maybe 2 slides, we try to help what is the bottleneck in terms of regulation, in terms of standard and methodology, if we can harmonize them at all with the existing regulation. So those are my 2 cents.
Yeah, about the job creation, maybe can you have a response?
I don't know. I don't want to pretend I know everything.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Daniel. Maybe you have a response for the questions. Yes. Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Ken, I believe, right? From ILO. Yeah, to your question, yeah, we know that biodiversity credits is very kind of like a new kid in the block, but we have learned a lot of lessons from previous markets. And the idea is to pretty much build on those lessons. And one of the primary focus of biodiversity credits has been in terms of inclusion and equity. So that means how can we bring indigenous peoples and local communities as central to any biodiversity credit project? Because we know indigenous peoples and local communities are the stewards. And recently there has been some kind of discussion about this figure that 80% of the biodiversity is protected by indigenous peoples and local communities. But no matter what the figure is, but we know any project for its success, we need local community fully on board. And the purpose of these projects is to ensure that they come on board as not just, beneficiaries, but pretty much in its design, its implementation as partners, and then contribute in terms of even monitoring and so on, so that there is equity going to the communities. But in addition, most of the biodiversity credit methodologies that are in development and are being implemented to some extent are looking at equity sharing of about at least 60% going back to the communities. So that is, I think, something substantial contribution going to the communities, not just to deliver the environmental benefits, but also deliver in terms of the social and the economic aspects of those communities. And if I may just briefly answer to, sorry, I didn't get your name, but IUCN colleague, that, that is something that I am really trying to do this year, is to focus more on Asia and get colleagues from Asia more engaged in the conversations, because we know that Japan has the largest number of early adopters for the Task Force for Nature-related Financial Disclosures, compared to any other countries in the world. But I think one of the main barriers is, again, what has happened in the carbon space. And that has sort of created this mistrust among different players. So, yeah, I think that's one of the key barriers, but we can continue that conversation. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Manis. And we have more time, and I think we have to stop this very interactive, very important discussion. Yeah, we are now at the end of the session. I'm pretty sure that the Secretariat has taken many important notes. However, as a short general note for our wrap-up, I would like to deliver some points. The first one, we have explored experience, insights from countries and also experts to enrich the draft initiative for regional cooperation and ocean-based actions. We have many potential on blue carbon ecosystem, seaweed, algae, mangrove, of course, and also coral reef, and etc. But we are also facing common challenges, and then lead to the need of how to create the partnership in regional and global area from government, institution, private sectors, community, and many entities. And also we open to new mechanism on how to create or mobilizing the resource. Thank you very much for kind attention, and apologies for any mistakes during this session. Applause for our session for all of us. And then I give the time to the chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. We are going to go downstairs to the reception hall for lunch on the ground floor. And see you back in conference to the next interactive dialogue right after lunch. So you'll go to either meeting rooms F or G again. We will talk about renewable energy in meeting room G and ocean climate resilience in meeting room F. Okay. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this interactive dialogue on decarbonizing shipping and maritime connectivity as part of the overall regional dialogue on ocean-based climate action. My name is Araja Murzina. I work at ESCAP Transport Division, Chief of Transport Connectivity and Logistics section. And this interactive dialogue, in keeping with our traditional support to the Asia Pacific Day for the Ocean, is being led by UN ESCAP Transport Division in terms of substantive contribution. I'm very pleased to have with us quite a good, I would say, excellent number of participants, both in person and online. We have many participants from the countries and other research organizations and other types of participants joining us via the online platform. So we will keep an eye on for the comments and questions. But as you can see as well from the program, we have an impressive array of speakers for this session that will take us through the main issues, lessons learned, and results of some technical work on country experience on decarbonizing shipping and promoting sustainable maritime connectivity and port development. We are very privileged here to have an small opening session for our interactive dialogue. And first, I will give the floor to Mr. Wei Min Ren, Director of Transport Division of UN ESCAP, for his opening remarks. Please, Mr. Ren, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Azar. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all the participants of this interactive dialogue session on decarbonizing shipping and maritime connectivity, organized to support the regional dialogue on ocean-based climate action, an interdisciplinary initiative which brings together several key sectors of ocean economy, including shipping. So I'm honored to welcome speakers from our member states and academia, especially Mr. Pitek Watanapong Piso, Director, Marine Safety and Environment Bureau, Ministry of Transport, Thailand. So Dr. and Captain Miftaho Hadi, Deputy Director, Maritime Pollution Prevention and Safe Management and Environment Protection, Ministry of Transport, Indonesia. So Ms. Margarita Antonio, Assistant CEO of Maritime Division, Ministry of Works, Transport and Infrastructure, Samoa. Ms. Veronique Schultz, Senior Policy Officer, Department Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and Arts, Australia. And Professor Paul Tai-Wu Lee, Director of Maritime Logistics and Free Trade Island Research Center at Ocean College, Zhejiang University. So our session today will address an urgent and pivotal issue that stands at the intersection of our economic aspirations and environmental responsibilities. The shipping industry is vital conduit for global trade, particularly in our dynamic Asia-Pacific region. However, it also significantly contributes to greenhouse gas emissions, necessitating our immediate attention and concerted action. So as we dive into this conversation, so let us acknowledge the stark reality that the maritime sector is responsible for a growing portion of global greenhouse gas emissions. So in the face of the climate change challenge, we stand at a critical juncture where we must prioritize the decarbonization of shipping for the sake of our planet, the health and prosperity of our future generations. The International Maritime Organization has laid down ambitious goals for emissions reductions, so challenging us to innovate and implement effective strategies that can lead to meaningful results. But reaching these goals remains a challenge. So, ladies and gentlemen, the regional initiative on ocean-based climate action outlines numerous opportunities for transformative changes, such as protecting and promoting blue carbon ecosystem, accelerating the deployment of ocean-based renewable energy, enhancing ocean climate resilience, and of course, decarbonizing shipping and maritime connectivity. So our session will explore the dual pathways of decarbonization and enhanced maritime connectivity, and how they can serve as cornerstone for sustainable development in the region. So in doing so, we will draw on the results of ESCAP's work on promoting sustainable maritime connectivity as part of the implementation of the Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development 2022 to 2026. For the last few years, we have organized an annual regional dialogue on sustainable maritime connectivity, bringing expertise and insights from all parts of Asia and the Pacific. The last such discussion was held in Nadi, Fiji, in July 2024, and highlighted the challenges, but also the great decarbonization ambitions of our small island developing states across the Asia and Pacific. So our upcoming Committee on Transport in November 5 to 7, 2024, will discuss the results of these export discussions in an intergovernmental setting and provide further guidance for ESCAP's work on sustainable and decarbonized shipping. So building on the sectoral work, our session today will emphasize the importance of modernizing our ports and shipping infrastructure, adopting low-carbon technologies, and fostering collaboration among our member states. It is imperative that we leverage our collective strengths to enhance connectivity, while also reducing emissions and promoting environmentally sustainable practices. So we will share examples of actions promoting transitions to zero-emission shipping through fleet upgrading and the use of alternative fuels, establishing green shipping corridors along regional and inter-regional trade routes, and enhancing low-carbon land and sea connectivity. So we will also touch on the necessity to develop policy frameworks that support the use of low-emission fuels and facilitate best practices in port management, particularly for our small island developing states and least developed countries. So distinguished participants, when speaking of decarbonizing shipping and the importance of collaboration cannot be overstated. By building robust partnerships between governments, industry, stakeholders, civil society, and academia, so we can foster a culture of knowledge sharing and collective action that drives us towards a green future. So together, we have the opportunity to create a conducive policy environment necessary for transitioning to efficient and sustainable shipping. As we embark on this journey today, so let us remain mindful of the challenges ahead, but also of the opportunities that lie within our grasp. Decarbonizing shipping and enhancing maritime connectivity is not just a challenge to be addressed. It is an opportunity for resilience, innovation, and cooperation among nations. So before concluding, I'd like to extend my appreciation to all the speakers and experts for your support and contribution to our discussions. So I wish you all productive and fruitful deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ren. And as the second speaker of our opening session, we're privileged to have with us Mr. Pitak Vatanapong Pisal, who is an expert in maritime safety, port management, and navigation with over 3 decades of professional experience in those matters. He is currently Director of Marine Safety and Environmental Bureau of Marine Department, Ministry of Transport. And I take this opportunity to express our sincere thanks to the Marine Department of Thailand for unwavering support to the consideration of issue of sustainable maritime connectivity, safety, and environmental performance of maritime transport over the last several years. So it's a pleasure to have you with us, sir, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Wai Min Len, Professor Paul Daewoo Lee, Miss Verona Schools, Miss Makidita Antonio, Mr. Asa Chaimulina, representative, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my great honor to be here today representing our Director General, Mr. Kitpet Chai Choi, the Director General of Ministry of Transport, Thailand. I would like to first express my sincere appreciation to organization for invite to the participate in this regional dialogue on the ocean-based climate action. Specifically address the critical issue to decarbonize shipping and enhance maritime connectivities. Our Director General regret this he could not attend, but he has entrusted me to be responsibility of chair of this statement in this important area. We cannot overstate the importance of this event. Shipping is the backbone of global trade, but it is also account for the growing share of global greenhouse gas emission. The challenge of decarbonization the shipping sector is the urgent not only for the health of our ocean, but it also for the well-being of the future generations. The work we are doing here today contributing significantly to the global effort to combat climate change, and it is to reinforce of the commitment we have all made under international frameworks such as the Paris Agreement and the IMO regulations. Thailand recognizes the urgent need for swift action to tackling climate change, particularly in the transport sector. The Thai government is integrated climate change action into the national policy, which focus on the reduced emissions across all sectors, including shipping, in line with the country revised nationality determined contribution we call NDC. Thailand has set a target reduce greenhouse gas emission by 40% by 2030, which the transport sector play a pivotal role in achieving this goal. In shipping sector, operators are encouraged to adopt greener practice by improving operational efficiency, promoting the use of clean fuel, and advancing technology such as electric vessel. Additionally, we are in the process of ratification MAPO Annex 6, aligning our national regulation with the global standard to prevent air pollution from ships. While we still have a long way to go, Thailand is proud of the progress we have made so far. Our work is not only about the meeting regulation requirements, it is about create a sustainable future for our oceans. We encourage on developed and developing countries to share innovation solutions and seize opportunity to advance sustainable maritime policy and practice. We believe that through cooperation and innovation, we can meet the challenge of decarbonizing and contribution to the cleaner, more sustainable future for all. I would like to wish all of us success. We are contribute working together toward our shared goal of protection the ocean and promotion sustainable maritime practice. Let us not only forget the health of our ocean is connected to be concerned with health and our planet and our future. In the end, I would like to thank you and I wish this forum productive discussion and fruitful outcome for the benefit of our ocean and environments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very insightful remarks. So with this, we're closing this opening session. So thank you to Mr. Ren and to Mr. Watanapon Pisal. With that, we will go into the substantive discussions, or panel discussion on decarbonizing shipping and maritime safety. Yes, please, I think we're ready to start. The first presentation will be by Professor Paul Tang-Woo Lee, Director of Maritime Logistics and Free Trade, Island Research Center, Ocean College, Zhejiang University. Please, Professor, the floor is yours. Yep. Professor Lee?
Top, yes. Yes. Okay, so...
Professor Paul, I apologize. We need you to speak into the microphone for the online participants. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you.
Okay, right. So my topic is a strategy, right? We have a lot of times a strategy, right? But strategy for decarbonizing the shipping and improving shipping connectivity in Asia and in the Pacific. There are two. I should catch two rabbits. One is decarbonization and maritime connectivity. So that's why my topic, the two rabbits, will be applied to in the Pacific region. But Asia is maritime connectivity is very good, right? Okay. So because of time limit, I wouldn't talk about the details about the GSC, right? But anyway, I'd like to highlight the two key points. One is 10 stakeholders in implementing GSC. Okay, that is a key point, right? And then you can see 10 stakeholders. Actually, I classified the 10 stakeholders into two groups. One is infrastructure and operation group. Second is governance and supporting group, right? That is my classification, right? Okay, so GSC was launched by Clydebank Declaration at the COP26 in Glasgow in the UK 2021. After that, we had three more COP, right? COP 26, 27, and 28. That is a brief history. And then two more is coming, right? This year, 2 months later, 29th, right? Azerbaijan. It's very interesting. That is the main topic is transport and news, right? That could be, we need to combine GSC at the sea and the decarbonization land transport. That is for, therefore I made a new, I have made a new terminology, okay? Green corridor of a multimodal transportation, right? That is maybe a rising issue, right? Okay, so this morning, as I mentioned, right, Maersk is the first mover in the world to implement GSC, right, between Singapore and Amsterdam, right. Two countries announced, we are going to make Amsterdam port and the Singapore port as a green fuel hub port, right. Okay, that is important issues. But GSC has a variety of names, but Singapore government add one more word, very interesting, green shipping and digital corridor,
right? Digitalization, that is very interesting. Therefore, Singapore used the GSDC between Singapore, Rotterdam, Singapore, US, between Singapore and Australia. That is very important issues, right? Okay, so what are key problems, right? What are key challenges in implementing GSDC, in particular from the Asian perspective, more particular in the Pacific Island, right? They have no money, right? Because two key problems: zero emission shipbuilding cost is much higher than existing ships. I mean the fossil oil burning vessels. Also, green fuel cost is much higher than the heavy oil, bunker C, right? So-called, right? So how can we overcome this financial burden, right? We cannot push, even though you are government leader, right? Yeah, central government leader, right? You cannot force shipping companies, hey, you guys, you must build some certain number of zero emission ship until then. Well, of course, if you are a dictator, yeah, shipping company must follow. They can do, but they can transfer all the such a cost to the end user, right? What would happen in the future, right? So how can we overcome this problem? That is my idea. That is why I'm going to apply the praxis approach, okay, later on. That is a fact, okay? Let me show you very quickly, right? Now it's 200 container ships now on order, and now it's 925 ships, zero emission ships, right? And that is all the list of shipbuilding companies who are building now the zero emission ship, right? Major three countries, CJK, right? China, Japan, Korea, okay? Now I'm going to use terms CJK. Right, okay, so as you may recall, there are 10 stakeholders, right? So that is 5 stakeholders belong to infrastructure operation group, and another 5 to governance support, right? So what are strengths in Asia from the stakeholders, right? That is one port authority. Asia is very, out of top 10 container harbor port in Asia, in the world, sorry, 9 container harbor ports are located in Asia, right? Which means it's well connected with the feeder vessels, right? Okay, and the shipbuilders, CJK, and then cargo owner. I would say Asia is a manufacturing center, right? We have cargo owners and also shipping companies, right? COSCO, NIK, NWL, Hyundai, etc., right? And then governance and the support stakeholder, right? I would say Singapore government, the Chinese government, the Korean government is quite a centralized government leadership, right? To encourage or to push, right, stakeholders, and the Ship Classification Society, right? So IACS, you know, the International Association of Classification Society. We have 3, Asia has 3 IACS members, right? So this is strength, right, in Asia, right? Also, Asian countries adopted the Asian Port Development Doctrine Policy, right, to develop container port at board. So thanks to those strengths, I'm going to develop strategy how to implement, and then GSC, and then how to improve connectivity issues as well. Okay, thank you.
It was not sharing the online participants.
Ah, I see, okay. Right, so thanks to those strengths in Asia, I'm going to, okay, before move on this, several GSC have been already launched and announced by Asia, right? And Singapore, and between Rotterdam and the US, and then also South Korea, with the US, also very recently, Singapore and Australia, GSDC is launched, right? That is one brief, right? And then, so, okay. I'm going to apply when we go to some hospital, right? Medical doctor surgery, right? Surgeon has a pinset operation, right? So now I've tried to regional SSC, GSS segmentation in Asia, right? Container port and spoke, and then cruise shipping, and iron ore, and energy, right? So now I'm going to propose some couple of possible potential GSSG in Asia, right? Right. So I've already proposed several some potential GSC, right? Okay. And then okay, now I move on to some concrete idea, strategy, how to implement one. So let me take one to explain the COA, contract of affreightment. That is, for example, LNG importer, LNG export. They have a contract at least more than 10 years or 20 years, right? And then LNG port, import port, export port, and then the users from generally power plant. That's all big player guys. So import, export, supported by central government, also users, and then they can get credit worthiness. So they can go approach shipbuilders, and then they can, even though shipping company has a little money, they can build such a zero emission ship. That is already done for fossil oil vessels. That's why I'm going to borrow this idea into a zero emission ship carrying the LNG or general. Okay, that is quite a possible idea, right? I've had an interview with some all the stakeholders. So port authority and the builders and then government policymaker and the shipping company, they are all happy because everybody happy, right, to join this situation, right? Right, okay, so now I'm going to take another small case in the Pacific, right? Pacific is a small island, right? Now is 3 major shipping companies are deploying their ships. 3 players, right? Kyowa Shipping from Japan, and the Matheson Shipping from US, another one, Swire Shipping from the China or Singapore area, right? So 3 shipping companies called the several ships in the duplicated, right? So that's why they caused a lot of gas emissions. Therefore, that is some recently 7. That is my idea, right? Component of praxis. Praxis means is a process of developing strategy using theory, lessons, business practice. Okay, integrated. That is a very wonderful idea to develop. That is also I apply the compound eyes or material approach, several angles, right? And then deduction or reasoning together, right? So I proposed the introduce of a global logistic distribution center. Now it's 3 major shipping companies holding several ports. So that's why I'm going to 4 or 5 global logistic distribution center, right? And then this one, right? Okay. So for example, LDC 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 within the Pacific, and then from the LDC 1 is connecting nearby small satellite island. In that case, major carriers from China, Japan, US, from Australia, New Zealand, calling only 5 ports, dropping all the cargoes, come back. right? And then we are using feeder small vessels, normally zero emission ships, wind vessel or battery vessel, subject to distances. And then that is my idea, right? So that is for two-stage model, right? Stage one, between China, Japan, US, and ANZ, and Singapore to Pacific, right? Second, decarbonization model between LDC and then satellite island. That is my idea, right? So we are ready to test developing optimization model to minimize gas emission issues and minimize the logistic cost, right? Okay. Right, so concluding remark. So far I highlighted, right, the points. In the GSC, we have 10 stakeholders, okay, 10 stakeholders. And then we have faced the two key problems, higher shipbuilding cost and higher fuel cost, right? How can we overcome? In Asia, some developing countries can't afford to build such a high building cost, right? So therefore, I proposed one idea, the COA model, right? Okay, that is one. Therefore, I think is iron ore or the energy supply chain ore, and then raw material is a high possibility in implementing GSS. Second one, Asia is a well-developed container harbor port and the feeder vessels. So, for example, Maersk calling in the Singapore and dropping some cargoes bounding for Indonesia or Philippines, right? Even Vietnam. In that case, we can encourage the freighter or shipping company or feeder vessels or shippers, right, to implement and the GSC route, giving some faith. As I mentioned this morning, we need to consider two ideas: pecuniary aspect and money aspect. One is non-pecuniary. We are just changing way of thinking. We could easily encourage or accelerate, promote the GSC. For example, last 2 months ago, I attended the meeting, ESCAP meeting in the Fiji. Pacific Shipping Commission has a very powerful, wonderful power to regulate. It's like a shipping conference long time ago, right? They regulated the number of ships deploying and serving in the Pacific region, right? That's why I had a private discussion with the leader of a shipping commission. Hey, gentlemen, I will tell you one idea. Without any money, you could implement, immediately you can implement zero GSC. What is it, Paul? Yes. So when newcomer, for example, Chinese COSCO or other shipping companies, they want to join, but COSCO cannot join because they were blocked, right? Okay, so in that case, okay, you can have a meeting, you can offer, okay, one ship, zero emission ship is coming into the Pacific, we can give one extra ships more. So in that case, COSCO is lovely to join, right? And the other big companies, they want to join, right? Such shipping services. That is my idea, right?
Professor Lee, apologies for the interruption, but your time is up.
Okay, that is one example of a non-pecuniary, right? All right, okay, so last one, green corridors over sea hinterland transport. That is a green corridor or multi-transportation system we should consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lee, and apologies for interrupting you, but there's a lot of materials available on this, and I think your presentation really started it off in an excellent way, showing the deep interconnection between maritime connectivity and decarbonization, that indeed the decarbonization efforts can help us bridge the last mile of connectivity, especially in the Pacific Islands, but many of our member states in Asia are also in a similar situation with the remote areas only connected by water bodies. So with that, I will go to the next speaker, we're privileged to have with us Ms. Veronica Schultz, who's a Senior Policy Officer, Department of Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development in Communication and the Arts in Australia. So please, Ms. Schultz, the floor is yours to talk about national policies to promote green shipping corridors, focusing on maritime emission reduction national action plan. Thank you. Just wait a second until we share this also with the online participant. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished delegates and colleagues, it's a great honour to speak with you today on the critical issue of ocean-based climate change. As we face the growing impacts of climate change, the role of the maritime and shipping sectors in addressing global emissions cannot be overstated. Shipping is the backbone of global trade, responsible for moving 80% of the world's goods by volume, and yet it accounts for nearly 3% of global GHG emissions. If the shipping sector were a country, it would be the 5th largest emitter of CO2 globally. Australia, as a maritime trading nation and island state, is deeply intertwined with this sector. Over 99% of our trade by weight is carried by sea, making maritime transport integral not only to our economy, but also to our broader climate strategy. The decarbonisation of maritime industries is no longer just an option, it is an imperative if we are to meet our national and global climate goals. However, this transformation poses considerable challenges. Shipping has traditionally been a hard-to-abate sector due to the long service life of vessels, the global nature of shipping routes, and the lack of scalable alternative fuels that can replace traditional marine fuels like heavy fuel oil. The infrastructure needed to support new fuel types, whether hydrogen, ammonia, or biofuels, is still emerging, and investment in these technologies is often seen as high risk. At the same time, there are clear opportunities. Technological advancements, coupled with growing political will and international cooperation, offers us a pathway forward. And it is in this context that Australia has taken proactive steps to ensure that we are part of the global solution. We are committed to playing a leadership role in maritime decarbonisation, both domestically and internationally. One of our most significant initiatives in this space is the development of the Maritime Emissions Reduction National Action Plan, the MRNAP. This action plan is a core part of Australia's broader commitment to achieving net zero emissions by 2050. In alignment with the IMO targets, Australia is addressing emissions across the entire maritime supply chain, both international vessels visiting our ports and domestic shipping operations. Domestically, maritime emissions in Australia account for 0.4% of our total emissions, but international shipping linked to our trade contributes approximately 4% of global shipping emissions. These figures are expected to grow unless we act decisively. Australia aims to future-proof our maritime sector to avoid a reactive and more expensive transition later on. The MRNAP is designed to set clear, early signals for the maritime industry, providing the regulatory and policy frameworks that will enable a smooth transition for decarbonised shipping. This plan also signals to our international partners that Australia is fully committed to a net zero emission future for our waters and ports. We are aligning with global standards while recognising the unique challenges and opportunities within our region. A key goal of the MRNAP is to make Australia a leader in low-emission shipping technologies and fuels. We are working closely with international partners to explore alternative fuels such as green hydrogen and ammonia, which are produced through renewable energy sources. Australia's geographical advantages and renewable energy capacity position us as a future exporter of these fuels, not just for our own maritime needs, but also for global shipping markets. The MERNAP recognises that the transition to a decarbonised maritime sector must be equitable. We are focusing not only on technology and regulation, but also on the impact this shift will have on the workforce. By upskilling workers and fostering new training programs, we are ensuring that the benefits of decarbonisation are shared across all segments of the maritime industry, from port workers to shipbuilders, and from small regional shipping operators to large international freight carriers. The MERNAP is built around several key core themes. First, we are focusing on the energy port shipping nexus, recognising that decarbonisation will require coordinated action across the entire value chain. The maritime industry doesn't operate in isolation. It is dependent on ports, which in turn are reliant on the energy supply chains. Decarbonising maritime transport therefore requires holistic solutions that integrate clean energy production, port infrastructure, and ship design. One of the key objectives of the MERNAP is to prioritise alternative fuels and technologies. We are exploring the potential of e-fuels, which could play a critical role in decarbonising not only international shipping, but also our domestic vessels, particularly those operating on shorter routes or within Australia's coastal waters. We are also working to ensure that Australia's regulatory framework is in line with the IMO standards, while also providing the flexibility to encourage innovation. Australia has been a strong supporter of the IMO's efforts, including the adoption of the revised 2023 strategy on reducing GHG emissions from ships, which aims for net zero emissions by or close to 2050. Our contribution to shaping these global frameworks ensures that we are not left behind in the international transition toward low-emission shipping. In addition to regulatory measures, supporting first movers is another crucial component of the MERNAP. We are incentivising companies that are willing to invest in low-emission technologies, providing subsidies, grants, and infrastructure support to lower the barriers to entry for sustainable practices. By enabling early adopters, we are creating a ripple effect that will encourage more widespread adoption across the sector. Finally, I want to highlight the critical role that green shipping corridors will play in our maritime decarbonisation strategy. These corridors, which create dedicated low or zero emission routes between major ports, are an exciting opportunity for international collaboration and innovation. Australia is already working with key partners, including those in the Asia-Pacific, to establish these corridors. We are proud participants in global initiatives such as the Clydebank Declaration, which aims to establish at least 6 green shipping corridors by 2025. Green shipping corridors provide a tangible mechanism for scaling up the use of alternative fuels and technologies. By focusing on these routes, we can accelerate the deployment of infrastructure, such as bunkering facilities for clean fuels, and ensure that these routes serve as testing grounds for new technologies. Furthermore, green corridors allow for a collaborative approach involving multiple stakeholders, from ship owners and fuel providers to port operators and policymakers. Australia is well positioned to take advantage of these corridors. Our partnerships with countries like Singapore through the Australia-Singapore Green and Digital Shipping Corridor initiative demonstrates how we can use these corridors not only to reduce emissions, but also drive economic growth and innovation. As we continue to explore these green shipping corridors across the Tasman Sea and with our partners in Japan and Korea, Australia is positioning itself as a hub for low-carbon fuel production in As we continue to explore green shipping corridors across the Tasman Sea and with partners in Japan and Korea, Australia is positioning itself as a hub for low-carbon fuel production and maritime innovation. In closing, let me reaffirm that Australia is fully committed to the decarbonisation of the maritime and shipping sectors. Through the development of the MERNAP, we are taking proactive, coordinated steps to future-proof our maritime industry, protect our environment, and contribute to global efforts to combat climate change. The MERNAP will be presented to the Australian Government later this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schultz. And it's the first time we have such a detailed exposition on this in a discussion on decarbonizing shipping and green shipping corridors. So it's a much welcome addition and an excellent example of the advances in our region. With that, I'm happy to give the floor to our next speaker, who will be joining us online. It's Dr. Captain Miftahul Hadi from Indonesia. He's currently Deputy Director in Maritime Pollution Prevention and Ship Safe Management Environment Protection of Ministry of Transportation in Indonesia. He will speak to us about national policies and strategies to reduce greenhouse emissions from ships in Indonesia. Please, Captain, the floor is yours. Dr. Hadi, can you hear us? Are you able to join us? We're going to give you a few seconds, and if there are any issues, we can go to the next speaker and give you the floor later, but it looks like you're online.
Yes, good morning
Excellent.
for all distinguished delegates and participants. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you, and your presentation is set up. Please go ahead.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Miftahul Hadi. I'm Deputy Director from for Marine Pollution Prevention, Ministry of Transportation of Indonesia. Thank you for having here today. I'm very honored to have an opportunity to address such as distinguished audience in this forum. On behalf of the government of Indonesia, I would like to extend our thankfulness to ESCAP for organizing this very important forum on ocean-based climate action. And not forget our gratitude also extend to the government of Thailand as the host country for this forum. Okay. Next. Okay. That I will explain about the Indonesia condition. There are several conditions why Indonesia should participate in global effort to reduce greenhouse gas emission. I will start first with describing some information regarding the constellation of sea transportation in Indonesia. As we know, Indonesia has 7.8 million kilometers square of judicial area, which consists of 5.9 million, and we have the marine judicial area. Indonesia has a legal obligation to provide the right of innocent species as keep sea land species and the right of transit species for foreign ship. Indonesia is located in the strategic location on the world trade route where 90% of international trade is by sea. And as of April 2023, data from the official website of Directorate Marine Safety and Seafarers, the number of ships registered in Indonesia, as shown on the slide, we can see on the table. Totally, we have more than 100 vessels with a total gross ton of more than 50 million. And okay, I will start first with describing some information regarding the Indonesia readiness to reduce greenhouse gas emission from the ship. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the international world has agreed to reduce greenhouse gas emission from fuel sector. International shipping is one of the sector that is considered to contribute to the increasing amount of exhaust emission from the ship engine. As can be seen, this is a timeline that has been and will be carried out by IMO in order to addressing climate change. IMO is committed to take action to address climate change and its impact, in line with the 2015 Paris Agreement to reduce GHG emission that cause global warming. The IMO adopted the first international mandatory measure to improve the energy efficiency of the ship on 15 July 2011. And then the IMO has taken additional action, including further regulatory measure. The adoption of the initial IMO GHG strategy in 2018 and 2023, a revised strategy for reducing GHG emission from the ship. To support this implementation, IMO is implementing the comprehensive capacity building and technical assistance program, including various global projects. On this slide, we can see that this is IMO MBBC 90 and IMO MBBC resolution on the revision of IMO GHG strategy 2023 was updated. This document is revision of the initial GHG strategy 2018. Yes, this is the policy direction of the Directorate Transportation from 2020 until 2024. In supporting a sustainable and resilient maritime transport development, the Directorate of Sea Transportation adopted a strategy plan. It is planning document that is guided by the National Midterm Development Plan on this strategy plan is regularly evaluated and updated every 5 years. This we have the 6th strategy, and the next slide. And this is a map of main logistic network with the hub connection. We are trying to strengthen the network among international hub ports and feeder ports all over Indonesia to improve connectivity performance between region and supporting the regional economy. We are in the progress of developing new international hub ports, construction and development of 7 international hub ports. It is to support the development special economy zone, which is one of the government priorities such as agriculture, industry, mining, and others. And there are 17 feeder ports all over in Indonesia connecting with the hub port. Ladies and gentlemen, in this slide, let's talk about Indonesia commitment on climate change. As shown in the slide, here is a timeline of Indonesia commitment to address climate change globally. This is the effort that has been carried out by Indonesia government to addressing climate change. And Indonesia is one of the countries that signed of Paris Agreement, and we had been ratified the Paris Agreement. Since 2016, Indonesia has adopted the National Determined Contribution of NDC, followed by the NDC Roadmap Mitigation 2019 and adoption in 2020. Update NDC 2020 long-term strategy on low carbon and climate resilience, enhanced NDC in 2022, and Indonesia net zero emission roadmap also in 2022. Based on the enhanced NDC document, at the end of the September 2020, Indonesia set a new target for reducing GHG emission of 31.98% and conditional target up to 43.2% compared with the business as usual scenario. According to Indonesia national policy, as stated on the document long-term strategy on low carbon and climate resilience, Indonesia commitment to achieve from all sectors zero emission by 2060 or sooner. It's aligned with the level of ambition of revision of IMO GHG strategy 2023 that has been adopted on MEPC 80. Ladies and gentlemen, to achieve the target of NDC in 2030, the Ministry of Transportation has issued the regulation on the mitigation action in climate change in transportation sector. This regulation has been amended with the Ministry Decree number 8 of 2023. In this new regulation, there are 3 additional mitigation actions on the sea transportation sector from 7 actions become 10 actions. This regulation also covers planning, controlling, data collecting, calculating, and evaluation. So this is 10 of mitigation action plan in the maritime transport sector to reduce the greenhouse gas from ship and port activity. The first one is a modernization of ship, and the second one implementation of ship energy efficiency management plan, and also anti-fouling system for the ship hull, and the number 4, and onshore power supply at the ports. And next is ship telecommunication services, and then electrification of loading and unloading equipment facilities in port, utilization of solar power strength, utilization of solar power street lighting in port, and also solar power street lighting in port by solar power plant and A2 navigation system. And also we are use of low carbon fuel for the all ship in Indonesia. As I mentioned before, that the ministry have the Ministry Decree number 8 2023 from the 10 mitigation action plan in the maritime transport sector to reduce GHG from the ship and port activities. We have implemented 5 of them, like to support the modernization of ship. Indonesia also support the recycle the ship that are no longer seaworthy with the all that are not efficient in the full consumption by authorities, the ship recycling facilities. And the second one is implementation of a ship energy efficiency management plan. And the third one, the enforcement of the anti-fouling system applied of all the ship. And the fourth one is the implementation of onshore power supply on the ports, and then use the low carbon fuel for the ship. And I'm pleased to present our achievement in reducing greenhouse gas emission. Our effort focus on several key activities aimed to enhancing energy efficiency and sustainability within the maritime sector. For the modernization ship, this initiative had led to a significant reduction in GHG emission by 250,000 tons of CO2. And for implementation of onshore power supply, we have reduced emission for 54.89 ton of CO2. And for electrification of loading and unloading equipment in port, this measure has been contributed to reduce 8,427.09 ton of CO2. And also utilization of 8 navigation system has reduced emission by 1,883, and also the utilization of solar power plant 10 2,825. So totally 236,000. Yeah, we skip this. Okay. This is our effort to reduce greenhouse gases emission with the focus on the maritime sector under the Directorate of Sea Transportation. Here's a detailed explanation of each component. First one, our step is a GHG inventory and baseline. Comprehensive GHG inventory and baseline are essential for each subsector. This step ensures that we have accurate data to inform our reduction strategies. And the second one in GHG emission target, we are preparing and determining potential GHG emission reduction target in line with the Ministry Decree number 8 2023. This involves setting clear and achievable goal to guide of our effort. The third one is action to plan the development of the detailed action plan. Our roadmap is underway per Ministry Decree number 8 2023. This plan will sharpen our strategies and outline specific measures to achieve our target and also methodology. Then the next step is implementation, focus on executing climate change mitigation action, and the next step is monitoring, evaluation, reporting. Working group has been established to improve the coordinating of monitoring and evaluation. And for the next MEPC, I mean MEPC number 81, Indonesia has been active developing biodiesel as part of its decarbonization strategy in the energy and transportation sector. Since 2023, Indonesia has been using 35% biodiesel blended in transportation, including shipping. By 2026, it's planned to increase this fuel up to 40% blended. Biodiesel is an important component of Indonesia's strategy to accelerate the use of new and renewable energy, especially in the transportation sector. The success of the biodiesel program is due to the country biodiesel potential, supporting infrastructure, effective policies, and the significant sustainable benefit achieved. Okay, this is on the screen. We can see our collaborative effort of the DGST to reducing GHG emission. On July 30, 2024, FGT was organized in the partnership with the Danish Embassy, and this event focused on the creating a maritime roadmap and on decarbonization to achieve the International Maritime Organization net zero emission target. Additionally, a workshop titled Greening the Maritime Charter Sector in Indonesia to promote an environmentally and climate sound development was set on August 29, 2024 in cooperation with the World Bank. This initiative demonstrates our commitment to sustainable maritime practices and our proactive approach to addressing climate change. And
apologies, Dr. Haji, your time is coming up, so please consider wrapping up. Thank you.
Okay, this is the last slide. We have commitment to reduce the GHG through innovative initiative for dual diesel fuel for ship. Okay, thank you. That's all from our presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Haji, and for people who work on maritime connectivity in Indonesia is, of course, an exemplary and very fascinating case. And thank you for walking us through a very comprehensive, ambitious plan. to decarbonize shipping, both international and domestic, involving Indonesia. So excellent presentation and lots of good ideas to follow. With that, we shall go to our final speaker of this session, and we are privileged to have with us Ms. Margarita Antonio, who is Assistant CEO in Maritime Division of Ministry of Works, Transport and Infrastructure, Samoa. We've already touched upon the particular challenges of small island developing states, but her remarks and insights will, I think would be an excellent food for further discussion. So please, Ms. Margarita Antonio, the floor is yours.
Talo Falava and good afternoon, distinguished delegates. My name is Margarita Antonio Yese from Samoa Ministry of Works, Transport and Infrastructure, and I'm just a newly recruited Assistant CEO, Maritime Division, so please bear with me. And I do apologize because I wasn't aware that I'm a selected presenter today. I just realized when I came in and I saw my name here. So I just, please bear with me. As I mentioned, I work for the Ministry of Works, Transport and Infrastructure. And as the ministry administering IMO instruments and maritime rules and regulations in our country, we are obligated to lead the green initiatives for decarbonizing maritime transport in Samoa. And in the national level, we have Marine Pollution Prevention Act 2008, in which MAPOL Annex 6 stipulates special provision for air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. And the ministry continues to work in collaboration with all the relevant stakeholders in terms of compliance in these requirements. In terms of the IMO 2023 GHG strategy, Ministry of Works, Transport and Infrastructure must ensure that the IMO strategy is implemented in the country. So we have initiated one-on-one stakeholders consultations. The purpose of this consultation is to make our stakeholders understand about the ambitious targets and GHG reduction measures as stipulated in the strategy, the IMO strategy. So currently, on another note, currently we work together with the UNDP under the Climate Action Pathway for Island Transport project to decarbonize maritime transport in the country. And I would also like to convey our appreciation to the government of Japan for financial assistance. And this GAP IT project focused on three main areas, like understanding Samoa's legislative framework, reviewing how energy efficient Samoa's current land and maritime transport is, as well as undertaking a feasibility study to explore potential financial strategies that could support the shift to a low emission transport sector. So we have developed a draft strategy on decarbonizing maritime strategy in our country. So it's just a draft. And from learning on all these areas that discussed here, we'll be able to add in more and specific or appropriate reduction measures from for our country. As a very small country, we need to be very cautious with the reduction measures that but we also looking forward to other measures and other areas that discussed in the IMO, in which this week, the following week will be the NEPC. So yeah, we're looking forward to having more measures from those meetings. So going back here, some of the enablers, and we have a range of enabling activities that are required to deliver or support the interventions in our strategy. And that includes policy and regulatory changes, technology and innovation, greener and stable electricity, capacity building and skill development, infrastructure improvements, and financial and incentives. Some of the milestones in this project, we already approved the TOR for procurement of electric alias or electric small vessels. And we also have the registry already been for the registry of vessels. We have already approved that TOR as well, and it's already been procured. Some of the challenges we have seen so far include heavy reliance on fossil fuels, lack of coordinated investment and collaboration among various stakeholders, including government ministries, development partners and private businesses, technological and financial barriers, as well as infrastructure limitations. And this program that we are currently working on in collaboration with the UNDP, we have to deliver, and the delivery of the strategy is proposed in 3 stages, which is 1, the short-term actions, including pilot trials and regulatory and policy changes. Secondly, is medium-term actions, 2027, 2023, including the targeted introduction of low emissions vehicles and ferries. The long-term vision, that's after the 2030, is designed to achieve ongoing progress toward a zero carbon, equitable and inclusive transport sector. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much for understanding my situation now.
Thank you very much, Miss Antonio. I think your very insightful remarks with little notice, as you said, just show how women in maritime are nothing if not resilient and up to a very good discussion. As a secretariat, we particularly value your reference to the work of IMO, because we've of course referred to this, and this is the overall regulatory background to our work on decarbonization, and the Pacific Islands are this I would say very fascinating nexus of high ambition, but also of course issues with the implementation of certain upcoming IMO standards and regulations, which is something where all efforts should be joined to support them in preparing for those implementing those ambitious goals. And in 2022, in fact, we have signed an MOU with IMO, where the gist of it was that ESCAP will support the capacity building activities of IMO aimed towards the implementation of upcoming or current regulations. And I think your brief remarks really pinpoint how important that is. And I'm glad you already saw some resources available to you from this brief discussion, but rest assured there's much more in our sectoral dialogue on regional maritime connectivity, and we shall share that with you, of course, and other participants if they are interested. Thank you very much. Very nice last remarks from our speakers, and I think we can all give them a round of applause. It was really a journey across Asia and the Pacific and different perspectives, interests and levels of ambitions and implementation. And we do still have some time for questions and answers or some comments, both in person and online. So please, if you have any questions or remarks, raise your hand if you're in the room, or raise your hand virtually and we will give you the floor. So are there any volunteers or any questions or comments? Yes, please, the lady in the back, do introduce yourself and use the microphone for the benefit of online participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panelists for very interesting presentations. My name is Amber Maggio, and I'm representing the United Nations Division for Ocean Affairs and Law of the Sea. I would like to say thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I just want to make a comment rather than a question. So as my colleague did in the plenary, I would like to draw attention to the agreement under UNCLOS on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, which is a mouthful, so the BBNJ agreement, as the first comprehensive cross-sectoral ocean treaty in decades, which has a focus on enhancing and promoting international cooperation and the potential to lead to more integrated, holistic approaches to the management of ocean activities, including shipping. I would invite colleagues to consider how the region can seize opportunities brought by the BBNJ agreement in this respect, and highlight this point as one for future consideration when discussing accelerated ocean-based action to combat climate change. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this remark and for your participation, and I'm sure we'll follow up with more concrete discussion. Any further remarks, questions? Okay, let me as a moderator also check, but I don't think we have anything in the chat. And I think, well, thank you then very much, the panelists, and from the oh, apologies. There's a mark, please. Yes, please take the floor.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you for the moderator, especially a lot of thanks to the presenter for their nice presentation. This is the timely presentation. My name is Mohammed Ruhulun. I have been working in the Economic Relations Division under Ministry of Finance, Bangladesh. I'm not the expert, but general people have some comment because we are not apart from the what so the member of IMF as well as the UN system. So just I would not like to go into details, especially in the comments on the presentation. All are nice presentation. Just I would like to add value, especially. I would like to highlight a flag in 2 points, especially. Just Bangladesh is an LDC country, so we need the regional cooperation and strong partnership. Some of the area, especially, I'd like to flag in, especially establishing a regional green shipping corridor initiative, regional shipping decarbonization alliance, harmonized emissions regulations and standard, public-private partnership for the port electrification, innovation hub for maritime technology, capacity building and knowledge sharing, financing mechanism for the decarbonization, collaborating with the international maritime organizations. With regard to the investment, Bangladesh is an LDC country, so it's very difficult to, basically we are not the responsible for this, but we are sharing, especially the results of the carbon as well as the emission. So in this case, just we would like to seek your intervention, especially in case of investment. In this area, just there are some issues will be noted out or pointed out. Regional green maritime strategy, regional maritime decarbonization fund, national green shipping policies, creating low emission zone, LEZs in ports, blue bonds for decarbonization investment, strengthening regional cooperation with the IOM, integrated decarbonization into MSP, that means as a maritime special planning, carbon pricing mechanism for shipping, national decarbonization roadmap for the port, especially if we implement the provision therein. So there is a certainty. Without carbon, it's very difficult, but more carbon will jeopardize the life of ours as well as the life of maritime system. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished participants from Bangladesh. We take due note of your concern, but I'm also pleased to say that we've seen strides in improving land transport connectivity of Bangladesh in the last years through very impressive infrastructure advances in particularly Asian highways that go through Bangladesh, and same with the maritime ports reforms. But rest assured, we take good note of your request and preoccupation. And in fact, the next edition of regional dialogue, sectoral dialogue on sustainable maritime connectivity will take place in South Asia next year, and we will work with the countries of that sub-region, including Bangladesh, to make sure that maybe by that time we can increase the support to your policy making, particularly in this area. So thank you so much. We take note of your comment. Let me then double check that I don't miss anyone else. I think we're good. So it's very hard in just less than an hour to encapsulate the richness of the discussion. And from a transport division's perspective, this Asia Pacific Day for the Ocean, and this interdisciplinary dialogue and an outlet for a lot of sectoral work and sectoral perspective coming from transport that builds then on the linkages with other related sectors, energy, marine protection, and so forth. So thank you for allowing us to share some of the results of this work, great ambition and strides in the region. And again, as I mentioned, rest assured, the technical work continues throughout the year, with hopefully another contribution next year during this dialogue. Thank you very much for your participation, and please, I understand the lunch is served for the participants of this event today, and we will see you back in the plenary in the afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. We're going to go ahead and get started. I'm sure more people will trickle in, but in the meantime, don't want to lose more of your precious time. Just to quickly introduce myself, I'm Matthew Wittenstein. I'm the Chief of Section for Energy Connectivity here at ESCAP. We're very happy to be part of this really important dialogue on ocean-based climate action. I'd like to start by introducing our director, Hong Peng Lu, Director of ESCAP Energy Division, to give some opening remarks. Hong Peng, over to you.
Thank you, Matt. Distinguished participants, esteemed experts, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this dialogue on accelerating the deployment of ocean-based renewable energy. So our gathering today comes at a pivotal moment for the Asia-Pacific region. So we are not on track to meet achieving Sustainable Development Goal 7, access to modern energy resources, and SDG 13, take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. Achieving these goals and the related targets, such as commitment made at COP28 to triple renewable energy power by 2030, will require to accelerated deployment of all renewable energy technologies. ESCAP's member states, which stretch across 3 oceans, are uniquely positioned to harness the immense potential of ocean-based renewable energy. Our oceans not only vast and beautiful, but also have a monumental source of untapped energy. Compared to other regions, ocean-based renewable energy is an untapped resources, especially in this region. The technologies we use for ocean-based renewables offer distinct advantages that can significantly enhance the renewable energy portfolio, particularly technologies with high capacity factors such as offshore wind. The International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, has estimated that the global technical potential for offshore wind alone could exceed 70 terawatts, considering areas with suitable wind speed and the depths. Furthermore, ocean-based technologies like wave and tidal energy can bring new opportunities to small island development states and archipelagic nations, which often have limited renewable energy options. So recent study estimated that global potential for ocean renewable energy comprising tidal, wave, and ocean thermal energy could exceed 30,000 terawatt hours per year. This represents massive opportunity for generating clean energy. The Asia-Pacific region, with its extensive coastlines and dynamic marine environment, holds significant promise. For instance, the tidal steam potential in the region alone is estimated to be around 1,800 terawatt hours annually. So to fully leverage these resources, we must address key challenges and questions. How do we scale from a demonstration to commercial deployment? How do we develop robust value chains for these technologies within the Asia-Pacific region? And crucially, how do we leverage these resources more effectively to accelerate a secure and inclusive energy transition? So today we will discuss the proposed in the topic regional initiative on ocean-based climate action. I think this morning we heard about the overall introduction. So this initiative represents an important step forward in our collective efforts to combat climate change through ocean-based solutions. It calls for joint actions across several key areas, increasing the utilization of ocean-based renewable energy, particularly in small island states and archipelagic states, promoting cooperation across shared and transboundary waters for planning renewable energy investment, and fostering the development of national policies to enhance offshore energy production. The initiative also emphasized the importance of research to identify new sites for large-scale offshore energy, enhancing marine spatial planning and environmental impacts assessment, and encourage peer learning of best practices. For example, the establishment of one-stop shops to providing digital training courses. The proposed initiative aims to help us align land and ocean use and create clear, consistent regulations and guidelines for energy infrastructure deployment. Equally important, the initiative calls for increased investment in research and technology deployment for all forms of ocean-based renewable energy, particularly offshore wind, but also wave, tidal, current, thermal, and even solar energy. Let me also highlight the role of ESCAP can play as a regional convener. ESCAP can bring together stakeholders from across member states to share knowledge, build capacity, and foster regional cooperation. We can also support member states by offering technical assistance, conducting analysis, and developing tools to guide the national policies frameworks on ocean-based renewable energy. Finally, we can apply relevant strategies from regional roadmap on power system connectivity. For example, the importance of capacity building and regulatory harmonization on the integration of renewable energy power generation. As you see, the offshore renewable energy facilities, you really need the transmission, from where you get electricity to where the load is located. So the transmission and also the relevant facilities are very important. So ESCAP will continue to provide a platform for member states to work together to maximize the benefits of these technologies and address energy access challenges, particularly in remote and vulnerable communities, to accelerate to achieve SDG 7 by 2030. So today's discussion is a crucial step in advancing this agenda. So I look forward to hearing from estimate experts and member states representatives and all stakeholders with us here today about how this proposed initiative aligns with your own work and policy goals, and for your insight on how we can accelerate the deployment of ocean-based renewable energy and realize the transformative potential of the ocean-based renewable energy resources. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Hong Peng. Now I'd like to turn straight to our panel. We really have an excellent group of distinguished speakers who will give us a number of perspectives on this issue. First up, Ms. Anne Francisco, Country Manager for the Philippines from the Global Wind Energy Council. And let me get your slides up and then I'll turn over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Right. So let me skip to the slides that I'm supposed to discuss this afternoon. Yeah.
very quickly. Here. So providing the perspective on wind, specifically offshore wind, from the lens of Southeast Asia development with a global view. But maybe we can start with this question, right? Which is taller, the tallest building in Thailand or the tallest operational offshore wind turbine in the world? This is, I'm not familiar with this building, but maybe you could give me a, but this is the Mahana Corn building. Am I pronouncing it correctly? Currently tallest in the Thailand. Up to its tip, it's 320 meters or 1,050 feet. Occupied 309, architectural it's 314. So for those of you that are familiar, at least you have a picture in your mind how tall that building is. And what do we have in terms of offshore wind turbines? Goldwind's GWH-252, a 16 megawatt turbine, has a rotor diameter of 252 meters. It also has a swept area of around 50,000 square meters, which is equivalent to 7 standard football pitches. The turbine hub is 146, but if you measure the tip of the blade at the top of its rotation down to the foundation, it's around 272 meters. If you then add the below the water surface, that's additional 50 meters. So somehow it's equivalent to the tallest building in Thailand. So we usually start with this analogy because it then gives us a perspective of how huge offshore wind infrastructure will be. And every time we talk about this, it still surprises us on how we're able to enable and mobilize this technology in Asia, and in particular in my country as well, Philippines. Right. And then when we talk about offshore wind, based on recent reports, offshore wind is the only variable baseload RE technology wherein you could replace fossil fuel baseload generation. It offers lower variability, greater stability, and greater predictability. In terms of the capacity factor, we've seen improvements from where we see the CF of offshore wind from 2014, offering at just around 40% capacity factor, to what we've seen recently, 2020, wherein the numbers increased to 55%. In terms of comparing it to other RE, variable RE, that's solar, onshore wind, solar and onshore wind, again, the capacity factor is very, you'd see the disparity, it's higher, and it could be at par with the most efficient gas-fired power plants. So the range for the efficient gas is from 29 to 63%, whilst for the offshore wind, you'd see 29 to 52%. And also, offshore wind provides the most carbon mitigation potential of all ocean-based solutions to climate change. So that's the red graph, bar you'd see on that graph. And all comparing it to all fossil fuel displacement technologies. Again, you'd have your onshore wind, solar, hydro, and efficient gas. You'd see the mitigation potential of offshore wind in this graph as well. What have we seen from last year when it comes to the potential of wind? So 2023 was wind industry's best year. We saw a total of 117 gigawatt of new wind power coming in. It's 50% more than what we saw in 2022, bringing the total wind capacity globally to 1,021 gigawatt. In the onshore wind market, 106 gigawatt was added last year, and that represents a milestone. For the first time, we went over the 100 gigawatt mark for new onshore wind. And in the offshore wind market, we saw 10.8 gigawatt of new offshore wind capacity being commissioned in 2023, which made it 24% higher than what we saw in 2022. If you could see in the graph here, the two graphs below, we looked into the new capacity in 2023 installed by region, and that much capacity addition was driven by the APAC market. And then we further breaking it down to the top 10 markets, we'll see that it's enabled by China, providing 65% of that new installation, 2023 alone. As mentioned earlier, in the COP28, 132 countries signed up for that pledge of tripling the energy by 2030. 45 countries installed their first wind farm in the last decade. So we've seen the improvement, we've seen the commitment from the countries, from the governments. Wind is now providing clean, affordable energy in 124 countries, and that's representing over 60% of the world. The first terawatt of wind took 20 years, but GWEC forecasts that the milestone of a second terawatt will be happening before 2030, and that's 2029. So that's a year ahead of our previous report's forecast and projections. We have revised this forecast because we've seen more and more countries establishing their commitment, their vision on enabling offshore wind. This technology has been gathering momentum, and we've seen promise from the emerging markets, in particular Asia and LATAM. If you can see that representation in this graph, from 2001 to 2023, 6.5 gigawatt to 117. That took 23 years to be realized. But we're committing, and again, under the COP28, to triple that to 320 gigawatt in the next 7 years or so. So that's a very aggressive timeline, but we believe that it could be achieved. You'd see here the blue square. It talks about the enabling mechanisms for us to realize that. We've seen political consensus. The value proposition for wind against fossil fuels, it continues to strengthen. The ambition for offshore wind and RE in general is growing. There's a strong appetite, especially from the private sector capital, to invest in RE and invest in wind. Technology acceleration, including storage and flexibility to integrate RE into the system, we're seeing that happen. But it's not without, of course, the challenges or the constraints, and that is highlighted in the orange box in the same graph. We're looking at permitting issues. We're looking at grids, the capability of the grids to be, taking in this much capacity from RE. We're looking at rising cost of capital and inadequate financing for projects, especially in emerging markets. Supply chains, we're looking at challenges specifically on workforce and critical minerals to sustain the development for RE and, of course, offshore wind. And then we're also looking into the growing views on offshore wind and being able to use our marine space. So the social acceptance and land rights issues will intensify as wind and wind development expands. What will enable this level of success? So we're looking at markets. Europe, there's a continued acceleration of RE. In the US, the IRA, or the Inflation Reduction Act, is helping not just the development of clean power, but to mobilize local supply chain jobs and society-wide benefits. Of course, China still remains to be a driving force, very aggressive ambition on achieving 80% of total energy consumption coming from non-fossil fuel energy sources. The governments, as I mentioned, have been doing its commitment and recommitment to nascent technologies such as wave and offshore wind, developments on technology such as storage, floating, and even hydrogen, green hydrogen, power to X are being enabled right now. But we see it remains to be evident that the growth is really coming from APAC and also China, as you can see in this graph. It's just a compilation of the installations. We've seen the total installations as of 2023. Just breaking it down per market, how does it look like excluding China? And if we include the Chinese installations, you realize how huge of an effect China has when it comes to its commitment to RE and installing offshore wind projects. Okay, and to end this, there are industry lookouts. Growth at scale comes with stable and ambitious policy environments, and that is the same as what we've seen in the Philippines, wherein we change our president and the government every 6 years. The continuity should be there, regardless of who sits on the government. The whole framework should withstand political and regulatory risks and challenges. Collaboration is key. We've been alluding to this ever since we started on the wind sector. It's needed to build a secure global supply chain. It's needed to ensure that regional collaboration is realized. It's needed between the private and the public sector when we talk about investment into infrastructure such as grid and ports. There's a need to accelerate permitting of wind projects. Engagement with the community, especially the indigenous people, is more critical than ever. Now we're also seeing some misinformation happening against wind. We should guard against misinformation. We should guard against disinformation that sow doubt in wind and RE in general. The global wind industry must fulfill its role in delivering a just and equitable transition. Thank you.
Thank you, and really great way to start off the session and the panel. I appreciate, in particular, you tying this issue of offshore wind to broader structural issues need to be addressed for renewable energy integration more generally. Our next speaker is online. We have Henry Jeffrey, representing the Offshore Energy Systems IEA Technology Collaboration Program. Henry, I think you'll be sharing your slides, so please go ahead when you're ready. Thanks.
Great. Let me you can just tell me when you can see my slides and when I've got them full screen.
We can see them, but not yet full screen. Perfect. Now they're ready.
Great. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the introduction, and apologies that I cannot be there in person. I'm actually at the International Conference on Ocean Energy that's being held in Melbourne this week, and I'm pleased to say that there is a very large representation from the Asia Pacific region at the conference. So my name's Professor Henry Jeffrey. I'm Professor of Ocean Energy Policy at the University of Edinburgh. I'm also the United Kingdom's delegate for the International Energy Agency's group on ocean energy, and it's in that capacity that I'm going to speak to you today. And as a little bit of background, the IEA has a number of what they call technology collaboration programs. They have them in wind, they have them in solar, they have them in hydro, but they also have them in ocean energy, with the definition that the IEA is using for ocean energy is wave and tidal, along with salinity gradient and OTEC. But today I'm predominantly going to be speaking to you about wave and tidal energy, because those are the two most mature technologies that would be of interest to the Asia Pacific region, I believe. So the background to this is that last year, the International Energy Agency released their net zero roadmap. And within that roadmap, and so this was the roadmap for the entire energy sector, and within that document, they highlighted that around 30% of the technologies that we're going to require in order to meet those global net zero targets are not yet mature. And wave and tidal energy were one of the technology areas that were highlighted there as being emerging technologies that would need to be further progressed in order for them to play a role in that global energy mix. And so the IEA Group for Ocean Energy, IEA OES, which is IEA Ocean Energy Systems, produced a complementary report looking at the requirements and the prize for ocean energy between now and 2050. And that's why I'll talk you through over the next 10, 15 minutes or so. So the report that we have highlighted from the IEA what the very significant benefits were. It's a much smaller sector, the offshore wind that Anna has just told us about, but it's also a very different sector, and I'll talk you through some of that. First of all, they modelled what the capacity could be between now and 2050 of deployment. Now, this is not just the physical capacity of what resources available. This is the market capacity, is how much market share with the right technology and policy investment ocean energy could take between now and 2050. And they've estimated around 300 gigawatts of global deployment between now and 2050. Alongside that, they have highlighted and modelled around almost 700,000 direct jobs, a very significant economic benefit to the countries that can be involved in this sector. And of course, last but not least, the most importantly, very significant tons of carbon saved, 500 million tons of reduced carbon emissions. Now, the thing to remember here is that, because this is an emerging sector, there is no one country that is the incumbent leader in this sector. And so we've described this within the IEA as an all-to-play for sector or industry, that any country has got the ability to come in and join in and have any of these benefits through the security of supply of the deployment, the economic benefit, the jobs associated with them, and of course the carbon saved. And that's different to many of the other energy industries where they're already very fully progressed, and it's much harder to get local content within those projects. Nonetheless, although the IEA has highlighted that there are very significant prizes to come from the wave and tidal sector, they've also highlighted that this will not come without policy intervention from the countries that would like to be involved. So first of all, they've highlighted that the key to this happening is to have market pool mechanisms in the countries where you'd like to see those deployments. You know, those could be feed-in tariffs, they could be auctions, they could be contracts for difference. They've also highlighted, because this is an emerging technology, there are still innovation requirements in order to make sure that that technology is efficiently and effectively moves from this emerging status to a mature status. And so innovation funding, in order to ensure that there are improvements in the technology's performance, their reliability, and their overall costs, will be important to make sure that the market pool mechanisms are as affordable as possible. There will, of course, need to be infrastructure. It's quite a different set of, it's similar, but a different scale of infrastructure requirements to that we heard about from Anna and offshore wind. But nonetheless, there will be requirements for ports and harbour infrastructure put in place in order to make sure that there is enough capacity for both the deployment and the operations and maintenance of these devices. And then finally, making sure that there is an efficient and effective regulation and consenting programme in place to allow the timely deployments of these technologies. And we heard Mr. Liu mention about the importance of that in his opening words. So I'm just going to take you through some examples of the policy messaging that comes from this report and a little bit of the analysis behind it in each of those four areas. So first of all, I'm going to group together the market pool and the technology push. So these are the areas of policy where monetary intervention is required. And you want that to be as cost efficient as possible. So looking at what the correct mix is of having your market pool mechanism and your innovation mechanism is extremely important, they've highlighted, in order to make sure that that's at minimal cost to the country's treasuries and to the sort of the global finances of this sector. And they've done this analysis that's shown that depending on how efficient your innovation mechanism is, and here they've done innovation rates at varying between 10 and 15%. And here you can see that at 15%, the global cost spread across all the countries across a 15-20 year period would be approximately 130 billion. But if you are to be inefficient in your innovation and you are only innovating at a 10% learning rate, that would have an almost 5-fold increase in costs. And so it was a real highlight here from this work to the countries that are involved in the IEA, that making sure that there was an efficient innovation programme in place was as important, if not more important, than the market mechanism. The market mechanism did have to be country-led by the individual countries, but the innovation mechanisms, although very important, did not have to be country-led. They could be shared and collaborated between countries, because a technology challenge in an Asia-Pacific country, such as Australia, the Philippines, or Indonesia, will be very similar to a technology challenge in Europe or in North America or in South America. And that collaboration was extremely important, that as well as minimising the cost of that overall market pool mechanism, you could minimise the cost of the innovation mechanism depending on the number of countries that you get collaborating together. And that's one of the main roles of the IEA technology collaboration, is to ensure that that happens in the most positive way. So I'll give you a couple of the quotes taken directly from the report, and I'll make sure that copies of the report are distributed to everybody in this group, where they've highlighted that the market pool support is a real foundation of any comprehensive plan. And it needs to be country-led. It needs to start now in order to make sure that we can accelerate the deployments. But we do need this accelerated innovation, which was key to enabling the long-term cost reductions. And so a well-funded and comprehensive technology push programme, or a technology innovation programme, that was well-targeted and focused at the challenges of the sector, collaborating across countries, was the key to enabling that there was complementarity between those two policy levers that countries have within their control. So moving then to the supply chain and the infrastructure, this is smaller technologies in scale and size than offshore wind and floating offshore wind. Nonetheless, there are still manufacturing and load out and installation requirements for this sector. And so they did an analysis of if we were to have these 300 gigawatts deployed globally, what would be the port and harbour infrastructure requirements, both with regard to the manufacturing space for the load out, but also what the laydown space would be for like the installation and the operation and the maintenance that would be happening. And they've also done, I'll cover, an analysis of the global number of ports that would be required. And so, because this is an emerging sector, the ramp up is equally as steep as Anna showed in wind, but nonetheless there is a delay. It doesn't happen quite as quickly because there is this innovation journey for some of these technologies to go on over the next five years or so before there is a ramp up in deployment. So whether this is for the fabrication or a very similar story for the installation, it was deemed that depending on the country, there was probably enough global capacity for the next 5 to 10 years for the deployment of this technology. That was not seen as a bottleneck. But as you can see from the two graphs I just skimmed through there, after 5 to 10 years, there is a real ramp up there. And so they felt that the planning needed to start now because of the lead times in infrastructure development. The plans for that infrastructure development needed to start now in order to ensure this was not a bottleneck in the future. And so, looking at the global capacity requirements, they looked at a case study example of a port with a 300 megawatt per year deployment and operation and maintenance capacity, and we would require around 100 of those ports globally. Now, of course, not all of those ports would be new ports. Some of them would be transformation of existing ports. Some of them would be expansion of existing ports, and some of them may be new ports. But it was quite likely that those new ports would be in collaboration with another industry. And so there was a message to the policymakers that the plans that we're putting in place now for offshore wind, they needed to also take into account the future requirement that would be coming behind offshore wind from wave and tidal, depending on the country they're in. So again, I've cut and pasted one of the highlight policy messages from the actual report, that a proactive approach is required for infrastructure development. And although the sector is well positioned now, it needs to plan for the future because of the long lead times in infrastructure to ensure that that is not a bottleneck for the deployment of the sector. Now, The last piece of policy advice that was given by the IEA was around the regulation, legislation, and consenting that we spoke about. Now, because this is an emerging sector and there's been a lot of intermediate work done along test sites and the deployment of prototype technologies, this is a sector that the regulators know much less about than they do, for instance, for the wind sector. And so in order to make sure that that uncertainty that went along with it being a less familiar technology to the regulators, we wanted to make sure that that didn't lead to an expanded time for the consenting process. So the advice that the IEA gave was to make sure that we leverage the experience that came from the test sites that are around the world for these technologies, that we looked at best practice from individual countries, looking at one window committee or one-stop shops, I think is Mr. said in his opening comments, ensuring that there was transferability between regulators globally, and the IEA does have a task on that very topic, ensuring that there is transfer of lessons learned between the regulators. And because this was a new industry that was ramping up, then they felt that there was real opportunities for adaptive management and practices to be in place in order to make sure that consenting happened in a timely way. And so again, I've taken the policy quote that the regulation and legislation framework should help but not hinder. And although it needed to be underpinned by a robust and efficient regulatory policy, we needed to make sure that that happened within the forecasted timelines. So that is where I'm going to wrap up. Hopefully I haven't been too much over time, but I'll just leave you with those policy recommendations. That this is an industry that is all to play for with the countries that will be involved. There are real opportunities for all of those benefits that I mentioned at the beginning around the deployment, the economic benefit, the jobs and the carbon savings for any country that wants to take a lead in this sector. And they will need to have this market pool mechanism as the foundation. They will need to ensure that they have some innovation program to complement that market pool. They will need to make sure that they have infrastructure in place and that they have a proactive approach to that in the future, and ensuring that they have a fit-for-purpose regulatory and consenting regime that helps, not hinders, the deployment of this technology. So I'll wrap things up there. Hopefully you found that useful, and I'd be very happy to take questions at the time at the end of the overall session. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Henry. That's great. I really appreciate in particular some of the overlapping issues that you raised that Anne also raised, even though this is a technology at a very different stage of development. There seems to be a lot of complementarities perhaps between offshore wind and other ocean technologies. Now we're going to shift perspectives and come down to the country level, and we have another online speaker. I'd like to invite Mr. Aris Sudarto, Senior Energy Policy Analyst from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources Indonesia, to make a presentation. But again, I will need to pull up his slides. Give me 1 second. Okay, Pak Sudarto, you should be all set. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, go ahead.
Okay. I apologize. I have a technical issue in my camera, so I just want to start. Good afternoon, dear participant and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aris Sudarto. I work for Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. I'm grateful for opportunity to speak at this event for discussing about accelerating the deployment of ocean-based renewable energy, and it's an honor to be a part of such important discussion. I'm excited to contribute to this event, even if I join virtually. Okay, next slide. Today, I will share insight into Indonesia ocean-based renewable energy, focusing on potential and challenge. this slide, the government of Indonesia is actively working towards achieving the SDGs, particularly focusing on SDGs number 7 and 13. The efforts are aimed at attaining clean and affordable while also contributing to the climate change mitigation and disaster preparedness. Let's begin with the Indonesia commitment to reduce the greenhouse gas emission in energy sector. Through enhanced NDC, Indonesia raised its carbon emission reduction target, with the energy sector increasing from 314 million tons of CO2 to 358 million tons of CO2. The emission reduction target consists of 5 mitigation actions. There are energy efficiency, renewable energy development, clean technology, and then low carbon fuel and other activities such mine reclamation. We know that each activity has its own specific target to be achieved. In 2023, emission reduction in the energy sector reached 123.2 million tons of CO2, consisting of achievement mitigation action as shown in the table. And we can go to the next slide. Yes, the slide illustrate the Indonesia's energy landscape. From the chart, we can see that over the past decade, the share of renewable energy in the primary energy mix has steadily increased. I think it's tripling in size. And the next chart shows that the electricity production is still dominated by fossil energy. It's expected that the utilization of renewable energy will continue to increase with ongoing international support. Okay, next slide. This chart is a draft roadmap for electricity supply in achieving net zero emission. We can see that the net capacity target to be achieved by 2060 is 367 gigawatt, consisting of 42% variable renewable energy with 18 gigawatt storage and 58% non-VRE. To achieve the target regarding fossil energy usage, biomass covering must be implemented, and also fossil power plants should be retrofit when their book value reach zero. Coal-fired plant will be retrofit to utilize 100% ammonia or biomass covering combined by CCS, and then gas-fired power plant will be retrofitted to use 100% hydrogen or continue using gas with CCS to maintain reliability, especially in load center like major cities. In the addition, the development of coal-fired plant is restricted in accordance to the regulation, and the additional generation after 20 and 31 only from renewable energy, except for captive producer, which can still develop gas-fired power plant. Other acceleration measures to achieve the target, there are 4 action: the digitalization, reducing diesel-fired power plant to zero by 2033, and then development of solar power plant, including floating PV rooftop. Also develop the wind and ocean energy power plant, and expansion of large-scale geothermal and hydropower plant, including the utilizing existing dams. Maybe next slide. This Indonesia possesses abundant of and diverse renewable energy potential. The renewable potential is estimated at 3,000 gigawatt. But for as of end 2023, the installed capacity of renewable energy resource stand only 13.5 gigawatt, which only 0.3% of its total potential. For wind energy, even though the potential is big, 155 gigawatt, the utilization is just about 152 megawatt. Similarly, for the ocean energy, like current, wave, and outtake, despite the significant potential of around 63 gigawatt, there's been no commercial utilization until now. And the substantial renewable energy potential must be harnessed and optimized to meet the increasing energy demands of the Indonesian population and driven by ongoing economic growth. This is just not about the energy security, but it's also commitment to reduce the greenhouse gas emission and mitigate the climate change. I think we can go to the next slide. Yes, this is about the regulation. In terms of implementing renewable energy development, we have a regulation. We call the Presidential Regulation number 112 2022, which is expected to achieve the following objective: to increase in the renewable energy implementation, to accelerate the achievement of renewable energy target in the national energy mix in accordance with the national energy policy and reduce greenhouse gas emission. The types of the renewable energy regulated under this regulation include the hydropower, geothermal, solar, wind, biomass, biogas, biofuel, and ocean energy. Regarding to this regulation, renewable energy development is carried out based on RUPTL. I can explain later about RUPTL, which considered the target of the renewable energy mix, supply and demand balance, and the economic value of the power plant. The price mechanism doesn't use feed-in tariff, and also the utilization of domestic product or local content is implemented under the provision of the legislation. Next slide. Yeah. In the electricity trading terminology, Indonesia follows a model where electricity price are regulated by the government with PLN. We call PLN the state-owned electricity company, designated to as the only one the off-taker. PLN serves as the operator responsible for generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity. As I said before, the RUPTL is a electricity supply business plan. It's a document that serves as a guideline for development of the electricity system in PLN's operational area for the next 10 years. The RUPTL is prepared not only to meet the electricity demand in PLN operational areas of the next year, but also takes into account the types of the primary energy that we use, such as renewable energy, gas, coal, and also oil. The RUPTL reflects the government's policy and electricity provision, so the minister and governor can incorporate this policy into the RUPTL. Compared to the previous RUPTL document, we know that the RUPTL with period 2021 until 2030 reflect the strong support for renewable energy development. It is therefore referred to as Green RUPTL and serve as a foundation for achieving zero carbon emission by 2016. The addition of renewable energy capacity is targeted to reach 20.9 gigawatt by 2030. Okay, and then the next slide. We move to the potential ocean energy list in the RTPTL. In support of the ocean energy development, studies are currently being conducted at several potential locations, as shown in the slide, for ocean current power plant and ocean wave power plant. The study of ocean energy in potential involves investor, universities, and subsidiary of PLN. The selected location, as shown in the slide, include the following four locations for ocean current energy. We know the location study is the Sape Strait, and then Ala Strait, Bali Strait, and Larantuka Strait. Meanwhile, the location for ocean wave energy potential studies are Nusa Penida, Lombok, Sumba, and Maluku. The result of the ocean energy potential study will be incorporated into the potential listing in RPTL and will serve as a basis for planning power plan based on the regional potential. Next slide. The next is about the potential offshore wind list on REPTL. Indonesia boasts vast offshore wind potential distributed across the location from Aceh into the NTT. This range is indicate that the various regions can contribute to the country renewable energy goals and also taking advantage of Indonesia unique geographic and climatic condition. The RPTL document identifies that the total offshore wind potential of offshore is about 6.8 gigawatt across 7 locations. Among these, South Sulawesi is with the highest potential, and I think it can be a key player in Indonesia offshore wind energy development strategy. The development of offshore wind power plant will be guided by through analysis local power balance to ensure that the integration of offshore wind energy aligns with the energy demand of the region and also supporting grid stability and reliability. The identified offshore wind potential opens up various investment opportunities for both domestic and international investor, and engaging with the private sector partners can accelerate the development of offshore wind, providing financial resources and expertise to bring this project to the fruition. Now, let's move to the last slide about the challenge for development ocean-based renewable in Indonesia. There are several challenges that the technology for ocean-based renewable energy is relatively new and still operates on small scale in Indonesia. And then for ocean-based renewable energy project to be successful, the technologies employed must be both technically and economically viable. The operation of ocean-based power plant is categorized as undispatchable, meaning they cannot always meet immediate energy demand due to their reliance on variable natural resource. This poses challenge for grid stability and also the effective energy management strategies. The initial investment cost for developing ocean-based are relatively high, and the operation of the power plant is complex. This can deter potential investors and complicate project financing, especially in the early stage of development. To make ocean-based renewable energy project viable and affordable, there is need green financing support. And also the effective policy and regulatory frameworks are essential for the development of ocean-based renewable energy. While potential for ocean-based energy is relatively high, the current demand for this energy is low. This unbalanced pose challenge for project feasibility, as developers need to ensure that there is sufficient demand to justify the investment in the ocean-based resource. And the last, comprehensive studies are necessary to ensure that the capacity and energy generated from ocean-based project align with the demand projection. I think that's all for me, and thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. Really great to see how these technologies fit into the broader energy transition goals of a country as diverse and large as Indonesia. We'll have one more speaker with us in the room. Excuse me for 1 second while I pull up your slide and introduce you. Sorry, I'm wearing many hats at the moment. 1 second. Here we go. So we have Mr. Yu Gayong, Director of Industry Research Department and General Manager of International Cooperation Department from China Wind Industry Association. I'll give the floor to you in 1 second after I get your slides up.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Dear honored Director Liu, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm from Chinese Wind Association, and I'm very pleased to take this opportunity to highlight something about Chinese wind, offshore wind sector, following the broader and global introduction from my colleague of JWEC. And as everybody knows, the Chinese received very fast development in both in onshore and offshore wind within for the past decade, and we have the targets for 2030 and 2060. We call it carbon peak and carbon neutrality targets. I think because of the renewable energy is a very policy sensitive industry, so from the very beginning, it's quite important to have the policy and encouragement, incentives, and the determination by the central government. But later on, step by step, we have received the competitiveness from the market that just now we call the market-driven or market pull. So so far we use offshore or onshore wind power not only because it's green, because it's net zero emissions, but also because it's the most cheap one, the cheapest electricity source, including comparing with other sources, including the thermal power plant or the coal-fired electricities. So offshore wind now is the prominent way in China to combat climate change, to reduce the carbon emissions, and also as the new engine for the local economies. And so it's a new to boost the local economies. So it received very strongly welcomed by the local governments, and also strongly welcomed by the power sectors, because the most prominent are under the top power companies in China are involved in the wind power sectors today. And so we can see from the past 20 years, the 2 decades, we received a very fast development. And so far, we have almost 5 gigawatts. I think we have already have 400 gigawatts by the end of this June. And also, we have the 10% of electricity penetration in the whole electricity consumptions. And now China has remained the biggest markets in the world for 15 years. And also, in terms of the new market, the newly installed market is remained the 14th years, the biggest one. And now also leads the global offshore wind power sectors, followed by England. And now we not only the biggest market, but also the biggest manufacturing basis for offshore wind. So just as Mr. Anne Francisco mentioned, the biggest offshore wind turbines showed are installed in China, and we have 18 and 20 megawatts level platforms wind turbines, and also 22 megawatts has been released, and hopefully we could find it installed by the end of this year or early next year. And also we have the 18X or 20 megawatts, because it was the largest wind turbines just several days ago, as installed in Hainan province in China. And also because it's pretty big and pretty tall, the tallest ones, so we can see the world's longest wind turbines blade, and almost 115 meters in length. And so that needs new facilities and testing equipments as well. And also we have 5 prototypes in floating foundations in Chinese waters. And also we can see a new prototype in 1 floating foundations with 2 turbines in 1. Yeah, the new prototypes and just installed last month by Mingyang company. So just as I mentioned, the levelized cost of offshore wind and offshore wind is the most cheapest electricity in China, and so it's very market competitive. So we could use them to produce hydrogen, to produce thermal, rethermal. So that's all very competitive. And we have just testing for and estimate from the coastal lines according to different conditions and circumstances along to the coastal provinces. Now we could reduce the cost to 33 to 35 cents by Chinese yuan in the near waters. And hopefully we could reduce within 50 Chinese cents by 2030. So it's very competitive today. So why we could make it so cheap and so very competitive? Just I think the most important thing is that we have developed a very complete and competitive industry chain and supply chains in China, based on the very complete manufacturing chains, manufacturing capacities of China. So we see from the raw materials till the last end of operations and maintenance, and other technical services is all could find in Chinese markets. And so far we have the largest production base for components, not only for wind turbines, but also for some materials and the major components. Almost 2 of the 3rd in the world productions. But most of happened in Chinese market, of course. And so we have now to construct the equipment continues to develop, just like the very professional vessels. And also we start developing the technology for disseminating to restore. Yeah. And also the windshore construction equipment continues, because it's very tall and very heavy. Not just because it's heavy, because it's the tallest ones, so we need new vessels. Yeah, so we could to reboost the economy of vessel, of shipping building economy as well. So that's our facilities in Yangjiang city of Guangdong province, the largest one for the blade testing in the world is of 150 meters length of wind turbines testing. And now we are just constructing 200 meters facilities for wind blade testing in Jiangsu province now. So we can see the offshore wind power industry clusters along the coastal lines in different provinces, even though it's quite different. But in different provinces or different cities, they have the incentives or they are encouraged to build the clusters. So here I'd like to highlight the nearshore and the deep sea wind energy sources. Just as Mr. Liu mentioned, there's a huge amount of potentials. That means that there's no guidelines for the resources, just how much we could develop. So I think maybe by 2030, the most of the offshore wind projects will happen in deep waters further from the shore, and some will happen in the exclusive economic zones. So that's the planning and the potential projects by different provinces by 2030. And we could say there's almost 60% will happen in deep waters. That mean, by deep waters, I mean there may be 100 kilometers further from the shore, and almost 30 to 50 depth of the water. So for the market potential forecast, we release the forecast every year, and also we work together with the IRENA and with the NEA, and also with the GBEC. Yeah, I think for this year, our forecast is about 10 to 15 gigawatts of this year, and next year will be 15 to 20, yeah, for the offshore wind. And by 2030, that means 50 gigawatts. That means we have the spatial planning policies and other policies, particularly by the end of that time. And also, we are just focusing on all the stakeholders, focusing on the different business models for the development of offshore wind, just like to produce hydrogen with seawaters on the sea. We build island with energy islands, so we could produce green thermal methanol and directly to the shipping, to the cargo shippings. Yeah. And also, some provinces are prior to the power to marine ranching industries. So we have the planning of vertical uses for the ocean resources, and also the offshore wind to X. I mean, we call it power to X, to different thing, to green fuels, to green chemicals. So for future corporations, I think Chinese have the best practices. We have the complete industry chains and the supply chains. I think we could do the technical R&Ds together. We could do the equipment manufacturing and the supply chains localizations together, and also we could to do the study of policy and standards together. So in different chains along the value chains and the different ways, we have much potential to collaborate. So here, by the middle of October, there's a big show every year in Beijing. I think there's and also we cooperate with GBEC. I think that's a big opportunity and a big window for us to see the whole supply chains in China for the wind power sector. And here I'd like to highlight a case study here. That means from Shantou city of Guangdong province, that quite near from Southeast Asia. And I think that's also a starting point for our future collaborations, because we have planned we call it innovative part but 2 years ago, and now all the bases has been completed and going to get into production by the end of this year. So it's quite fast. And we have developed the whole supply chains in this part. And also with the different innovation networks and testing facilities, R&D facilities, and training program centers. So I think we will have make some time to investigate to visit here. So we collected the biggest of the topest ones, like Goldwind, like Cinema, like CRC, so also all the big companies in China, in the world, to collect to the same basis, and they collaborate very closely together. So that's the landscape, and the NOC is already put into production. So that's my introduction. I think we could find the opportunities for our capacity building in the future. And I think we just in this network by the ESCAP to collaborate, and looking forward very much to our further collaborations. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Yu. Really excellent review of how far China has come in the past few years in terms of wind development. We have about 10 minutes left, and so I'd like to open it up to discussion and questions. So please, if anyone has any questions or comments, please go ahead and raise your hand. Sangmin, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a question to both Anne and Mr. Yu. As Mr. Francisco, so you are representing Global Wind Energy Council, and Mr. Yu representing this industrial association, National Industrial Association. From your perspective, what would be, I mean, especially Wind Association, Wind Energy Council, you are certainly facilitating collaboration among industries. This morning you mentioned you have 1,300 members. Yeah. 700. 500. Okay. Almost there. So what's your perspective on the role of this UN, especially ESCAP, facilitating international or multi-stakeholder cooperation on energy? So same question to Mr. Yu. So you offered 3 areas of collaboration: technology, research, manufacturing, and also policies. But if you could elaborate potential role of multilateral entities or ESCAP. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I could go first. In GWEC, at least in Asia, we have several task forces, as we call it, or technical working groups, wherein we focus on what we call the emerging markets specific to wind and offshore wind. So for Philippines, we have a task force. Vietnam has a task force as well. Then Japan, Korea, Australia, India. Of course, there's a separate task force for China. We sort of remove that from the whole APAC because China in itself is a very huge market. What we've seen is that there's a flow of information that's very country specific that can flow from that point of view to the likes of the dialogue, like what we have right now or what UN enables or does every now and then. So it provides more of a, instead of a regional or a global, it gives us a sense of what really happens on the ground. It gives us a semblance of what happens in the community and coming from the lens of the community as the main stakeholders of RE in general. So we bring those experience, not just coming from the community or that sector, but for example, the experience from the developers themselves, foreign developers that are very experienced in UK and European markets, but when they arrive in APAC, they see a very huge disparity on policies, on offtake mechanisms, and even marine spatial planning deployment. So the hope is, we bring that knowledge and info coming from the bottom, and we say UN as a top because it's very regional, it's very global, and offer that perspective. And in return, whilst participating in dialogues and conferences such as these, we can again flow back that information to where we came from, to the Philippines. So we have a series of workshops, we have a series of task force discussions in the next months or so. Even our next round of fund gathering and scope identification, we would already sort of include what we've learned and what we have heard from our colleagues, and hopefully learn from what we could apply in the Philippines. So we take that, we do that in the Philippines, Vietnam does that, and so that whole collaboration and capacity building are enabled through that process.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for your question. Just now, as I mentioned, I think the first thing for us is to develop the mechanism of collaborations between governments and between the industries. Just now, as you mentioned, the capacity building. I think capacity building is the first step we could do. Just now, in China, the offshore wind and including the onshore wind, the cheapest power already. And the thing for us is now to reduce the cost. Now, I think is to make it to do much more things to different countries or different communities. So I think we should share knowledge, we should share the best practices, and we should work together to develop the policy mechanisms for different regions. So I think the mechanism is very important. So in the quite near future. And no matter in the R&Ds, technical standards, also for the policy studies, I think. So I think from now we could kick it off from a study or some program for the policy studies and technical studies, because we should unite the technical standards for our future corporations in the industries. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, please go ahead and turn on the microphone.
So thanks very much, all the speakers, for very nice and important presentations. My name is Ken Shawa. I work for the ILO. I head the Regional Economic and Social Analysis Unit for Asia and the Pacific. One of the presenters, I think the one from the UK, mentioned the issue of direct jobs that are being created using these important innovations in energy. And I think through and through the presentations of others as well, there have been some implicit issues that are dealing with jobs. My question is, as we transition, as we follow the energy transition, as we leave the fossils and so on, what is happening with those people who are working in those traditional fossil kind of industries to the more renewable energy, and what kind of jobs are these that are being created? Are they decent jobs? To what extent do we see this energy transition with the movement in good jobs that are being created, but also, as I said, what is happening with those who are being laid off in the fossils and things like those? Thank you.
Thank you. I might invite Henry, if you're still online, to respond first, and then perhaps we can open it up.
Yeah, I am. Thanks very much, Ken. That's a great question, and I'll give you my perspective from a wave and tidal in this industry. And hopefully it came clear in my presentation that this is an emerging sector, and so there are yet no incumbent market leaders, whether that be for the technology itself or for their supply chain that manufactures that technology. And so the marketplace is open for any country to put the policy support in place, one, to be a technology developer, but also two, to be a manufacturer of any of the subsystems of that technology. For sure, some countries may be slightly more advanced than others, but there is no clear market leader, whether it be for the technology or whether that be for the supply chain for it. And that's not the case for all renewable energy technologies where it's where there are market leaders. And where there are market leaders, it makes it much harder to get that local content and that high quality local content to get the good jobs that you are alluding to there in your comment. As part of that, that also reflects on the cost of the technology and the energy that you're getting, because although wave and tidal power might be more expensive in a levelized cost than an LCOE cost per megawatt hour, that's not the only thing to consider. It's going, okay, this is the cost of the electricity that you're buying, but what's the cost to your economy because of how much of that technology you're having to buy from overseas, and how much of it you're being able to manufacture and maintain and operate locally, because that is an economic benefit as well. And so those two things really do need to be balanced to get the overall picture. The other part of your question, Ken, was about what's happening to the individuals in the industries that are in decline, the sunset industries, as some people describe them. And so I think those two comments go hand in hand, is that if you are engaging with a sector where there is the ability to have high levels of local content, because there isn't incumbent market leaders that it's only going to be an import sector, that makes it much easier then to ensure that there is that just transition of the people from those traditional industries into these new industries, because they can be the transfer of jobs, but they can also be the transfer of the good jobs. But as I said, none of that happens automatically on its own. There does need to be political will, and there does need to be initiatives to ensure, one, that you're putting policies in place that invest in those technologies, investing in their supply chain, so that you're not just only buying them from overseas. You have high quality manufacturing and maintenance jobs in the country, and making that balance between the sort of the cost of the technology, but also the economic benefit that will come to the region in which it's being deployed and operated. Hopefully that answered some of your question, Ken.
Thank you, Henry. And maybe with one more minute, anyone else want to add anything to this? Anne?
I'll try in 1 minute. But in the latest GWEC report done together with GWO, by 2027, I have the numbers here. We would need, just for wind technicians, we would need around 500,000 plus people, and that means you'd have to train all of those if we are to ensure that they're able to support the offshore wind or wind development by 2027. I think, and I can speak for the Philippines at least, but I know that this is happening across countries that would have ambitious targets on wind. Mapping, gaps mapping, skills gaps mapping, they're happening right now, again, to understand how much will be needed, how many will be coming from the academe, how many will be coming from this fossil fuel industries. And second, understanding their level of capability so that reskilling, upskilling, and retraining programs will be enabled, will be established. And that means, of course, we go back to collaboration, because government would have to understand the gaps, the needs, and the capability for them to provide these programs. And we have a very short time. We're looking at around 3-4 years to ensure that we have the ready workforce by 2027, all to achieve that, net zero target. So still much has to be done, but I would say most are starting, especially on how to address the workforce challenges.
Great. Thank you very much. We'll have to leave it there, but if we can give a round of applause to our panelists one more time. Thank you again to everyone who joined us online. For those of us who are here in person, I can note that there is a coffee break upstairs, just outside of CR2. So you'll find a coffee break just outside this room. That's not ours. So go upstairs, and then you'll be ready also for the plenary when it starts at 3:30 p.m. Look forward to seeing you all there.
Good afternoon, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. So shall we start? No, actually, we are 5 minutes behind the schedule. But thank you for joining us here in the interactive dialogue on enhancing ocean climate resilience. Colleague, this session will look at the opportunities emanating from the advance in climate and ocean science, risk analytics, and digitalization of early warning products towards the enhancing ocean climate resilience and sharing perspective from the regions with a focus on opportunities for regional cooperation and partnership building. So again, thank you very much for joining us in this session. And parallelly, we have other focus for regional initiative. And before we begin, let me kindly remind you that we have many people in the room here and joining us online, of course. So please do keep your microphones on mute unless you are called on to provide an intervention. So I would like to ask the support from the OC. And I'd also like to OC to help me monitor the virtual room during the session. First, I would like to invite Ms. Tiziana Bonapace, Director of ICT and Disaster Risk Reduction Division at ESCAP, to deliver an opening remarks. So, ma'am, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator Julia Suryan, for those introductory remarks. As the director of the ICT and Disaster Risk Reduction Division at ESCAP, I have the pleasure of welcoming you all to this interactive dialogue, segment D, on enhancing ocean climate resilience. So I think we have an important topic in front of us today to discuss. But before I proceed, I would also like to express my special thanks to the governments of Indonesia, Fiji, and the Maldives for the co-organization of this regional dialogue on ocean-based climate action, and also to our partners, UNEP, the coordinating body on the seas of East Asia, and UNDP. This, I think, has been a very productive partnership, and the ESCAP Secretariat has had the pleasure of working in a very constructive way with all partners. So as the moderator said in her introductory remarks, something very funny happening outside. So as the moderator said, we're going to explore the crucial role of oceans in climate change, and we're going to really look at the opportunities presented by advancements in climate and ocean science, the risk analytics, and the digitalization of early warning products. And I think, you know, one of the things that is common to all of this, and one of the really exciting, you know, the happenings is the very rapid advances in technology. And as computers move from their original function, which was to compute, to calculate, and they really become cognitive machines, machines that think and machines that make decisions, technology is moving from being a tool to being a decision maker. And this is really going to transform our lives, and it's going to transform all our interventions. And it's going to bring, I think, big improvements in resilience and in the way we understand the big trends, in the way we understand what is happening to our planet and the impacts it's having on our lives. And central to all these processes is the power of data. Data is really central to all AI-driven systems, to all the new technologies that are accelerating. So this, this movement from computing as a calculation to computing as a thinking device has unleashed the power of data. And we need more and more data all the time, but we need authoritative, evidence-based data. And I see tremendous potential in us leveraging the data that is derived from satellites and the geospatial data. This is evidence-based data. And so I think we are in exciting times. And I think we're also, beset by so many problems, so many challenges, so much doom and gloom, but we also have wonderful opportunities in front of us. And so I'd like to, end on that sort of positive note, that we should always maintain a forward-looking, positive note. And I'm also very much looking forward to hearing from our distinguished panel of experts who are going to represent very diverse perspectives and views from the Pacific small island developing states, as well as in the Indian Ocean. And I'm sure that their insights, together with our open discussion we will be having, will identify the regional cooperation opportunities and partnerships so that we all work together around a common objective of protecting people and planet. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Tiziana Bodapace, for the opening remarks, as well as to to put it forward that data is very powerful in terms of this process of machine learning and how this machine will learn from the data itself to decide to the process of decision making. Thank you, Ms. Tiziana. And now I would like to invite Mr. Sanjay Srivastawa, Chief of Disaster Risk Reduction Section at ESCAP, to introduce the theme of this session on the enhancing ocean climate resilience. Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Let me have the privilege to introduce the theme. Can you just put this slide on screen? Yeah, next one. Next. The concept note that you have seen, the regional initiative which has been proposed in the concept note, there are 8 elements to it under the climate resilience theme. Those elements captures a wide spectrum of activities, the action as well as enablers together, which cut across different sector of adaptation, resilience, preservation, conservation related to the coastal ecosystem. So I will just flag few points. You just look at from coastal planning and zoning, particularly in context of sea level rise, to policy for sustainable use of marine and coastal utilization. Then third is enhancing ocean science and data for developing resilience. Fourth, building the capacity and resilience of coastal communities. Fifth, developing climate resilient infrastructure in coastal areas and community, developing and sharing nature-based solutions, integrated early warning system for adaptation and resilience, conserving coastal areas with regulations. So these are the theme. And if I take my next slide, which is a key enabler, and the key enabler is science. This is something which gives you data, gives you all analytics. So this is the backbone of the coastal resilience. I would like to flag this example, which I think I'm very happy that our CEO of Maldives Disaster Management Authority is here. If you look at the data which is available in the public domain on island countries, the left-hand side, the data from IPCC is 100 kilometer by 100 kilometer. Everybody can see this. But when you look at this data, it doesn't capture the granularity of the risk at atoll level, at island level. So this data has to go through lot many customization to capture the granularity of the risk. The moment you take this data from 100 kilometer by 100 kilometer to 5 by 5 kilometer, you see those islands of Maldives who are going to experience high rainfall, which are basically the central part of the Maldives. And then you visualize the risk. So data, as my colleague said, is the key, but the quality of the data, which captures the granularity of the risk in a small atoll and island country context, is more important. And this comes through the science. And that's where the climate science is so critical. You need to have a capacity to get the data from the global model downscale or customize it to atoll and island context. My next slide is to tell you one example, which is the first part of the action plan. The example is enhancing coastal and urban planning and zoning. So you see the risk data that is taken at a granular level. And every atoll and islands was mapped out from its risk to sea level rise. These are the very small atolls in the vast Arabian Sea where Maldives is located. But the data captures where the sea level rise is on the rise. So all your zonation, coastal zone regulation has to be based on this science-based planning. So this is the key. My next slide is going to tell you a very example, what we have been doing in ESCAP. We have used the science, the data from IPCC. We used all the capacity and our partnership with many member countries, including one AP plant in Japan, to take this data to 1 kilometer, from 100 to 1. And this is where you captures the risk of not only today's, but risk of the by 2040, 2060. So you see, this is the ESCAP Risk and Resilience Portal. In case of Maldives, this is a small atoll island. A decision support system has been developed. So this is a perfect example how ocean science can be taken for the policy decision at atoll island, considering the different climate scenario, which is likely to be there by 2040 or 2060. My last slide is going to tell you something on early warning system, which is one of the key part of these initiatives. Early warning system like risk analytics has also to be customized. It has to be people-centered. There is a UN initiatives of Secretary General Early Warning for All. When you take this early warning for all in a small island country context or a coastal context, it really requires a very different kind of customizations than the normal early warning system in different regions. Here, ESCAP has been mandated by a Commission resolution 2023 to develop early warning system for all at regional level. Coastal hazards are mostly regional. They are not localized. It comes from the tropical cyclone. It comes from the sea surface rise. It comes from many factors which are convective in nature. So you need a regional strategy to capture the early warning system. And this is where ESCAP role becomes so important, because these are all the borderless disasters without borders. And then finally, I would like to flag ESCAP has a regional fund, which is we call ESCAP Multi-Donor Trust Fund for Tsunami Disaster and Climate Preparedness. This is, I think, one of the unique examples. It started with single hazard. Now it's a multi-hazard trust fund. A very substantial part of this fund has been spent to support early warning system in least developed country, in a small island developing countries. And this, we are trying all efforts to replenish the trust fund to support early warning system in coastal countries context. The last is 2 points for the dialogue of this panel discussion. on enhancing climate resilience. The first is what regional action can help advance progress, including through impactful partnership. This is the first point. I'm pretty sure our panel members will flag this. The second is what are some proposals, regional, national ocean governance mechanism for promoting investment in ocean climate resilience. So these are the two guiding questions for the panel discussion, and I'm pretty sure all of you will flag during your interventions this question. So thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay. Thank you very much for setting the scene for our next interactive dialogue. So like you mentioned before that there is funding opportunities for this initiative to be executed. And regarding these two questions, so I just want to have these two questions as a basis for our panel discussion, our next panel discussion. And thank you very much for that. And to be honest, because of the limited space, I would like to kindly ask Ms. Tiziana and Mr. Sanjay to go back to the seats. I'm so sorry. But and then I would like to invite 6 panelists for our next dialogue. 2 of them will join us virtually, and I would like to invite His Excellencies Ambassador Amenatafe Yaufoli, the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of Fiji and Permanent Representative to ESCAP. Thank you, sir. Ms. Tiziana, thank you. And I would like to invite Mr. Srinivasa Kumar, Director of Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services, which he's already, okay, you already joined virtually. Thank you very much. And Mr. Hisan Hassan, Chief Executive Officer, Maldives Disaster Management Authority. Could you please stand? Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. Yes, Chief Executive Secretary. Okay, Chief Executive Officer. Okay. Chief Executive. Sorry for that. And Professor Kancana Nakapakon. Sorry, from the Faculty of Environment and Resource Studies, Mahidol University. Thank you. And Dr. Sepani Putiamini, Expert Engineer, National Research and Innovation Agency, Indonesia. Thank you, Ibu. And our last panelist will be then Miss Melody Ovenden. She's already joined virtually. Okay, thank you very much. So our panelists already completed. And so I would like to ask for each panelist, based on those 2 questions raised by Mr. Sanjay, due to the limited time we have here, so we kindly request each panelist to limit the length of the response, the view, the perspective, to a maximum of 5 minutes. And our time keeper will inform you about the time. So we will now have seeking the perspective from the Pacific seas, from the Indian Ocean, as well as from the Southeast Asia, coastal vulnerability, resilience, and adaptation. So I would like to ask to His Excellencies Ambassador some questions, actually 4 questions, regarding the regional collaboration and policy advocacy from the Pacific Seas perspective. So how is regional cooperation supporting Pacific Seas to address the specific challenges of ocean climate resilience in the countries? And the next question, are there successful examples of models that other regions could adopt? And the other 2 questions are, what role should international or intergovernmental platforms like ESCAP play in supporting Pacific Seas with climate and ocean resilience? And the last question, how can these platforms be leveraged more effectively to address unique needs of these islands? the SIDS islands. Thank you. Please, His Excellencies. Sorry for the technical.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you for the opportunity to provide some perspectives from the Pacific. Due to the limited time, I have a very short presentation, which will sort of encapsulate all the questions that have been posed this afternoon. Can you go to page 2? Oh, should I use this? Okay, page 3. Page 3. That is the map of the Pacific, the sub-region of the Pacific. I intentionally put it up here so that some of you can have that in your mind, how wide and big the Pacific Ocean is and how small our islands are. So the perspectives will be different when you see it against a backdrop of a big ocean like that, like the Indian Ocean for Maldives. So you can see that we have 14 countries, including Australia and New Zealand, so 16 altogether in the Pacific Ocean. It's quite huge, it's quite big, and the challenges too are really phenomenal. To say that different countries face issues that are really challenging our sustainable development. So the challenges that, next page please, the challenges that we do face as we try to understand the dynamics between climate and ocean nexus, including ocean warming, ocean acidification, deoxygenation, and sea level rise. These are having devastating impacts on the ocean and the Pacific communities. For instance, sea level rise, it's affecting communities considering that 50% of our population resides within 10 kilometers of the coastline. That is really, really a huge challenge for us. Recent studies by our regional organizations, such as the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment, shows that ocean acidification has caused pH levels in the tropical Pacific Ocean to decrease by 30% since the early 19th century. We all know how the negative impacts of this on fish stocks, affecting food security, not only for Pacific peoples, but for the entire globe. So it's a real issue. It's a real challenge for us. And with those challenges that we do face, we note that the work that we're doing here are really, really important in trying to advance climate-based ocean climate-based ocean actions that will enable us to achieve sustainable development. So when we look at the importance of partnership as the theme, has already been asked in one of the questions, we believe that it remains a key tool to harness cooperation among countries in the region in the pursuit of implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. We know that SDG 13 is regressing in Asia and the Pacific. It's not moving forward, it's regressing. And that adversely affected SDG 14, life underwater. So it is really a critical issue. And we in the Pacific recognize that the need to work collaboratively with partners, all multi-stakeholder partners, to enhance diverse voices to benefit all peoples across communities and groups. In the Pacific, we have what we call the Blue Pacific continent. It is more than a geographical region. It is our home, our heritage, and our future. We cannot run away from it. Some of the regional offices and agencies that we have in the Pacific that we feel that it's important to work with our regional organization, ESCAP. One is the Office of the Pacific Ocean Commissioner, or OPOC. Their role is to ensure that all ocean issues are reported to our Pacific leaders every year in terms of the challenges, in terms of the issues we do face. The second is the Pacific Office Climate Change Center, which is sitting in Samoa, in Apia in Samoa, under the SPREP office. So we think that that is important as well. The Secretariat of the Pacific Environment Program, the Secretary of the Pacific Community, and the Foreign Fisheries Agencies. I'm seeing the time is really running fast on me. And the regional initiatives that we have, those are some regional initiatives that we have, which we feel can complement the beautiful work that ESCAP is doing. An important point that we would like to raise there is that we can use the ESCAP platform to address our ocean climate nexus very, very beautifully. They can weave itself into it. So we believe that ESCAP, using its convening power, can work with other UN agencies and entities and partners to advocate and promote these issues globally. I'm on my last slide. On my last slide, I just want to read something from one of my former leaders. We stand as the guardians of the oceanic heritage, but we do this not just for ourselves, for the benefit of our sovereign nations. We act for the entire planet, knowing that the Pacific Ocean is a treasure for all humanity, a resource for the whole world. Unquote. Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Thank you, His Excellencies. Thank you as well for for addressing the existing regional offices as well as the regional initiative, and how this ESCAP can play a pivotal role, especially if you're talking about the ocean and climate nexus under UNFCCC. Because since Madrid, I believe that we will hand how to pursue this ocean agenda being put forward into the UNFCCC negotiation process. So I think the Madrid will play as a first milestone for the the UNFCCC negotiation. Thank you very much, His Excellencies. And now I would like to invite Mr. Hisan Kasan to respond some questions as well related to innovative solution and regional integration, actually. And INCOIS, so your institutions, is known for its advancement in oceanographic research and early warning systems. Can you discuss any recent innovations or projects that have significantly contributed to enhance ocean climate resilience in the Indian Ocean regions? And the other questions, so there are two questions to be honest, and how can Indian Ocean countries better integrate oceanographic data into multi-hazard early warning system to improve overall regional resilience, and what are the key challenges and opportunities in achieving these integrations? So, please, sir.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and I thank UNESCAP for giving me this opportunity to join this distinguished panel. I'm Srinivas Kumar, Director of INCOIS, as introduced, and I'd like to actually, take this 5 minutes to briefly explain, the issues that were actually posed by Madam Moderator. So INCOIS works under the Ministry of Earth Sciences. We are an agency which deals with operational oceanography. We deal with end-to-end components of the ocean value chain and try to create value from ocean information to various stakeholders. And then across all these value chains that we create, one specific aspect is, of course, ocean and climate, how we can actually make observations that can actually enable decisions related to ocean and climate. First of all, understand the impacts of ocean on climate and climate on the ocean, and then how these things finally impact the human communities that are actually located in the coastal areas. Now, that's an important line of activity that we do, and then that's what I'll be talking about in a couple of minutes. And then one important aspect of this entire, ocean and climate aspects, and then building resilience, is to have early warning systems. And then after the December 26, 2004 tsunami, INCOIS was involved in establishing a tsunami early warning system that is also kind of multi-hazard, designed to be multi-hazard. And currently, we actually also provide information on storm surges, high wave alerts, swell surge alerts, and so on and so forth. So this multi-hazard early warning system is also now being enhanced. In fact, we already provide information related to climate indices, like, for example, ENSO kind of outlooks, Indian Ocean dipole outlooks, marine heat wave outlooks, coral bleaching alerts, and so on and so forth, which are very related to kind of climate kind of areas. And then how they impact, like, for example, the sea level rise. Recently, we have taken up a project at INCOIS called the Deep Ocean Mission. We are working on something called Ocean Climate Change Advisories. which actually is, from, the presentation made by Dr. Sanjay. We have seen how, small islands are impacted, and then how can we use information that is available at a very broad level, but then how can we make it applicable to very fine scale kind of regions? It could be small islands, or it could be cities or villages within large countries, actually. So under this project, what we're trying to do is kind of downscale the forcings, atmospheric forcings from the, CMIP-6 kind of simulations, and then use those downscale forcings to run very fine resolution dynamical models, ocean models, that can provide inundation at very local levels, and then use this inundation information, sea level rise information, to actually overlay on the coastal high resolution topography, bathymetry data, and then what will be the extent of inundation. So that is something we're working on in decadal to multi-decadal timescales. And then this is something we're running for the entire Indian Ocean region, of course, with specific focus on Indian coastal areas, but something that could be leveraged and then partnered with other countries. We have started working with ESCAP on some of those areas. So that's the downscaling we're doing. We're also working on, trying to assess what will be the impact of climate change on the intensity and frequency of cyclones and then associated storm surges in the next 100 years. How would the extreme waves change? The winds and then the waves, and then how they would actually inundate the coastal areas. What are the kind of coastal erosion and then displacement of human populations, coastal populations this could cause? And also the impact of climate change on ecosystems. Now, how are the oceans going to acidify? And how is it going to impact the corals and then the associated fisheries? Now, these are some of the aspects that we're working on, and then we'll be, happy to collaborate through UNESCAP and other frameworks with all the countries within the region who are also working on similar aspects. That's on the multi-hazard early warning part. Now, coming to the other important question that you raised, Madam Moderator, is actually what are the regional frameworks, and then how can some of the work being done at the national level be actually leveraged to benefit a broader area? How can we learn from each other? Now, I would like to quickly mention here in a minute on some of the major programs that are already available and then operating within the region. Like for example, there is a UN Ocean Decade, which is actually now on from 2021 to 2030. And then one of the challenges of the UN Ocean Decade is Challenge 6, which talks about enhancing the community resilience to coastal and ocean hazards. And now that also includes several hazards, and then one important hazard that we talk about, change-induced sea level rise. So that is something which we can use as a good framework. There is an excellent white paper that has been produced by a global group of experts, which is available, which actually provides certain kind of outlook on what we should do. Like one important thing in that is actually to develop people-centered multi-hazard early warning systems, regional, global. It'll be a system of systems, and then also design adaptation planning strategies to enhance coastal resilience. And then the other framework is Ocean Decade Tsunami Program. We are working very closely with UNESCAP there under the IOC UNESCO framework, where we talk about enhancing the accuracies and decreasing the uncertainties of tsunami warning under a multi-hazard framework. Again, that's something. And then how do we also enhance the capacities of communities, working with the communities to deal with early warning information? I think these are there are a lot of other frameworks. UNESCAP Trust Fund has been mentioned, I think, which is a very good platform for collaboration within the countries. There is IORA. There are several other UN frameworks which are working within the region, bilateral, multilateral collaborations. And my last, 30 seconds I'll take, Madam Moderator. I think I'll be within the time there. So where we need to work regionally is basically using all these frameworks is to have regional risk assessments. Right now, what we do with individual countries, I think we need to have a common framework and methodology. And like Ms. Bonapace very rightly mentioned, observational data becomes very important when actually computers are becoming much more intelligent. So collecting this data, working on collaborative data collection from ocean observing platforms, because that's where everything starts. We have to be having this capability to monitor the signals of climate change, be it sea level rise or so on. We need to work on data sharing frameworks is something that we all need to work on. Early warning communication, how do we communicate the risk? How do we communicate the uncertainties or the information itself? How do we build capacities? And then public awareness and interdisciplinary collaboration is all something I think these regional frameworks can really, enable a lot of collaboration within all these areas and make sure that, at the end of, some time, we will be having all the mechanism, the policies in place, the scientific solutions in place to make sure that everybody living in the coastal areas especially is, resilient to hazards. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. First, I would like to apologize to wrongly address you, Mr. Kumar. It's a bit confusing here if you didn't present here, actually. Please apology. And thank you as well for inform us the existing initiative, existing program that already ongoing in the Indian Ocean, related to Indian Ocean. And I would like to ask Mr. Hisan Hassan, our Chief Executive from the Disaster Management Authority of Maldives. Same, sir. So I would like to ask you related to the disaster preparedness and community engagement. So how is the Maldives Disaster Management Authority addressing the challenges posed by multi-hazard risks in coastal areas? And could you please then provide examples of effective strategies or initiatives that have been implemented in Maldives? And what steps are being taken to involve local communities in disaster preparedness and resilience building in the Maldives? And the last question is, how can these efforts be strengthened to ensure better outcome? So please, sir. Thank you.
Time is too short. We all have lots to talk, and the question is so big. But I think coming back to my question, I also would like to highlight in terms of vulnerability and challenges in relation to coastal vulnerability. As you know, Maldives is not in Pacific, but it's in Indian Ocean, but it's very similar to Pacific Island nations. It's again one of the most flattest country in the world, and if you can imagine, it's only one meter above sea level, and it has only one island, which is averagely 3 meters above. So you can imagine how vulnerable we are. So when we talk about coastal protection and disaster preparedness, just I will share a small example. So when we develop the plans in these islands and conduct the CBDRM planning, so we say that, okay, so there's a warning, tsunami warning, and you just move from 200 meters away from the shore, then we also again end up in the other side of the shore. So what is the best practice that we would adopt? For the Maldivian islands, I also really don't have an exact answer for this question. So we used to say that, okay, you just go in the center, but still we will see all around sea. And again, during the 2004 tsunami, the fisherman who was away fishing in the ocean was much safer than the people who was in the island. So this is how vulnerable Maldives is. So when it comes to disaster preparedness in relation to coastal protection, we still have lots to do and learn from the other island nations, how we could adapt preparedness and mitigation measures in relation to coastal erosion, coastal protection and vulnerabilities. We also know that we all have adopted the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 Agenda, Paris Agreement, and the SFDRR. But all these frameworks has its own objectives and mandate, which also have significant influence on policy making, on program implementation, and national and local levels. So we are also in the verge of endorsing our first national disaster risk reduction strategy. Probably would be endorsed by the Disaster Management Council, who is the president, also is the chair of the council. So this important bit of document also is one of the targets of SFDRR target E, if you may remember. and it will be fully achieved once it's set. But we are talking about lots of efforts, partnerships, and collaborations that we need to do along with other countries. Also, coming back to the presentation Dr. Sanjay has highlighted here, I think we also have 7 key priority areas highlighted in the strategy, which also is similar, 3 main important similar priority areas in relation to the 8 elements of the ocean climate resilient, which you highlighted. One is the enhanced multi-hazard early warning assessments placed in the island nations, and the other one is the building resilience in infrastructure and nature. Also empowering communities for effective response. I think three priority areas totally match with the 8 elements of the ocean climate resilience. And the most important thing is mainstreaming DRR into all sectors. And we all know that climate change adaptation and DRR cannot go separately. It goes hand in hand. And when we talk about, I've got 60 seconds, but I have another page of information which I would also like to share. Sorry for that. I think, yes, mainstream in DRR into all sectors and trying to achieve means there are several agendas and frameworks which are there, which we need to achieve the targets by the 2030. And the big question is that what are we doing? And by 2030 and then we would have another new framework probably. And then still we just will be at the same place. But I think for the Maldivians, the community-based disaster risk programs which we conduct in the islands have a crucial role in preparation of the island communities, in preparation for build up their local capacity building in relation to coastal hazards, especially in coastal flooding due to tsunamis, storm surges, and bad weather events. So I think there's lots of components highlighted in the CBDRM program, which enables them to learn about their community hazards which they face. But again, for a small island nation, data sharing, the data that we get is very important to prepare for an early an event which is ahead of coming into the country. So I think, yes, as a country who has been announced in the Early Warning for All initiative, we are very, very proud that the Maldives is in the Early Warning for All initiative endorsed by the UNSG. And I think as a leading agency for the Pillar 1, we still have lots of work that needs to be done together with the other pillar heads of the country to achieve the roadmap and the work plans and the targets highlighted in this. And for this, I think impact-based forecasting is very important while receiving the data to take early action. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan. Yes, it is indeed. So 2030, we have the SDGs target as well as our NDCs, our first cycles of NDCs. So 2030 is quite critical years, isn't it? So I would like to invite Professor Kanchana Nakapakorn to respond some questions already prepared by the OC. So we already have the perspective from the Pacific Seas and Indian Ocean. So now we are seeking the perspective from the Southeast Asia. So Professor, based on your research, what are the technology or tools you have found useful in promoting coastal resilience, and where do you see potential improvement or expansion in the application of technologies to address coastal challenges that's related to the research and application? And the other questions are, what are some of the most effective adaptation strategies being employed in Thailand to cope with coastal climate risks? And how can these strategies be improved or expanded to better protect vulnerable communities? Please, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Yeah. because of my background in geospatial technologies, right? I would say that geospatial technology is a very more useful data for analyze for any kind of application. So in this time also, I would like to share my experience about the coastal vulnerabilities. Oh, wait. Coastal vulnerabilities, resilience and adaptation in Thailand that we have experienced here, how to apply the data in terms of the geospatial data with the social science person. So our team that our project, we are use a lot of researchers, right, in this in different disciplines. So we are multidisciplinary to work together, like geomorphologies, the climate science of the person, and also in the socio-economic person here. And the final one is me, right? Geospatial technologies will be here. And to this one, to let the man and lady in the below. So that one is a economic person. So our team have a different kind of the discipline. So that's why I think this one is quite challenge for me also to manage, to organize, to collaborate all the different discipline. So our project that we have the work package in 4 work package here about the Thai Coast project. So in that one, when we go to the local communities or local government agency in the first beginning of the project, we talk about that one also about the project. We explain about the concept of the project, that we are science in the blue color. I don't know how to. In the blue one, right? And in the pink one will be the social science group. So it means that we integrate between science and social science together. And then the result from that one, we start from the baseline data in scientific research first. When we go to the field, to the local government agency or local communities, they always say that they just know that, okay, in this area we have coastal erosion, but in terms of the science base, they don't have any research do it before. So our project, we do that one by using the satellite data a lot, right? And a lot of the GIS analysis also. And also that one not enough. So we do more climate modeling also here. So we can see that in the map, in the below, the light below, right? So that one quite more modeling for the climate modeling. All that one is a satellite data for coastal erosion. And after that, when we got that one erosion and we have the climate scenario for that one, we predict for the future flood modeling also in our study area, both Andaman Sea and Gulf of Thailand also. So here our study area 2 size, here we can see that. And also after that, we predict also, we collect some soil sample in our fields, in our study area, and we do some lab research, lab analysis. And then we found that if we would like to do the scenario every 20 years return periods, or 50 years or 100-year return period, what happened in this area. So that one we talk a lot with the local people and the researchers. So when we got that data, we zoom in, we can use that data, that map, to talk with the local government agency and the local people. Because when we go there, right, we don't have any map in the first time. We just talk. So they just complain and they just give the information. So I say, oh, okay, we will do back again and give more detail for that one. And then after that, we got a lot of the socio-economic data in terms of the exposures, vulnerabilities, coping capacity. So many data that we integrate with the social science person, and also we generate the map. So that's why it's in terms of the GIS technique only, right? So we do the socio-economic vulnerability map and coping capacity index map. And then also we generate a coastal vulnerability index map. So like this one. So in the right-hand side, the upper, yes, that one is a physical vulnerability index that come from the geomorphologies, climate data, something like that. And that one we integrate or overlay together, and then we got the coastal vulnerability index. When we got that one, so we classify the risk maps. Yeah, the risk map like this one, the concept is come from the UN also. So, and then we do the map like this. We give that data to the local people and the government agency in the local one. So this one, the part, right? We go the first workshop, we just ask information and check the situation there. And after that, we got the first result. We go there again and show the result and ask them, is that result that we analyze is correct or not? So we got that one, and then we ask some more information, also discuss along the workshop. And then we got the result from that one, analyze and go to the third workshop. And the result will come so many things. The participatory research that we call the World Cafe, we use a lot of that one. In this one, we give this information to the local communities and play with this data to talk with them. And then this one also we do a lot, right? So we got the data and analyze again. We know this disaster calendar for in each community, because that one quite different in each community. And also when we got that one, we back again with the data that they give us and show them that how, if the data in your community like this, so what kind of the community action plan for you? So we do a lot of that one. So like that one, I also would like to say that the geospatial data is quite more important for our visualization. And also not enough. We need the people participate with us also. So that's why we use a lot of the map to talk with them. And this one also some part of my research also to do it by this one. So, and that one we talk a lot of with the government agency. The final one, they got the Marine Coastal Resource Management Promotion Action Plan, and they set up the committee in the central committee and the provincial committee also to organize and manage in that area. So this one also we give we return the knowledge to the local government agencies like that. So for me, just that all. So that one we need cross multidisciplinary to work together, and also the participatory research might be is useful also for us to do both of the science and social side. So just that one, because of the time is quite quite short. I don't know how to do that.
You need one.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So actually, I do a lot.
The OC is quite strict, right?
Yeah.
So, but thank you, Professor. So, thank you as well for reiterating the data is very crucial, and you also mentioned that the engagement of local authority as well as the local community is very important for this modelings and scenarios for having this climate resilience being enhanced. So, from the Southeast Asia perspective, I would like also to invite Dr. Sepani to respond this question related to the remote sensing and satellite, as well as the social ecological resilience and adaptive capacity. What role can remote sensing and satellite play in enhancing coastal resilience? And what can be done to improve social ecological resilience and adaptive capacity, potentially using technology and innovation? So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Yulia. And Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone. I will begin by outlining the coastal vulnerability in Indonesia. And as we all know, Indonesia is the world's largest archipelago, consists of five main islands, totaling 17,504 islands, It is also home the world's most populous island in the Pacific Ring of Fire and is extremely vulnerable to climate change and human activity. And next, I want to discuss the driving cause of coastal hazard in Indonesia. And as we all know, coastal hazard endanger human life, the environment, and the economy, and they are increasingly influenced by rapid change in the global climate change system. And in Indonesia, this change the frequency of rise, intensity, wind, and speed, wave height, and ocean temperature. It is resulting in coastal flood, erosion, inundation, and land subsidence. And to address this challenge, Indonesia government is implementing a strategy to action to exploit about potential mangrove for innovative ocean-based climate change mitigation strategies. And the Indonesian government has promoted the national mangrove rehabilitation by establishing a presidential regulation with a target of 600,000 hectares by 2024 and net sink target in 2030. And particularly in Indonesia, which has 21% of world total mangrove in world and home for 48 species of mangrove. So in the last 5 years, Indonesia has managed to grow the mangrove area by approximately 3%, if even it is not significantly, but it is vital to underline and realize that it takes time to mangrove to mature in healthy mangrove ecosystem. So mangrove rehabilitation is being accelerated through the coordination of peatland and mangrove restoration agency in 9 Indonesian province, and as well as the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, which is authorized and responsible to managing mangrove rehabilitation with forest area, and Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries, which is authorized and responsible for managing mangrove rehabilitation outside forest area. And beside that, other ministries or agencies that support the 3 institutions include the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Ministry of National Development Planning, the Ministry of Village and Development of Disadvantaged Village and Transmigration, provincial and local government, corporate social responsibility, NGO, community group, and other stakeholders. As we know, mangrove is contribute to combat climate change by providing various vital benefits that the Blue Agenda, and to support this, To support this, Indonesia has also conducted various studies, technology innovation through National Research and Innovation Agency and collaboration with various universities and ministries, including drone sowing system. We drone and seed ball mangrove. It is the advantage of technology planting of mangrove, and we have Monmeng application for monitoring mangrove, and beside that we have SIDIC. The system is provide data and information about sustainability and risks about flood and drought at the administrative level, and this provide information on vulnerability indicator. And Indonesia government through the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries has been actively empowering communities in mangrove management. This includes capacity building through training on mangrove derivative products such batik, dyes, and food processing, and community support for development of mangrove ecotourism. So, however, Indonesia still face hurdles in strengthening coastal resilience, including the implementation seascape management regulation, implementation seascape management regulation about property theft too, social capital too, and sustainable financing for mangrove rehabilitation. And this is a way forward to do the next. We have to collaboration action. It is need to multi-year initiative and funding scheme for sustainable mangrove management and protection. And we need to intensive community engagement, such as capacity building, nature-based job opportunities in ecotourism, and marine and coastal education, and then financial and non-financial assistance for local government and non-government organization. And the last one is strengthening seascape management regulation. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Dr. Sepani. Your focus on the mangrove management, including the collaboration between line ministries as well as other stakeholders, as well as the challenges we still face in Indonesia in enhancing the coastal resilience. Thank you very much. And our last panelist, Ms. Melody Ovenden from ADB, I would like to invite you to respond the question as usual, related to nature-based solution and local communities. What role can nature-based solutions play in enhancing ocean climate resilience, and where do you see the opportunities for actions? So some of our previous panelists already also mentioned the potential way forward. And the last questions, Ms. Melody, what are the actions that can be taken to empower and strengthen local communities against ocean and coastal vulnerabilities? So please, ma'am.
Thank you. So Excellencies, distinguished guests, thank you for having me here. And please let me start by thanking ESCAP for having me speak at this esteemed event. Although I am an oceans practitioner, I veered off this path for 15 years as I took a deep dive into social safeguards, focusing on physical economic displacement, resettlement, and land acquisition in indigenous people. But I think that diversion from oceans and coastal resilience was a useful one, as it provided me with a more nuanced social lens to address the issues that we face. In relation to our planet's livability, we have two great challenges, which is climate change and biodiversity loss. But we do also need to acknowledge that existing challenges of poverty, economic disparity, and the reality regarding the need for economic growth and development is absolutely present. We also know that development is linked to growing public infrastructure, digital innovation, and good governance. But the path to stability, as we've seen over decades of development support, is in sustainable development and growth, which needs to be embedded in environmental sustainability. We've also seen that the healthiest towns and cities are aware of their impact on nature and work to limit this, building green spaces, green infrastructure. But with the challenges of poverty and rising costs, this is much easier said than done. So the question is the potential of nature-based solutions and complementing or even replacing great infrastructure is present. But first, a fundamental shift is needed on how infrastructure projects are conceptualized, designed, and constructed. And this is where I provide one key opportunity for action. Because the key to supporting the shift is to make sure that nature-based solutions are found in concept notes, pre-feasibility studies, and these are translated into detailed engineering designs. This ensures that what is provided in a plan is converted into tangible solutions in every infrastructure project. In addition to this, construction must also be monitored closely to ensure that designs are adhered to. In addition to big global actions that can be taken, these small incremental changes in the way we do things will cascade and accumulate. And even within ADB's portfolio, these modifications in the way that we do our projects will have a massive impact. So as we know, the interest is present, but progress is still limited and follow-through needs to be seen, where ecosystem restoration and management is systematically integrated into project design. Now, ADB promotes the active use of nature-based climate solutions as part of its efforts to simultaneously address biodiversity loss and climate change through investments, climate change adaptation, and disaster risk management. And we are heavily aligned with ADB Strategy 2030 and the MDB's Joint Nature Statement. Nature-based solutions are mainstreamed in our operations and our pipelines. And I can provide a lot more information regarding how our investments in nature-based solutions are integrated in ranges of sectors, including agriculture, transport, urban, and water. And these investments cover a wide variety of issues from water quality improvement to disaster risk reduction, coastal protection, ocean health, agriculture sustainability, and also waste management. We have a lot of these experiences, and we utilize technical assistance projects and strategic plans for regions like Fatumaru Bay in Port Vila and Vanuatu, urban development projects in PRC that employ the sponge city concept, that use forest wetlands and bioretention ponds to reduce flooding risk, and rural development projects such as one in Vietnam, which uses bioengineering technologies for roadside slope stabilization. ADB has supported projects in building coastal resilience through NBS aimed at coastal and marine conservation, restoration, enhancement, and incorporation of ecosystem-based approaches to climate-based adaptation. We have a range of documentation and guides, such as guidelines for mainstreaming natural river management for flood risk management. And these guidelines were used by revitalizing Philippine rivers to boost climate resilience and enhance sustainability. Currently, Indonesia is interested in learning from these experiences and adopting greener solutions into their own national plans and projects. And finally, ADB developed a practitioner's guide to help project teams in developing member countries in integrating nature-based solutions for climate change adaptation and disaster risk management into project implementation. I want to just reiterate that the key is to make sure that nature-based solutions are present in concepts, pre-feasibility studies, and these are translated into detailed engineering designs, and construction being monitored to make sure that these designs are adhered to. With regards to the second question on actions that can be taken to empower and strengthen local communities against coastal vulnerabilities. As the region's climate bank, ADB continues to develop and mainstream nature-based solutions in its operations as we importance nature and its importance in tackling climate change, such as our regional Flyway initiative that has strategic goal to develop investment projects for 50 priority wetland sites, totaling $3 billion in investments for implementation by 2030. This is done together with BirdLife International and with a fully functional web-based avian sensitivity tool for energy planning, or AVISTEP. We are also scaling a regional cooperation for the benefit of small, remote, and isolated islands in the Pacific. Perhaps what I want to highlight in more detail, on the other hand, is with regards to utilization of knowledge and education. With regards to actions that can be taken to empower strengthening local communities, knowledge is key. Ocean literacy is still in its early stages of access and distribution, and the Venice Declaration calls for the development of a solid and adaptable ocean literacy framework for both formal and non-formal education systems. It's expected to take time to modify policies and curriculums. There is an underutilized opportunity through non-formal channels to share knowledge and information through online platforms and social media. The method and delivery of the message will be key in ensuring the widest distribution of this knowledge. Knowing algorithms of tapping social media, of utilizing novel methods of sharing information in short reels, simplified messages provided in multiple languages will be the catalyst in shifting mindsets across the world. These underscore the critical role of education, collaboration, and stewardship in promoting ocean literacy. With this knowledge, coastal communities can make better decisions at the household level, from avoiding single-use plastics and choices made at the supermarket, to attending community consultations where development projects are presented, voicing their thoughts on how community infrastructure should be developed in harmony with nature. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Melody. So you emphasize this empowerment of the communities as a pivotal role to enhance the ocean climate resilience. Thank you very much. So we already heard from the panelists, 6 panelists, how their perspective and views on these sessions on the climate resilience. And now we move to the next stage on the commentary and open discussions. I would like to invite all of the participants, including the panelists. Actually, maybe you will have some additional points to be raised here that you don't have time to elaborate. And I would like to particularly suggest the priority actions to elaborate the, could you please that? Okay. To elaborate technical dimension of the proposed actions and identify potential partnership and activities. So I would like to open the discussion and commentary for first from the audience here who presents in Bangkok. And I would like to ask the OC to monitor the virtual room. Is there any colleague here who would like to raise some points or not? Okay, okay. Please do introduce yourself and which institution and.
Hello, my name is Rati. I'm from NGO in Indonesia. It's called Fauna and Flora International. I want to propose. Okay, I'll move a little bit. It's a little bit far. Thank you. I want to propose for the action plan, especially on the coastal planning aspect, to include land sea integration for the management. Our organization is starting to also work on like reach to reef or land sea integration on the management, especially like MPA and outside of MPA. So I think it's really important to bring it highlighting it both for the livelihood of the community to enhance their community resilience and also to figure out like pollution solution from like land activity, because I think right now and probably in the near future and in the future, pollution including like water pollution, wastewater pollution, and also solid waste, marine plastic or plastic on the land would be really big threat for community and ecological resilience in the coastal area, because human activity and human population is gonna keep increasing. So bring out land sea integration into the management of the area would be, I think, really important to point out. Also to see the solution for waste management in small islands, because at the moment there are no concrete and easy cost-effective management on how to handle pollution, both wastewater pollution and also like plastic solution in small islands. Like, do we have to bring them into like the main island, or there's no like easy solution at the moment. And the second one, it's gonna be about the nature-based solution, which is mangrove. So in Indonesia, there is a challenge. The data shows this data is not from our organization, but from another NGO. But the data shows that only 2% of mangrove ecosystem in Indonesia is within MPA or marine protected areas. So there are really big percentage or coverage of mangroves are outside of the MPA, which means they are not managed effectively. So maybe the solution, we need to find a mechanism on how to manage this mangrove ecosystem outside of the MPA, maybe bringing the community-based initiatives into it, so giving the community rights to be able to protect them and also utilize them sustainably for their livelihood. So even though like legal land conversion is going out on there, but if the community says, no, we want to protect this, they're going to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the points addressing the land sea integration as well as the management of mangrove outside of the MPA. Our reporter will be then noted. Thank you very much. And is there any other? Okay, please, sir.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you very much for the presentations. It was very interesting. So my name is Chris Richter. I'm the Regional Migration, Environment and Climate Change Specialist at the International Organization for Migration based here in Bangkok. We heard a lot about sort of some of these different issues that we need to sort of be thinking about in terms of proving, ocean climate resilience, including, the planning and zoning issues, infrastructure, nature-based solutions, early warning systems, and so on. But one other issue that I think should be part of the conversation and potentially part of sort of a regional cooperation approach is around the links between ocean and climate resilience and different forms of human mobility. And that's something that one of the panelists sort of very briefly mentioned. But this would sort of have two different elements to it. One would be looking at how to, avert, minimize and address displacement, both as a consequence of loss and damage, but also as a form of loss and damage in and of itself. And this is where a lot of these sorts of solutions that we see on the board would be quite relevant. But another dimension is thinking about how other forms of human mobility, like labor migration, planned relocation, and so on, can be potentially positive adaptation strategies to take people out of harm's way, but also to see how those could be sort of leveraged to support resilience building in places of origin as well. And so addressing these sorts of issues, I think, would necessitate mainstreaming human mobility considerations into relevant plans and frameworks like national adaptation plans, NDCs, any sorts of risk assessments that are done in this context. But it's also something on which there's a good deal of existing knowledge and expertise across the region that we can draw on. Countries in the Pacific, for example, are very much invested in these sorts of issues. Fiji, Solomon Islands, for example, have themselves at the national level established planned relocation guidelines. The members of the Pacific Islands Forum as a whole just last year endorsed a Pacific regional framework on climate mobility, which covers these sorts of issues as well. But across the broader region in South and Southeast Asia, the conversation is still a bit more nascent to the extent that exists at all. So I think there's a good opportunity to promote more South-South and triangle cooperation and learning to draw these sorts of lessons from the Pacific and to integrate them in other parts of the region, because these issues are just as relevant for SIDS as they are for some of the bigger countries, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, for example. So that's sort of one thing that I would like to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So thank you for bringing that out. So related to the human displacement, mobilities, as well as the loss and damage. As additional information, the loss and damage fund already kind of established during Dubai last year. And maybe we can use, this opportunity to have a kind of regional initiative or a regional cooperation, for example, and as well as to integrate or insert it into the NDC or NAPS under the UNFCCC framework. Thank you. Is there any other concern? Okay, so please.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm from the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity. And I'd like to also commend the initiatives of Indonesia and for being active in this area. And just like to highlight that there is also a mechanism at the ASEAN level, which is also doing the same efforts. And it could be useful also if we could find ways to have a stronger cooperation with these mechanisms to scale up these efforts in the region, particularly in the ASEAN or Southeast Asia region. And also, in particular, we are doing some initiatives in the nature-based solutions, in particularly that we are in biodiversity conservation. So we are working with the institutions that are into protected areas, protected area management, and increasing or improving management effectiveness of these protected areas so that they can also cater to NBS. And also, he mentioned about the mainstreaming. So mainstreaming biodiversity conservation into climate actions, because we recognize or we see that at some point there are like functional silos between biodiversity and climate actions. So it could be helpful in strengthening regional cooperations if the different mechanisms at the ASEAN level in the biodiversity conservation and climate actions could also be utilized and strengthened. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. And yes, this mainstreaming issues is quite important because this point also addressed under the UNFCCC. That's not only countries who have encouraged to mainstream all the aspect of the development, as well as we request, the UNFCCC request the bodies, the UN bodies as well, how to mainstream and how to integrate, how to synergize their work. So as well as to avoid duplication of the work. So thank you very much for bringing that up. So is there any other concern? Because on the virtual, I cannot see. Okay, so please, ma'am.
So thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm from UNEP COPSIS Secretariat. And if I may, we just would like to share a very brief statement of COPSIS support for implementation of this potential implementation of the initiative for this regional cooperation on OBCA, particularly for enhancing ocean climate resilience. So I will be very quick. So COPSIS strategy directions 2023 and 27 include strengthening marine and coastal ecosystems for climate mitigation and adaptation, focusing on ocean climate resilience. And as such, COPSI fully supports the draft regional initiative on OBCA, which aligns with our strategy directions to enhance climate resilience through nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based adaptation. And COPSI is further committed to advancing policy cooperation and implementation for the sustainable use of marine and coastal resources, enhancing ocean science and data, building capacity and resilience of coastal and marine ecosystems, and developing and sharing MBS, such as ecosystem-based management and coastal habitat restoration. So this will be complemented by one of the thematic program on marine and coastal biodiversity and marine and coastal biodiversity, ecosystem conservation and management to drive effective climate action and resilience. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the support as well. Especially you mentioned about the COPSI, right? Thank you very much. And is there any other points? Okay. Please, sir.
Thank you. My name is Noviadi from Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Indonesia. So I just would like to share some cases, particularly about the sea level rise issue. So we may have unequal conditions of sea level rise issues, and we may need to treat case by case. Because, for example, from my personal review about the disappearances of some islands in Indonesia, they were not caused by sea level rise, but they were caused mainly by the mining of sand and coral for building material for islanders, because getting building materials from the mainland is expensive, very expensive. So because of these mining activities, then the coastal areas becomes eroded, yeah, and then it is gradually getting more eroded by the strike of the waves. Yeah, because the policy implementation could be different when it is the degradations of the destruction of our coastal area because of the sea level rise. Then there are only two potential strategies. First, relocations of people, or we adopt the high technology like Holland, like Netherlands. Yeah, but if our disappearances, our island disappearances are caused by the unsustainable activities, yeah, then it is law enforcement. Yeah, so it's different cases. So we need to treat it case by case. So we cannot blame like all our disappearances of our islands are due to sea level rise. Then the unsustainable developments done by certain people or parties, then they will just continue on. Yeah, this is the case in Indonesia. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for bringing that up. So yeah, if we're talking about the adaptive capacity as well as the resilience, it will be done very local specific. So it will have to take into consideration this local specific parameter and indicator, and find the solution like you mentioned before. Thank you very much. Is there any other, because I think I have to close this commentary and open discussion because the OC strictly asked me to close. It's already 3 p.m. So apologize, colleagues, that we really have limited time to pour our ideas, our perspective, our view to respond this regional initiative by the Indonesia, Fiji, and Maldives. But thank you very much for your active participation during these interactive dialogues. And we duly note your view here during the discussion, and the rapporteur will be then present the feedbacks from these dialogues in the plenary session, right? Which will be commenced in 3 p.m. 25. Oh, this is exact time, 3 p.m. 25. So we will see you in the plenary room in the CR2, yeah, conference room. So now it's a coffee break until 3:30 p.m. So enjoy your break, and maybe we can use this break to still continue our conversation in informal way. And happy day for us here, and applause for us here, and thank you also for the for participation from online participants. And have a good day. See you then in plenary. Thank you. Thank you for our panelists.
good afternoon, distinguished delegates. We will now like to ask all delegates to proceed to their seats as we will resume the session. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the plenary session. After we had breakout session this morning and this afternoon, now we will hear feedback from the 4 respective interactive dialogues. I invite all rapporteurs to provide a summary of the key points and recommendations from their respective session in around 5 minutes. As mentioned during the opening session, we are working toward defining regional initiatives toward ocean-based climate action. We would like to acknowledge and appreciate the comments received from member states in the lead up to this event, and will consider them with the feedback received in this session. I will invite the rapporteur from Interactive Dialogue A on protecting and enhancing blue carbon ecosystem, Mr. Jonathan Gilman from UNEP. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Interactive Dialogue A discussed protecting and enhancing blue carbon ecosystems through 2 main perspectives. The first, the experiences of member states, and the second, through the perspective of governance, institutions, networks. The panel presentations and discussions pointed to several opportunities for highlighting, for enriching regional action through the regional initiative, and highlights included the Maldives' work to manage 93 protected areas and all major mangrove areas that has benefited from the networking of their protected areas, including through the Asia Protected Areas Network and UNESCO Biosphere Reserves. National capital and ecosystem accounting also emerged as an important basis for countries' efforts, and this work is beginning to be scaled up. The integration of the marine sector in the NDCs and capacity building was highlighted, and Indonesia has made important advances in this area, including through their second nationally determined contribution. Regional networking on blue carbon. This could be scaled up based on Indonesia's national network approach and support the mapping of carbon restoration and potential among other activities at the regional level. In terms of knowledge sharing, the Blue Carbon Transformative Platform, known as the Blue Carbon Deck, facilitates science-based project development, the development of regulations, partner engagement, and the development of carbon credits, and can help strengthen regional approaches for blue carbon action, including on accessing voluntary carbon markets. Good practices include the development of scientific research and projects with gender and coastal community perspectives to put people in the center of blue carbon action. Boosting environmental, social, governance, disclosure, and strengthening voluntary carbon markets was also highlighted. A number of planning tools and initiatives were presented that could support regional action, including a multi-country mangrove restoration, monitoring and mapping tool developed by C4, and a model to assess seaweed and seagrass carbon sequestration that has been developed in Japan. The importance of assessing and integrating biodiversity values in blue carbon action was also highlighted. It was also noted that regional dialogues could further be strengthened, including through the Biodiversity Credit Alliance. A final question was asked about the barriers to strengthening investment in blue carbon as a basis for action, and this needs further discussion. It was a rich session, and we thank the presenters and participants. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jonathan. Now, allow me to invite rapporteur from Interactive Dialogue B on Decarbonizing Maritime Connectivity, Ms. Veronica Schultz, government expert from Australia. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Interactive Dialogue B, Decarbonizing Shipping and Maritime Connectivity, focused on a dual problem: the pressing need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the shipping industry and the importance of enhancing maritime connectivity. The session highlighted that decarbonisation is both an urgent challenge but also a significant opportunity for fostering resilience, innovation, and regional cooperation. The session travelled around the Asia Pacific, from Thailand to Australia to Indonesia to Samoa. Every nation varies in its characteristics, but regional collaboration is paramount for the acceleration of our shared decarbonisation goals. Key themes from the session included the modernisation of ports and shipping infrastructure, with particular emphasis on adopting low-carbon technologies and developing green shipping corridors to promote sustainable maritime connectivity. The session highlighted that decarbonising shipping is not just a technical issue, but requires holistic strategies involving regulatory frameworks, financial incentives, and knowledge sharing across the region. Several challenges were identified in the session, including the high costs associated with green fuels and zero-emission technologies, the need for long-term financing, and the existing reliance on fossil fuels. However, there was a consensus that strategic investments in clean fuel production, particularly in countries like Australia and Indonesia, as well as the adoption of energy-efficient practices, are essential steps forward. The session also explored the potential of regional cooperation, highlighting that collaboration between nations, stakeholders, and various sectors along the value chain is key to advancing decarbonisation goals. The path to decarbonising shipping is complex. It presents opportunities for creating a more sustainable and resilient future for maritime trade. Commitment to long-term strategies and cross-sectoral partnerships is crucial in achieving net zero emissions and ensuring the sustainability of maritime connectivity in the Asia-Pacific region. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Veronica. I invite next rapporteur for Interactive Dialogue C on accelerating the deployment of ocean-based renewables energy, Mr. Vladimir Kalinsky from UNDP. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The dialogue session has addressed the pivotal role of offshore renewable energy in Asia-Pacific region's transition to sustainable energy. Key discussion revolved around technological advancement, regional challenges and opportunities, with particular focus on supply chain issues and workforce transition. Renewable energy focus was offshore wind, with observation to ocean, tidal, and currents energy. Key points taken: regional context and technological advancement. The APAC region faces a critical moment in achieving SDG 7, clean and affordable energy, and SDG 13, climate action. There is a need to accelerate the deployment of renewable energy technologies, with offshore wind emerging as a crucial component. China is leading global advancement in offshore wind technology, with significant developments in turbine size and manufacturing capabilities. The country has established a competitive industry chain, making offshore wind one of the most cost-effective sources of electricity and a major player in carbon mitigation. Indonesia is committed to enhance its renewable energy share and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The country's energy mix is still dominated by fossil fuels, but efforts are underway to increase the share of renewables. Despite a large renewable energy potential, only a small fraction is currently utilized. Challenges include high investment costs, regulatory hurdles, and the need for comprehensive feasibility studies. There is also a significant gap between current and projected renewable energy capacities. Challenges of the supply chain. The offshore renewable energy sector faces several supply chain issues that impact its growth. Key problems include high cost. The cost of technology and installation remains high, which can deter investment, particularly in the early stages of the development. Infrastructure gaps. There are inadequate facilities for manufacturing, port operations, and logistics. The need for specialized vessels and equipment is growing, and existing infrastructure must be adapted or expanded to meet new demands. Regulatory and permitting issues. Navigating complex regulatory environments and security permits can delay projects and increase costs significantly. Supply chain coordination. The industry requires better coordination across the supply chain to ensure timely delivery of components and services. This includes addressing shortages in critical materials and also the workforce constraints. Collaborative efforts and capacity building. Collaboration and capacity building are essential for advancing offshore renewable energy. Technical groups and task forces across APAC countries facilitate information sharing and best practices. UN agencies have a potential to provide a crucial role in bridging gaps between regions and stakeholders, offering platforms for dialogue and knowledge exchange. Capacity building efforts may include workshops and training programs to support policymakers and the industry professionals. Next key point is workforce transition and job creation. The transition to renewable energy brings opportunities for job creation, but also raises concern about the impact on workers in traditional energy sectors. The offshore wind sectors, along with wave and tidal energy, presents potential for creating decent jobs. Reports indicate a growing need for wind technicians, highlighting the importance of training and preparing the workforce for new industry demands. Governments and stakeholders must collaborate to ensure a smooth transition, just transition, and support workers moving into renewable energy sectors. Finally, policy recommendations. Addressing the challenges in offshore renewable energy requires targeted policy actions. Enhanced regulatory frameworks, streamline regulations and permitting process to reduce delays and lower costs. Invest in infrastructure. Develop and upgrade infrastructure to support the growing needs of the industry, including ports and manufacturing facilities. Strengthening supply chain coordination. Improve coordination across the supply chain to ensure the timely and efficient delivery of components and services. And foster international collaboration. Promote global cooperation to drive innovation, share best practices, and address common challenges. In conclusion, the dialogue has highlighted the critical need to address supply chain issues and enhance collaboration to accelerate the adoption of offshore renewable energy in the APAC region. By overcoming these challenges and investing in capacity building, infrastructure, and workforce development, stakeholders can work together to achieve sustainable and inclusive energy future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vladimir Kalensky. Last but not least, I invite Ms. Hyun Jin from COPSI. Please kindly present for interactive dialogue D on ocean climate resilience. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The interactive dialogue D highlighted some insights of opportunities with the critical role of oceans in mitigating climate change, while also addressing the challenges faced by coastal communities, particularly in small island developing states, exploring several themes including regional cooperation, innovative solutions, and the need for effective governance mechanisms to enhance ocean climate resilience. In terms of regional cooperation, discussion emphasized the significance of regional collaboration in addressing ocean climate challenges. Several successful initiatives were highlighted, demonstrating how joint efforts can lead to effective solutions. And panelists also discussed the essential support provided in international platforms like ESCAP in strengthening the resilience of Pacific small island developing states through tailored policies and programs. In terms of the innovative solutions, panelists shared advancements from INCOIS that enhance ocean climate resilience, including cutting-edge research and early warning systems, highlighting the importance of integrating oceanographic data into multi-hazard early warning systems, noting the challenges as well as opportunities for regional collaboration and cooperation. And panelists outlined how the Maldives Disaster Management Authority is addressing multi-hazard risk through effective strategies and initiatives. In terms of community engagement, discussion also highlighted the crucial role of local communities in disaster preparedness and the ongoing efforts to enhance their involvement. Panelists discussed useful technologies for promoting coastal resilience and their application in practical scenarios. So that in terms of adaptation strategies, discussion highlighted successful adaptation strategies currently employed in Thailand, along with recommendations for further improvements. In terms of application of innovation in coastal resilience, with a case study of Indonesia, panelists discussed the critical role of remote sensing and satellite technologies, which was the point that came out continuously and strongly during the discussion in enhancing coastal resilience, providing valuable data for risk assessment and planning. For the social ecological resilience, panelists also highlighted the need to improve social ecological resilience and adaptive capacity, suggesting that technology and innovation can play an important role in this enhancement. Lastly, nature-based solutions. Discussion highlighted the importance of this approach, nature-based solutions, in enhancing ocean climate resilience and identified various opportunities for action in this area. The discussion also shared actionable strategies for empowering and strengthening local communities against ocean and coastal vulnerabilities, highlighting the importance of knowledge sharing, education, and inclusive approaches. So to summarize, the Dialogue D has highlighted the importance of collaborative efforts, innovative practices, and local community engagement in enhancing ocean climate resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hyun Jong Jin. I also thank you for excellent discussion and feedback on each of these themes. I would like also thank the rapporteur for your comprehensive delivery. We will now open the floor for the general comments. I urge participants to keep your remarks concise and to the point. We look forward to hearing your recommendation. May I first invite additional comments from government experts and officials? Please raise your nameplate to indicate interest to speak. I see none. Fiji and Philippines. Okay, I give the floor to Fiji.
Chair, through you, let me voice my delegation's appreciation on the progress and outcome so far of the dialogue today. As one of the sponsorship members of this process, we really would like to voice our appreciation to the process itself and also to all colleagues and member states in the room for enhancing the important work that is before us today. My second point is, I think it was raised in our group. This is in regards to humanitarian movements, the movements due to climate change, because this is something that is very unique in the Pacific. In terms of relocations and a movement of people due to climate challenges. We thought that it was raised in our meeting today that this issue is really very practical in the Pacific, because some of our countries like Fiji, we have relocation guidelines which can be useful for this purpose, and we would like to encourage the inclusion of a human movement due to climate change, because it's a real aspect in the Pacific. The drivers of a movement is, apart from economic challenges, but climate is really playing an important role. So I thought, because I did not hear that from the rapporteur presenting on the group, I thought that it will be useful, because these are good lessons that our member states in the Asia sub-regions can also learn from by sharing this experience and ideas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Fiji. I would like to request the Secretariat to take note of the comment received. And for the next, Philippines, please.
Excellencies, colleagues, on behalf of the Philippine delegation, I have the honor to extend our warm congratulations to the co-hosts of this dialogue, the governments of Indonesia, Fiji, the Maldives, and ESCAP, in collaboration with UNEP, Coordinating Body on the Seas of East Asia, or COBSEA, and UNDP, for providing a platform to identify challenges and options for regional action for ocean-based climate action. The Philippines notes the initiative for regional cooperation on ocean-based climate action. We further note that it focuses on the key themes of: number 1, protecting and enhancing blue carbon ecosystems; number 2, decarbonizing shipping and maritime connectivity; number 3, accelerating the deployment of ocean-based renewable energy; and number 4, enhancing ocean climate resilience. Currently, the Philippines has several ongoing programs on these areas. In the area of protecting and enhancing blue carbon systems, programs include rehabilitation and stream bank stabilization of Katubig River through vegetation engineering systems using bamboo, nipa, Annona glabra or pond apple, and mangrove. Next is the mangrove sediment microorganism carbon dynamics to enhance carbon dioxide sequestration capacity of mangrove forests. Real-time carbon flux monitoring in mangrove, natural, and plantation forests in Mindanao, Philippines. And last, and on the area of enhancing ocean climate resilience, we are supporting the program of supporting our seas through automated and integrated networks and strengthening ocean observation and management of risk to coastal ecosystems. As a state party to the UNCLOS, the Philippines actively abides by its obligation to protect and preserve the marine environment. And we remain committed in mobilizing action to achieve SDG 14, that is, to conserve and sustainably use the ocean, seas, and marine resources. Indeed, we recall that in its advisory opinion on 21 May 2024 in case number 31 on climate change, the ITLOS, citing current international jurisprudence, emphasized that the obligation under UNCLOS extends both to protection of the marine environment from future damage, as well as preservation in the sense of maintaining or improving its present condition. In this regard, the Philippines, in principle, would welcome the opportunity to carefully study the proposed initiative and explore the opportunities and challenges for practical cooperation that it may bring towards a healthy and thriving marine environment in line with UNCLOS. We are eager to learn and we look forward to further discussions in the UN ESCAP on this initiative. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Philippines. We certainly will take note and consider your concern. Maybe from the Secretariat, would like to respond?
Thank you for the interventions from distinguished delegate from Fiji and Philippines. Regarding the first point from Fiji on the inclusion of human movement due to climate change, which could be also Fiji's national guideline on relocation, which could be mentioned in the initiative. So we are expecting to work with our co-host to further improve or revise and reflect feedbacks from this dialogue into the current version of our initiative. So we will work with you to how to properly incorporate that into the current draft. Philippines, so we note various national programs and actions in all 4 themes, and we also note that you welcome this initiative and expect further discussions on the ESCAP venue. So ESCAP, we are expected to have a series of discussion in support of this initiative. First one will be our committee on environmental development, and then next Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development to be held in February 2025 has also a theme on SDG 14. So that would be also important opportunity for us to have discussions on another group of stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. Is there any comment from government? Yes, Bangladesh, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Expert people from the Secretariat and members from the various countries as well as the presence. Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. It's a great opportunity to be here, especially on behalf of Bangladesh we are representing. It's a great honor and privilege to attend the pivotal dialogue on ocean-based climate actions. The discussion we are having today are not only timely, but essential for the future of our region and our planet. As representatives of the coastal and oceanic nations of this region, we are frontline in confronting the dual crisis of climate change and ocean degradation. Bangladesh, as a low-lying coastal country, is actually aware of the dangers posed by rising sea levels and the warming of our oceans. Our fate, as with all of yours, is inextricably linked to the health of the seas and the success of our collective climate actions efforts. It is in this context that I warmly welcome the proposed draft initiative for the regional cooperation on ocean-based climate action, which highlights 4 crucial themes that we must address together: protecting and enhancing blue carbon ecosystems, decarbonizing shipping and maritime connectivity, accelerating the deployment of the ocean-based renewable energy, and enhancing ocean climate resilience. The presentation, that means 20 presentations, so might be presented in front of ours. All the presentation was valuable, and in the meantime, just we intervened. And I believe that, we all believe that that has been incorporated into the heart of the documents. That has been that were depicted in the meantime, the presentation from the moderators. The proposed draft initiative for regional cooperation on ocean-based climate action provides us with a clear pathway towards a sustainable and resilient ocean-based future. But its success hinges on one critical factor, our commitment to cooperation. Our oceans connect us all, and so must our actions. By pooling our resources, expertise, and political will, we can overcome the challenges that lie ahead. Bangladesh stands ready to collaborate closely with all member states and stakeholders to realize the vision outlined in the draft initiative. Let this dialogue start a renewed commitment to regional solidarity, collective action, and shared responsibility in the safeguarding our oceans and addressing climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bangladesh, for your supporting comments. Maybe if there's another from Samoa. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. And hello and good afternoon, distinguished delegates. My name is Makarita Antonio Yese, Assistant CEO of Maritime from the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure, Samoa. Today I'm honored to speak about Samoa's contribution to GHG reduction measures, particularly in the maritime sector, or decarbonizing shipping and maritime connectivity. Our efforts align closely with this global dialogue on ocean-based climate action, and I would like to share our progress and express our gratitude to our international partners and donors. Samoa fully recognizes and supports the International Maritime Organization's 2023 GHG strategy. This strategy sets ambitious targets for reducing GHG emission from international shipping, aiming for a 50% reduction by 2050 compared to 2008 levels. Our commitment to this strategy underscores our dedication to global climate goals and sustainable maritime practices. In line with the IMO's vision, Samoa has been drafting a decarbonization strategy for shipping and maritime connectivity. This strategy is the cornerstone of our national efforts to transition towards a low-carbon maritime sector, and the key components include electrification of maritime transport, low-carbon propulsion systems, as well as capacity building and innovation. Our national efforts align seamlessly with the global dialogue on ocean-based climate action by decarbonizing our maritime sector. We contribute to the resilience of our ocean ecosystems, protect marine biodiversity, and support sustainable livelihoods. Our strategy also emphasizes regional cooperation, enhancing our collective capacity to tackle climate change and promoting shared learning and innovation. I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the government of Japan and Korea for their invaluable support in financing GHG reduction activities. Their contribution have been instrumental in the procurement of some electric vessels, developing national strategy and capacity building initiatives. This support not only accelerates our transition to low-carbon maritime sector, but also strengthens our ability to meet global climate goals. In conclusion, Samoa's commitment to GHG reduction measures recognition of the IMO 2023 GHG strategy and our national decarbonization strategy for shipping and maritime connectivity are pivotal steps toward a sustainable future. We will make sure to align our efforts with this global dialogue and grateful for the support of our international partners. Let us continue to work together, leveraging our collective strengths and knowledge to create a resilient and sustainable maritime sector for the benefit of our people and our planet. Last but not least, we look forward to receiving more financial assistance from the developed countries in this room to help us implement our strategies and actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Samoa, for your kind words and your support for the initiative. If there is no other comment from government, I now invite additional commentary from regional organization may I request the Secretariat to inform whether there are any comments also from the chat online. Please, if there are any comment from regional organization. Yes, FAO and UNDCO. FAO, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the governments of Indonesia, Fiji, and Maldives for the comprehensive proposal on the initiative for regional cooperation on ocean-based climate action, and to ESCAP and the rest of organizers for hosting this regional dialogue. This initiative represents a significant step forward in addressing the pressing challenge posed by climate change, particularly in the context of our oceans and coastal communities. The proposal's recognition of the critical role that oceans play in mitigating climate impacts and supporting biodiversity is commendable. By emphasizing the importance of sustainable practices, such as ecosystem-based management and the protection of blue carbon ecosystems, the initiative lays a strong foundation for fostering resilience in both marine environments and the communities that depend on them. I am particularly encouraged by the focus on enhancing cooperation among ESCAP member states, stakeholders, and local communities. This collaborative approach is essential for sharing knowledge, best practices, and innovative solutions that can drive meaningful change. The inclusion of capacity building efforts for coastal communities highlights a commitment to empowering those most affected by climate change, ensuring that they have the tools and resources needed to adapt and thrive. I would like to emphasize the importance of integrating fisheries and aquatic food systems into climate action strategies as a vital acknowledgement of the interconnectedness of our marine ecosystems and human livelihoods. By promoting sustainable fisheries management and responsible aquaculture practices, we can safeguard food security while protecting the health of our oceans. I would therefore like to encourage you to acknowledge in the text the importance of sustainable fisheries practices that ensure the long-term viability of fish stocks and marine ecosystems. In particular, I would like to highlight the role that sustainable fisheries play in securing food security and livelihoods while also supporting ecosystems resilience. FAO encourages the use of an ecosystem approach to fisheries management that considers the interconnections between fish stocks, habitats, other marine species, as well as its relationships with socioeconomic and governance issues related to fisheries. This holistic approach will improve addressing resilience to climate change impacts. In addition to the use of an ecosystem approach, it will be also important to acknowledge and to stress the needs for enhanced research and data collection on fish populations and ecosystems. This information is crucial for informed decision-making and effective management of fisheries in the context of climate change. Include actions aimed at building the capacity of fishing coastal communities to adapt to climate change. This could involve training on sustainable practices, access to technology, and support for alternative livelihoods, particularly important for small-scale fisheries. Include also measures to combat overfishing and illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which can undermine the efforts to achieve sustainable fisheries and ocean conservation. Also encourage partnerships between governments, local communities, and the fishing industry to share best practice and develop policies that support sustainable fisheries and ocean health with a changing climate. And consider the role of sustainable aquaculture as a means to reduce pressure on wild fish stocks while providing a source of protein and income for coastal communities. FAO remains committed to collaborating with members across the region on governance and management issues to foster sustainable and resilient fisheries and aquaculture while addressing the challenge of climate change adaptation and mitigation. We fully endorse this initiative and eagerly anticipate working with all stakeholders to bring its objectives to fruition. Together, we can safeguard our oceans, promote sustainable practice, and ensure a healthier, more vibrant planet for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, FAO, for your support for the initiative. And we take note your comments. And for the next, I would like to invite UNDCO for comment. Please,
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for a brilliant and interesting discussions over the last sessions, and congratulations to the government, the panel of experts, and all participants for today's enriching discussions on on oceans-based climate resilient measures. The UN Development Coordination Office of DCO recognizes how much we can work better together and stronger to advance the work that we do. And today's sessions definitely looked very heavily into this. The UN has a 5-year plan with governments called the UN United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, in which there are strong interlinkages between sustainability and resilience, peace and economic security. One cannot exist without the other. Today's discussions brought out the interconnectedness of the oceans and the interlinkages with all SDGs, and not only SDG 13 and 14. And I thank the Pacific for making this very strong point throughout today's dialogue. In particular, thank you, the Ambassador of Fiji. Connecting sustainability and resilience building efforts across geopolitical, natural, social, and economic issues can better prepare for some more sustainable impacts on both programming and investments. This includes the work being led by governments on the blue economy, by utilizing the resources of the ocean and sustainability of marine and fisheries, such as the implementing quota on fishing as Indonesia recommended this morning. I would also like to touch on the important point Maldives highlighted during today's discussion on the partnerships it has utilized to gain traction in ocean-based climate action, in particular, its decentralized governance arrangements and approach with private sector, including tourism sector and NGOs working on conservation. For the UN system, this is a noteworthy action, adopting a systems approach, an all-of-society approach, as no one person or entity can do it alone. We thank you for all the rich discussions, and on behalf of 3CO, urge all partners here to reach out to your UN teams in the countries to learn more about how to get actively involved in the cooperation framework. This year, 4 of our countries in Asia Pacific are designing new cooperation frameworks with their respective governments, the UN system, and partners, including civil society and academia. This includes the governments of Indonesia, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, and China. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, UNDCO, for your supportive comment. And is there any from Korea? COPSI. Yes, please.
Thank you. COPSI Secretariat would like to share a statement on COPSI's support for implementation of the Initiative for Regional Cooperation on OBCA. COPSI's strategy directions 2023 and 2027 includes strengthening marine and coastal ecosystems for climate mitigation and adaptation, focusing on ocean climate resilience and blue carbon. As such, COPSI fully supports the Regional Initiative on Ocean-Based Climate Action, which aligns with COPSI's strategy directions to enhance climate resilience through nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based adaptation. COPSI is further committed to advancing policy cooperation and implementation for the sustainable use of marine and coastal resources, enhancing ocean science and data, building capacity and resilience of coastal and marine ecosystems, and developing and sharing NBS, such as ecosystem-based management and coastal habitat restoration. This will be complemented by COPSI's thematic program on marine and coastal biodiversity, ecosystem conservation, and management to drive effective climate action and resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, COPSI, for your supportive comment also from UNDP. Please.
Actually, I would like to apologize unintentionally. I skipped one of the points from my report, and I would like, if you chair me, allow me for 1 minute to add this point, because it would be unfair for the delegates from the Philippines, Miss San Francisco.
Okay, the floor is yours.
So it's only one key point. It's about Philippines offshore wind experience. In the Philippines, offshore wind is recognized as the only variable baseload renewable technology capable of replacing fossil fuel baseload generation. It offers lower variability and greater stability compared to other renewable technologies. Philippines is actively exploring offshore wind potential, leveraging its extensive coastline and favorable wind resources. Country is part of the global momentum towards expanding offshore wind capacity, Global Wind Energy Council, which saw record additions in 2023. Philippines is also working on integrating offshore wind into its national energy mix and has engaged in collaborative efforts to share knowledge and best practices with other APA countries. Thank you.
Thank you for the additional points. If there's another from the regional organizations, I see none. May I request the Secretariat to inform whether there are any comments from the chat online? No? Okay. So I would like to request the Secretariat once again to take note of the comment received and including those received for the further revision of the draft maybe. And now we are Indonesia. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia appreciates for all the feedback and thanks all the support for the initiative. Indonesia, Fiji, and Maldives will work together to review the results from the discussion today. There are a lot of existing initiatives that could be as initial work for regional initiative. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. I also thanks for the excellent discussion and feedback on each of these themes, and we are now come to the closing sessions. I am pleased to note the consensus regarding the usefulness of this initiative. I would like to further note the rich feedback provided by participants today. I have noted all of the feedback, and on behalf of all three co-hosting governments, would like to give our commitment to carefully reviewing this feedback to ensure that this is a robust basis for defining regional cooperation actions. While voluntary, we believe that action is the responsibility of all of us. The successive regional discussions that have been held in region have laid a strong foundation for this regional initiative on ocean-based climate action. We agree that the challenges are daunting, but the opportunities provide compelling arguments for accelerating action on ocean-based climate action through regional cooperation. I would like to suggest that we conclude this day with an agreement in principle regarding the launch of this initiative if there are no objections. We note that this is a voluntary initiative and none of the action identified by the initiative represent a binding obligation. Rather, we see this as an invitation to collaborate within this framework of regional cooperation. The final text will be prepared by the co-host and the ESCAP Secretariat to incorporate suggestions made today. The final version will be circulated to all members and stakeholders prior to the 8th session of ESCAP Committee on Environment and Development to be held on 16 to 18 October 2024 in the UNCC. Now I open the floor for any other point from member state on the launch and the process. I see none. Now I announce the launch of the initiative. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all participants, speakers, and organizers for their valuable contribution today. Together, we have taken an important step toward advancing regional cooperation on ocean-based climate action. Now, I kindly request the Secretariat to outline the next step. Please, Secretariat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am pleased to share the next step as discussed with our three co-hosts to date. First, Secretariat will be carefully reviewing and consolidating the feedback received from before and during this dialogue. And in October, as the chair mentioned, the presentation will be made to the Committee on Environment Development at its 8th session in this room. And also, but just before our Committee on Environment Development, Government of France and ESCAP and other partners will organize regional preparatory workshop for UN Ocean Conference 3, which will be held online on 15 October. So this will be also presented at the preparatory meeting. And then finally, after a few additional milestones, this will be presented to UN Ocean Conference as a modality for this regional input to that process. And we are very grateful to three co-hosts, this member state for their collective leadership, for initiating the resolution and also initiating this initiative, and also support from other member states and multilateral organizations and regional partners for their participation and support. So with that, so we will, as a Secretariat, so we will make our own efforts for further improving this initiative and implementing the initiative in collaboration with our member state and regional and international partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So I declare to close of the regional dialogue on ocean-based climate action. And I thank you for your valuable participation. Once again, I declare to the close of the regional dialogue.
Seagrass ecosystem is an efficient nature-based solution for climate change mitigation, as it stores 3 times higher of carbon stock compared to equivalent areal extent of terrestrial forest. Indonesia's seagrass covers around 11.5% of the world's seagrass meadows. Activities in seagrass ecosystem that produce emissions include excavation, dredging, and mariculture. The analysis began by overlaying current seagrass map of Indonesia with activity data located in coastal area. The activity data came in the forms of marine spatial use, like seaports, dumping sites, or land reclamation sites. The overlay analysis resulted in carbon emissions